Good morning, it's Adam Jones here and welcome to the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series, round 2, the final, here at Pukekohe Park Raceway on a sunny Saturday morning. I'm here with David Dovey, the president of the North Island Endurance Driving Club. How are you going, Dave?
Oh, I'm very good. It's a very good day in Pukekohe. The weather forecast earlier on was not looking great, but this is what we got today. It's going to be a very great day's racing.
So obviously everyone's competing for a bunch of silverware. Tell us 1 hour to start with. Who's running where and who do we need to look out for?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, the 1 hour is a bit willing. There's going to be decided today. Could be anybody's really. If you look at the front runners, John DeVest driving his McLaren. Well, that's a hell of a car. It's an older McLaren. It's very different to the one that they're running in the 3 hour because of just the age things, although they do look similar. So I think he'll be tough to beat. But when you get further down the list, yeah, John Midgley, Tim Edgell, they're both driving Super Tourists. That's a bit noisy. They're both driving Super Tourists. So there'll be plenty going on there. Young Callum Hedge, he'll be an active in there as well. And I don't think any of that's decided yet. So also we've got a couple of Howard GTs, which they almost look NASCAR-ish. And they sound really awesome on the track with a couple of really good drivers, John O'Lester and Matt Gibson. And they'll be duking it out, probably even between themselves. So yeah, bring that on. So and throughout the field, there's lots of different classes, and all of those classes are going to have fights in between them, and right the way through from the smaller four-cylinder cars to the big ones.
And of course we have to mention Matt Whitaker, who was second last time, and that 991 Porsche is not going to be easy to beat either.
Matt Whitaker's and he's predominantly been the champion and hard to beat, and so we've got Connell Dempsey who's also in there in the mix as well. So you know, anything can happen, really anything can happen. And the thing about endurance racing, it's all about who finishes. You can have the car, you get all the gear, and it might be the fastest car, but if you don't finish, you're not going to win. So.
And there's one thing we'd be a bit remiss if we didn't tell you, and the first time ever, I think, for the series, we're running the long back straight of Pukekohe. So these cars are going to be getting up to some incredible speeds down the back. Yeah,
they are. They certainly are. Those they're pulling the McLarens and the Aston Martins are going to pull some big numbers down that back straight. A couple of the teams forgot to do it, so they got the wrong diff ratios in. So about halfway down the back straight, they're going to have to lift off and once they reach their maximum revs and not go any faster, and that's going to be really interesting at the end of the back straight. Those cars that are doing that, they'll be travelling a lot slower, and some of those faster cars will just zoom past them. It's going to be really interesting to see that.
Yeah, I was talking to John DeVeth yesterday, and I was trying to get a number out of him at sort of what terminal velocity is down there, and I said 290, and he said maybe 280, but he was being a bit shy. He wasn't telling me.
No, and they're not. Now, so I got a bit of insight here. We looked at the Audi of John O'Lester and Matt Dovey, which is my car, and that was 273 down the back straight, and we've got more in that. So you know, there's some big numbers.
Of course, Dave himself, David's running a car as well, so that's we'll talk about that because that's in the 3 hour. So that brings us round to the 3 hour. What's the front of that field looking like there?
Yeah, well, and really interesting last time because the last round was run by Smithy, and he had Chris Vanderdrift with him, and they won that, which was great. The Aston Martin had a little bit of a problem, and a bit of a misfire at the end of it, so they didn't finish as strongly as that they might. This time, I think they're pretty determined. They're hot off the South Island Series win, and they'll be eager to make that happen. So that Aston Martin of the harder racing, driven by Alex and Darren, I think they're going to be pretty willing in that one. So it's all going to be on. And then you've got the Audi of Andrew and Sam Fillimore, and that's the Audi R8, and they're not to be discounted either. So.
Yeah, I had a look at some times yesterday, and the fastest time of the day was Alex Riberas in the harder racing Aston Martin Vantage, and it wasn't great. I mean, the conditions are okay, but it had been wet and he'd got dry again. He did a 53.8, I think it was.
They're so fast, isn't it? So fast. And that's the great thing about having this long back straight. This is the first time we've had it properly in the endurance series. And it was, we asked all the drivers, said, well, what do you want? The world's our oyster, we can do what we want. And they go, well, we haven't done it for such a long time, let's give it a go. And that's what we're doing. But there's some red hot brake temperatures we're at the end of those, so look out for that later on the race and how the old brakes last out.
So with a bit of insight, the DFM Audi, that went really well last time as a non-GT. What class are you in and how are you going?
So we're a Class 1 car, which means it's the car started off as a standard road car. We bought it in from Australia as a hail damaged car, and we just rolled it off the boat and threw it in the garage, took everything off it, and then have rebuilt it from there. So it is, but there's nothing standard otherwise about it. Nothing much Audi about it except for the body shell. It's a LS7 Corvette motor in it, and a Hollinger 6-speed paddle shift gearbox, and a forward 9-inch diff. So it's a bit of a hybrid. There's a bit of everything in it. But this is a brand new car. We've taken 3 years to build it, and I've got to say that first out of the box, we came 4th last time overall, and I think that's a bit of a credit to the engineering of it. This time, we're going to make sure that we finish this race again well, and then we throw it in on a trailer, take it down to Cromwell for the National Endurance Championship in just 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, well, that's coming around pretty soon, but obviously a lot of silverware to play for today, so we'll go back upstairs to Clint Brown and Stuart Owers, who are our commentary team, and we'll be able to have a chat with them.
Thanks very much to Dave Dovey and also, of course, Adam Jones, getting us set for the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. This is the 1-hour practice series. Stu Owers, you've been down checking out what's been happening with the drivers from practice day yesterday, and of course changing track conditions again here today at Pukekohe Park Raceway. So it's great that you could join us on our live stream with the Fast Files and the Fast Drivers. So what's been the attitude and the mood along pit lane this morning?
Well, I think that the co-drivers particularly are going to be delighted to get out there in that dry track, because it was drizzling on and off yesterday. It wasn't super wet, but enough to, make them very, very nervous out there. So usual story with the co-driver, they want as many laps as they can possibly get in, and yesterday they didn't. They were tiptoeing around. So despite that, we saw some phenomenal times, and I think you've got a note there of some of the quicker times. We saw a 54 out there, didn't we, which is
and a 53.5 by Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly too, in that beautiful Heart of Racing Aston Martin. So, and I was looking through the timesheets, going through the practice sessions and looking at the fastest of the supercars around here at Pukekohe, where people obviously have an affinity to that need for speed, and it was Lee Holdsworth who did a 101.6 last year in practice, the fastest lap. And then I thought, well, hang on, there's a whole lot of these beautiful GT cars, as you can see on screen at the moment, like the McLarens, like the Aston Martins and the beautiful Audis. And there's about 10 of them all going under 60 seconds.
Yeah, well, look, don't forget, though, it is a different layout. Of course, the V8 supercars had the kink there. These guys are just going straight down the back straight. So there's about 2 or 3 seconds.
So we're back to the good old-fashioned long track here,
the
fast track here at Pukekohe, which is one of the key things, for all the teams to get set up with the diffs and the setup of the car. Just having a quick chat with Nick Ross, he suddenly realised, oh, that's right. And then it's also redialing the brain, because you haven't got that. I suppose it's the short track, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, you can see there, when we'll come back to that again, you can see that braking area. Oh, no, that's
not a good sign there for the Aston Martin, the GT4.
Into the pits. Now, that's been going beautifully. In fact, it's, they were up there with all the GT3 cars. And
Aaron Slight?
Yeah.
So there's a great shot of the kink that you normally race with at the supercars, and now we've gone back to the good old-fashioned setup here at Pukekohe. So you've got that short, fast straight, but it's all about the braking here.
Yes.
So that you don't end up in the sand pit down in the front there.
But have a look at that dark patch of track there, Clint. See that? That's a resurface area. Now, normally that's covered in barriers, so because you've got to go around behind that. So for them, they've got to turn right. Now they're coming straight forward, like we can see now. But that's upsetting some of the cars under brakes, because that's, they're doing 270
It's
kilometres
been
an hour.
very interesting listening to some of the debates about climate change and the light reflecting off what they term as inner cities, with the tarmac being like a heat sink. So you've got that dark patch of tarmac there, so the level of heat coming off that is going to be different to the ones coming off the main straight, which also has a huge amount of difference in the rubber that's been previously laid down. So I guess potentially there could be a different level of grip.
There's definitely a different level of grip. You're absolutely right, yeah. And there's also, it's just a bump. You know how when you have new tarmac, it's never as smooth, the little lips there. So sometimes that's just enough to trigger a lock-up if you haven't got ABS, or trigger them into ABS. So, you know,
which is why potentially some of them were actually, not potentially, but actually some of them were actually overshooting that short, sharp back straight. Didn't quite get that breaking point right.
Yeah, look, well, of course, that's, you know, it's good to see that in practice, because of course you've really got to go as deep as you possibly can, see where that breaking point is, and if you overshoot it slightly, okay, you've worked it out. You can back it up a bit then. So we're just having a look at one of the little TCR cars there on screen, and these guys are, they're in the race, Clint. They're only a couple of seconds off the race pace for the very fast cars. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how they go for the longer race.
Gene Rollinson and Craig Innes.
A couple of very experienced guys, and there's a little Toyota 86 there, which is not a bit outclassed in straight line speed, but the handling on those things is phenomenal.
And of course, the news coming out this week that the TCR class is going to be joined into what they term as a super production series to, I suppose, with COVID, it's destroyed the actual momentum of a lot of race classes around the world. So here's the chance to actually combine what was going to be the new TCR class with other forms of cars that are already racing, but because of COVID, you can't get the number of cars that you want, so you'd combine a series. So a super production series sounds like a good way to introduce the TCRs and get them actually physically on the track after a whole year of delays because of getting the series sorted out, and then everything stopped because of COVID-19.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's a chance too. There's a few GT4 cars in the country too, little Porsche Caymans. There's the Aston Martin we just saw on screen. They'll be very similar sort of a pace too. So that could be a lot of fun actually. That's actually going to be a proper national touring championship, so touring car championship. So there's some big old names on that trophy. Craig Baird and Jason Richards back in the day, and those sort of guys. It'd be nice to resurrect that. Unfortunately for the V8s, of course, they've lost that. Now that championship's going to switch over to these newer touring cars. So pulling in the pits there is it was a Toyota Lexus. That the heads have turned that into a rocket ship. They used to be similar sort of cars, used to race in the 6-hour race years ago.
And here is the beautiful Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Done a great job around that South Island series. Alex Riberas from Spain and Mr. Kelly, one of the D1 NZ boys, getting used to track time and seat time, which of course what the North Island Endurance Series is all about too. It's all about just being able to actually get behind the wheel and get the feel of the track, get the feel of the car, and get the setup right, and coming out of D1 NZ and then going onto the track and off the grass and onto the sand pit is not the way to do it in practice. That's exactly why we need practice sessions.
Well, he's found the breaking point, and it's a little bit earlier than he pushed the pedal.
And it was bang on that black bit of tarmac that we talked about right at the start of the day. Here's the boys in the Winger BMW.
Bit of smoke from there too.
Take a look at the Golden Homes replay, and he's already gone too fast, too deep, and too late.
Yeah, and you could see it bouncing, couldn't you, Clint? Did you see that little bobble as it was going over that there? That's what's upsetting it. But he's back, just roared past down the front straight again. No harm done. Just a bit embarrassing. It's always embarrassing because you know the crew have seen it, and you've got to go and explain why you did that. But that's part of what practice is all about, just as we were talking, is trying to find that breaking point. Here's this gorgeous, these are a 5.2 litre V10 naturally aspirated in these Audis. Tons and tons of torque from a big engine. Lots of aero on these things. These are the sort of the ones that have been doing very well overseas, because they say they're probably, out of all of them, these are probably the easiest to drive. Mid-engine and nicely balanced. So although they did have a wee moment in practice in the rain, it just I think they had a little tiny contact with the fence there yesterday, which is enough to give them a big wake-up call. Obviously, if you're pushing too hard in the rain, it's always a scary moment. But later on we can sort of talk about the GT3s and how they set the balance of performance and all that sort of thing. We'll come back to that a bit later on.
And also how you set up your tyres, where you bank your green tyres, what sort of tyres you've got for the weekend. Of course, the brakes. The brakes are going to be, as they talked about, they're going to be red hot around here because it's the famous power circuit at Pukekohe.
Yeah, and of course this is a practice session, so these won't. We're seeing times there now, 55s, a couple of 55s there, 56s, but of course they'll be quicker than that once they get the best tyres on. These will be yesterday's tyres probably. It's only a practice session. They're not going to use up their best tyres for this, so they're just still warming into it here. That's possibly another reason why he outbraked himself slightly there. Even that makes a difference.
That's the combination of Andrew Fawcett and Sam Phillimore. Done lots and lots of endurance racing, so plenty of experience there as they bring that beautiful Audi back into the pits.
So Andrew Fawcett started racing back in the street race days. When you were doing the commentary there, Clint, he's started in a little Toyota Corolla back in the day. So
yeah, very experienced and loves his motor racing. Great guy too.
Yeah, he's done NZ V8s, Trans Ams, done a bit of this sort of thing with GT3s. He was in a Ferrari a while ago. Yeah, very, very experienced peddler, Andrew from Wellington.
So a lot of tweaking going on with all of these cars, just getting them set to get the setup right.
Yeah, and that's the little TCR, that's the Hyundai, that's that international formula, 2-litre turbos, front-wheel drive, phenomenally quick when you think it's just a 2-litre turbo. There's the boys from Hawke's Bay and their GT3 Cup car. They did particularly well in the South Island series. They're doing both series, which is they're saying they spent a lot of time in the truck lately, transporting it up and down the country. So I think they got a third down at Timaru there, so they're going very well. That little track down there suited them.
Great little track, Levels Raceway. Of course, the first corner is always quite hard to navigate sometimes.
Can be chaotic.
Yes, as they found out in the Carter South Island Endurance Series.
Look at that time up there on the screen. That's a 53.7 there, Clint. That's
Williams and Blythe and that beautiful Porsche.
Yes, yeah, the Hawke's Bay boys. But that Aston Martin has just done a 53.7, which is absolutely phenomenal. So obviously they're going off at the back straight. Didn't scare them too much. It's inspired them to really get stuck into it. So
I think the quickest time they got yesterday was a 53.5. So already showing the capability of that beautiful Aston Martin.
Not bad for what wouldn't be their best tyres. But the thing is, of course, today, Clint, it's almost perfect conditions. That car, that V8, is a twin turbo, so always cooler conditions like we got this morning are just perfect for turbos. Not so much the car we got on screen at the moment. That's a naturally aspirated 3.8 litre flat six, so they don't get quite the big advantage out of the cool weather. But what's happening is that yesterday with the drizzle, it would have washed the track, so you don't get the rubber build up like you do on a normal fine day of practice. So these times they're just going to get quicker and quicker. So we're only just starting this morning.
Which is not too bad because you're just after 10 o'clock and when the race starts later on this afternoon, so the 1 hour race is time to go at 11:40 and the 3 hour race is time to go at 1:30 right through to 4:30. Yesterday, right in the heart of the battle, around about 3 o'clock, this combination of Alex Riberas getting out of the car and Darren Kelly having a look at it, they were clocking around about 53.5s at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the conditions are going to be pretty similar to what they are today, well, at least time-wise, but it's going to be interesting to see what it's going to be like, the track conditions, the same time this afternoon when they're actually going to be racing to when they were practicing yesterday. So it gives us a bit of a gauge about how the track keeps changing.
Yeah, well, I'm picking they'll even be quicker this afternoon if it doesn't rain.
Well, if you were talking about like they had the chance of a few showers, and there's also a chance of a few showers, as we know, in Auckland any day and this weekend. But there's also that northwesterly, which is blowing across the country, which is going to give us some nice warm temperatures too. So hopefully, it's going to be hot and fast with the Fast Files streaming, with these cars creaming at around Pukekohe today. Stephen Giles there.
Yeah, that's a beautiful car if you get up close to it, Clint. They've got, very sophisticated. These are factory race cars. They're designed for international GT3 racing, and they're very much restricted on what they can do. But it just shows you this is basically a stock standard motor in that car, the same as they run in the Aston Martin Vantage road car. So It's amazing what they can get out of that.
So we're here with Alex Riberas, who was fastest in that session. Talk us through your first time out on track in practice.
Well, first of all, Adam, thank you so much for being here, supporting us, making this event available to everyone that is at home and supporting the heart of racing. And I really am happy to be here. It's such an amazing racetrack. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen something quite like it in terms of high speed, bumpy sections, tricky sections, and it's a racetrack where there's no room for mistakes, right? So very challenging, very enjoyable to drive, and I have the feeling that we're going to be strong.
So obviously you had a bit of running yesterday and you're quickest then, you're quickest now. What do you do from here on in? You're tuning the car up?
Yes, we were just making sure that everything is working well this morning, making sure that we get a time set in practice just in case anything happened with qualifying, so that if for any reason it got cancelled, they will take the practice time. So it's always good to just have a lap in the bank, and now we will put on the new tires for quali and see how the car feels.
So a little bit of who was in the car when there was a little bit of an off at the end there?
Yeah, that was me. That was me trying to find the new limits. We have a new set of brake pads in the car, and went a bit too deep. Luckily, no consequences on that one. But now we know for the race, and I feel like we are ready for today.
And you guys have got a bit of a special event on today too, yeah?
Yes, that's why this race is for us maybe the most special race of the calendar. It might not be as big as Highlands, right? But for us, it's a home race for Darren. He's from around the corner, and the most important thing, we have kids from Starship flying in about an hour, and they will be able to experience this whole event. We will be able to spend some time with them, which is one of the most amazing experiences you can have, and we are very much looking forward to welcome them.
That's brilliant. So you've got them up in the corporate area. You'll bring them through and show them the car and get them behind the wheel and tell them what it's all about.
Yes, exactly. We have a couple of simulators up there. We have a few Hot Wheels games that I played a lot 2 nights ago. I'm sorry, guys, but I couldn't resist. And we actually have a slot car like competition where you can go like upside down and do a couple loops. And it's actually, I'm a bit jealous. I think I'm going to spend some time there as well.
So fun aside, obviously you've looked at the points. You got third in the first round. But what do you need to do to take this away, and who's your main competition?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's obviously with 2 rounds, it's hard to say. The Audi and the McLaren are ahead of us in the championship, as they finished ahead of us in Hampton. But we are not really concerned. As I said in the South Island round, I'm not really concerned about championship or what the others are doing. We are here to maximize everything we have, and with any given circumstance. Careful.
Just got a car trying to come out, so we'll just move out of the way.
We're just, as I said, we're just gonna maximize everything we have with the car that we have on any given circumstance, and I think that's the mentality from everyone at the heart of racing. We focus on our job, and if we end up transforming that job into a championship victory, well, we are gonna celebrate for sure. We're gonna still analyze what we could have done better and then celebrate. And if that doesn't transform into a championship, we will celebrate anyway, because our privilege to be here is very special. It's a privilege that very few people in the world can express and experience. And we will celebrate, most importantly, because we have a bunch of kids that coming from Starship, and they are winning. We are winning because of them. And so regardless of the championship, we are going to be extremely happy after the race.
Awesome. So cars are just going back out on track now, so we'll pass it back over to Clint Brown in the commentary booth.
What a great initiative the Heart of Racing are doing. They've done that with the American hospitals overseas, raising money through the billionaire owner Gabe Newell, and now, of course, he wants to become a citizen of New Zealand like so many Americans, which is fantastic if he can bring that sort of initiative there, a gaming empire and a motor racing empire down to New Zealand, but also bringing that sort of charity initiative too with sponsoring and helping support Starship. So that's why the heart of racing is such a good heart, isn't it, mate? It's great, fantastic. Well,
And haven't they become great ambassadors, these two, Alex and Darren? You know, it's fantastic to see these guys really getting involved and trying to get a wider audience for this sort of thing and giving back to the community. Really good to see.
great to see Shorty out there in the Speedworks Porsche, Jeff Short. He's the promoter for the Speedworks Summer of Motorsport, of course, going right through into the Toyota Racing Series, the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, also racing the Best Bars Toyota 86, Toyota Gazoo Racing Series, and pumping alongside the big train, just chugging along the back straight here at Pukekohe. So good to see Shorty out there.
Isn't that a classic Pukekohe shot? I remember that from years and years ago, way back, you know, the shots of the old Benson and Hedges cars and things going down there, and the train in the background. So nice to know that nothing much has changed. You're still good old Pukekohe. We've still got the trains. We've got every now and again look up in the sky and you've got the propeller-driven planes up there doing aerobatics from the nearby airport, and this has got to be the place. Lots of space, green space. Great place to live out here.
It's also a great track. I mean,
unbelievable.
Alex Riberas, who's got international motor racer with lots and lots of experience racing around the world, and when the supercar guys come back to Pukekohe, and we've seen what Greg Murphy's done around here as the king of the hill up around there, and the likes of Peter Brock in the days when he used to come here with Graham Crosby in the early days of the V8s as well. But any form of racing is just the impression that people get of the power circuit around Pukekohe. They just love it, don't they?
Oh, and look, it's a wild ride around here. You know you're alive when you're doing laps around here. It's, as you know, it's incredible, and it's dangerous. That's part of the thrill. If you get it wrong on some of these places, you get it wrong at the kink, somewhere like that, you're in big trouble. I mean, there's been some spectacular crashes here over the years. Not that we want to start talking about that too much, but that's why it's so thrilling.
And there was a big safety car down in that South Island Enduro, so we haven't had too many safety car issues normally in the North Island Endurance Racing Series, because there's a lot of racing room, there's a lot of respect for all these drivers who are out there at the moment doing the qualifying for the 1 hour session, the likes of Callum Hedge and their beautiful Porsche, who's come out of Formula Fords and 86s and just about won anything and everything that he gets into. So put some fresh rubber on today.
It's a very slow-moving car, that little BMW there. I'm not sure if he's still warming up or if he's got problems there. So, but Callum's about to zip past. And so the Porsches have got, of course, the fantastic handling around here, but they just lack the straight-line speed. They've got good aeros. You can see that massive rear wing there. But as you can see, even just struggling to get past that BMW, they just don't have that top speed that some of the other cars that we're going to see shortly have.
Bob Severide in the 777 BMW.
I think he was just still warming up there. I don't think he's got any troubles by the looks of it. But Callum's gone out and posted the quickest time straight up at 1 minute flat, but he's still warming up, of course. He'll get below that. And McLaren being pushed back into the pits there. Let's hope there's not a drama with that.
And that's, of course, the car that was very, very impressive at Hampton Downs in the hands of Johnny DeVeth. So you want to see him back out there, don't you, really?
Well, yes, we certainly do. So it's fingers crossed for that one. It was too early for something long to go there. So I think that was John DeVeth out there first up.
He's done a 59.1, fastest so far, but now they've put him back in the shed. Perhaps they've just done what they needed to do. Now here are these two Ford Mustangs from the Corliss Racing team.
So I'm wondering if maybe one's letting the other go past so they can sort of see the lines that they're doing.
818, that's Matty Gibson.
Yeah.
And then, of course, 819 is going to be John O'Lester. But these are more aligned to what they have in Asia rather than what they have in New Zealand and or Australia in regards to that sort of new form of Trans Am racing.
And also they're running a different tyre. They've got a radial slick as opposed to a crossfire slick like some of them are going to run.
So there's a few pedal box?
Yes, yep. So there's a whole combination of bits and pieces in there to make them both strong as well as reliable. So it's an interesting formula. Let's hope these guys can get a whole lot of these out there, and they're supposed to be they're built to be affordable. Affordable is always a funny term. Depends on what your budget is, but compared to a GT3, which Some of these GT3s, you can buy them brand new, getting up near $1 million. So it's way a fraction of that cost to get one of these Mustangs on the track.
Good to see Nick Ross out there in that beautiful Nissan, as he call it, the Flying Datsun.
Jeff Short coming up behind him, and there's even a good old V8 Ute out there. There he is, just coming through on shot there. He's out to do the 1 hour. It's great seat time doing that sort of thing. You can just pound around there and really get used to this bumpy old track.
Nick was telling us that he forgot they'd gone back to the short track, hadn't quite changed the diff setup, and suddenly thought, oh, hang on, we're going down the back here and need a bit of extra speed and also the braking point. So, a bit of drama. And that is John O'Lester and the Corliss Racing Ford Mustangs just overshot that hairpin, which is a really challenging corner to get your grips right and your braking right, because once again we're coming off that black bit of tarmac, which they haven't done a lot of racing on.
Now something's gone wrong there, Clint. That car's got ABS, so that was a lock-up. So I'm picking that so there's a little issue there. It shouldn't do that. You shouldn't get lock-ups like that. So that'll be interesting.
So just going through the fastest, 11 John DeBeth has done a 55.9. 747 Matty Whitaker, he's also a previous winner of the 1 hour series. He's done a 57.7. 17 Callum Hedge in another Porsche GTB class, he's done a 57.9. Connell Dempsey, the Porsches, mate, from your Pirelli Porsche series are lining up as to be expected. A 58.2. Nick Ross a 58.3. Shorty's done a 59.7 in that Porsche.
That's impressive from Jeff, actually, because he hasn't done a lot of laps lately, has he? He's, he's an experienced driver, but...
we found that in Hampton Downs that a lot of the guys were coming back into sort of getting the cars set and getting racing again. And...
there we go. That's the
black Porsche.
That's the McLaren back out on the track, which is great to see.
Yep, it's Johnny DeBeth, number 11.
So let's hope he's put his little issues behind him. They wheeled into the garage, so it must have been something reasonably
That would have been the 3 hour car.
Yes, yeah.
This is the 1 hour car.
Oh, of course, sorry, I'm getting mixed up, aren't we? Yes.
So they've got two McLarens, and this is the backup McLaren that Johnny's racing and doing a superb job. And the McLaren, number 11, after taking out the honours at Hampton Downs in round 1. And Glenn said, here, you take this, mate.
Nice. Well, he's just done a 55, so that's good going there.
And there he was sitting there watching the Giz with all the fans at Hampton Downs last weekend. Watch Bathurst along with Murphy and MacGyver and stuff, and all the hardcore petrol heads. So
up on the GT club there at Hampton
fantastic to see Shane Van Gisbergen finally take out that Bathurst time. We always know he's going to be the king of the mountain at one stage, like Scotty McLaughlin, like Greg Murphy.
Especially after that heartbreak he had. Was it 2014, I think?
Yeah, in the pits.
There's a red flagged it. I just looked out and saw them all slowing down, going down there. That's good old Steph Chambers, another one from the Porsche series.
Now, she wasn't happy after the opening round at Hampton Downs, after a bit of a tangle coming into and out of, I think it was the sweeper.
Yes.
And she was most upset.
A little coming together there. So we'll probably might pick up why there's the truck rushing past us with a trailer on the back, Clint. So obviously somebody needs to be recovered from there.
And of course the curse of the commentator, we were just talking about there weren't too many safety cars in the previous round at Hampton Downs, but 107 has gone straight into the catch wall there, the tyre wall.
That's a little Seat Super Copra, which is they're a cup car basically built for a Seat racing series in Europe, and there's a few of them over here now. In fact, I raced one of those in the Bathurst 12 hour, and they're a fun little car. They're about 350 horsepower, front wheel drive. Interesting, they've got the steering column going right down between your feet, so you have your gas pedal on the right and the brake pedal on the left, so you've got to brake with your left foot. You don't have any choice. So that takes a little while to get used to, but a fun little car. And obviously he's just come unstuck there.
Alan Sargent, number 107. Unfortunate there to park it up. Hopefully not too much damage after kissing the tyre wall there.
Let's hope,
catch fence.
Yeah, let's hope it's just that rear bumper that we can see there, because that won't take much to sort out. But
if he's a golfer, he'd be very good at getting out of the bunker. If he's not good at getting out of the bunker, then this is the reason why. He's found the bunker, like you do in golf. And it's all about your driving. A good straight drive, like straight into the corner, you avoid the bunker. You go a bit wide, trouble.
Yes, exactly. And look, he picked one of the few places there is a bit of runoff around here, though, didn't he, Clint? Because there's lots of places where there's just steel to hit. So I'm trying to figure out where that is, actually. You just got that close shot. It's a bit hard to tell. But
it looks like it's coming out of turn 1 and 2, coming into entrance of the back straight.
Yes, that's exactly where it is. It's, yep. So
coming off the famous turn 1, going 2 and into 3, and then just sort of running it wide.
So what can happen there? You bounce on those curbs a bit too much, and next thing you can't slow it down for the right-hand turn 3. So
because you're virtually straight lining through the curbs, aren't you?
Yeah,
so Johnny
trying
DeVeth.
to. Yep. Oh, these guys are doing a practice of the run round they've got to do. This is they're changing drivers here.
Glenn Smith actually got out of the car, and now Johnny DeVeth is getting in.
Yeah, so for the 1 hour race coming up, which is they've got to do that driver change, they've got to do a run around the car at the 1 hour race. So at some stage there's a compulsory stop. You've got to get out and run around the car and get back in. So it's probably a little bit of practice involved there. But yeah, that's exactly where that is. That little seat, that's you can see almost where he went off. Just after bouncing through the curbs and just a little bit too much pace to make that turn to head back on Main Straight there. But medical cars down there, but obviously that won't be needed. That's always just a good little precaution to get that out there. And that's under its own steam, so that's a really good sign. So he's just got to find reverse and get that out of there. So we'll be green flag again shortly, let's hope. So we've still got about 20 minutes to go in this session. There's only 9 minutes into it, so we've still got plenty of time left despite that little off.
Johnny DeVeth, the winner of the opening round at Hampton Downs, followed by Matt Whitaker, Callum Hedge, Midgley, Andy Dufford and Jason Lefting, Nick Ross, Bob Severide, James Kirkpatrick, Lachlan Fitzgerald-Symes, Sam Fillmore and Andrew Fawcett. That was the top 10, and then the likes of Robertson, Anderson, Baguli, Perkins, Cooper, Sargent, Clark, Lester.
Oh, look at that. That's a shot of the kids arriving there, Clint, I presume.
Starship?
Yeah. So
they
how
do a
neat.
magnificent job looking after the young people of New Zealand that need the special treatment. And hopefully a special day today with the team from the heart of racing and the Aston Martin side. So fantastic moment for the kids. They'll be really excited, A, going in a chopper, B, going out to Puke, C, seeing all the fast cars and meeting some of the drivers. So excellent work, well
very
done,
touching,
guys.
isn't it? That's fantastic. So he's parking up near the main road. We just saw him go past over the trees there. So they'll be able to come down and get over the bridge and get amongst the action. There's the bridge that they'll have to walk across in a minute, and they can have a look at all the cars up
do
close.
a bit of COVID tracing as well. No doubt they'll clock in. Has everyone clocked in with your phone so far today? We don't want to be sort of spreading the virus. We want to keep that thing put it back in the box and keep it there so we can do lots of this motor racing coming up over the summer period, going into Christmas at Pukekohe and Hampton Downs as well, with racing coming up over the next month, and then hopefully into that Castrol Toyota Racing Series and the Speedworks Summer of Motorsport coming up in January.
Yeah, look, let's hope there's no more. We've got a bit of a scare going out there in the community at the moment, haven't we? So let's hope that's not going to interfere with all this huge plans that the Motorsport New Zealand have got for the summer for us. So there's the... Oh no, that's all. We thought that was under its own steam before, didn't we? But obviously not. So that's a shame. I wonder if they punctured a radiator or something in that. Just taking a little while to winch it on board. So it won't be terribly long. We'll be underway. There's the shot of the famous hill we talk about at Pukekohe, and some of the quicker cars there, they're doing sort of 180, 170, 180 over the top of that hill.
Nice green overbridge. Looks like we might be getting a new sponsor.
Getting ready for some signage
at some stage over the summer, as everything's impacted really. I mean, some businesses are actually cranking. Some businesses are having unbelievable amount of growth and sales, and other businesses are struggling. It just depends on what sort of sector you're actually in at the moment, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I know. I mean, look at the car industry, Clint. It's going. It depends on obviously what you're selling, but some of those manufacturers are just running out of stock. They've got nothing to supply, have they? It's incredible.
And you're not just talking like Toyotas or your top selling cars. You're talking like Aston Martins, you're talking McLarens and BMWs, and as the boys from the Naki just have a bit of a breather there, just have a look in Glenn Smith and just having a look at the back of that car, making their plan for the day, checking out how the weather is changing. But at the moment it's behaving itself, looking nice and warm and sunny here at Pukekohe for the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series.
Yeah, so it's almost perfect weather actually, Clint, isn't it? It's just overcast and not too hot.
And let's hope it's perfect weather at St. Petersburg, where Scotty Dixon going for almost a record equaling, but a 6th IndyCar title, and of course welcoming in the likes of Scotty McLaughlin with that debut in the IndyCar series coming out of the V8 Supercars.
So we're just here with Glenn Smith, who's just had a run in the other McLaren. So are you guys sharing both races?
Yeah, we're both 50, so we thought we'd better share both.
Excellent. So you've had your first run out for the 1 hour race. How did that go?
Yeah, not bad. A lot of traffic out there. Yeah, we'll probably have another spin out there now and just see if we can improve the time. But yeah, we'll be there.
Who's fastest out of the two of you?
Oh, Johnny's got me by about 5 tenths at the moment, so we'll be close. We always are.
So you've got the fastest time in the session so far, even with a bit of traffic. So hopefully, if it gets clear, you'll go quicker again.
Well, we should be on for a low 55 is really what we should be aiming for. So that's what we're trying to do.
Great. Well, we'll see you in the next car in the very near future as well.
Okay.
All right. Good luck for the day. Thanks, Glenn.
Of course, Glenn Smith, no stranger to going super fast around this particular part of Pukekohe, a 52 in his beautiful Crawford Porsche. So he knows what it's like to dial it in, hook it up, and do an extremely fast lap around Pukekohe. I think it was about a 52.1. I've got the exact one here in my files.
Oh, good on you. Yeah, it was phenomenally fast, and it's just a rocket ship round here. So he certainly knows what it feels like to be...
52.139, the fastest ever lap around Pukekohe by Glenn Smith, one of the great characters of New Zealand motorsport as well, and such a great team that they run too. So well-presented cars, those two beautiful McLarens, and of course all those Crawford supercars. Those prototypes, those Daytona prototypes. There's Bob Severide on the 777 Beamer. Everyone lining up to get back out on track. Good to see some of the boys from the V8 Utes having a crack for the weekend as well from their series with the Ryco V8 24/7 V8 Utes.
Yeah, like I said, there's no substitute for the track time these guys get. There's the noise going underneath us of the Whittaker Porsche heading out there. Whole lot of Porsches in this, and these are popular because they are now reasonably priced, as they're not the current Cup cars anymore. So reasonably priced and just tough cars. You can do long races with them, and you've got to maintain them, but very seldom do they have any dramas. And there's a good contrast. You've got the different. They've got the Kiwi-built V8 Super Tourers, and then a Mustang, the cordless Mustang there, which we saw locking up before. So let's hope they've sorted that situation out.
Let's hope that number 8, Timmy Edgell, too, can have some better luck, because he was pretty quick yesterday. He clocked in a 57 at one stage around about this time of the day, around about that 11 o'clock type sort of zone yesterday in the practice session. So if he can get that Super Tourer dialed up with the help of Randall, watch out for Tim Edgell, the man. He may have the edge.
Yeah, I think a 57 is going to be a popular time, and I'm picking that's going to be around about the race pace. Is going to be about a 57 later on this afternoon, I think, because even though these cars can get down to the 54s and the 53s and all this sort of thing, that's not really sustainable, is it, for a long race?
What about your tyres over one hour race like this? You've got to get them warmed up like they're doing now at the moment around Pukekohe to get that heat into the tyre, to get that level of grip up, so the driver's got a bit of confidence to actually push it in and really send it around turn 1, go straight through the ripples as we ride with the ITM, or just going around turn 1 there, riding over those ripples, the curbs, get that exit speed right onto the main straight.
Yeah, well, going back to the tyres, the good thing about Pukekohe, of course, is, as you can see now, is down that back straight, they're cooling down. So they don't really get the hammering. They last well. It's the same as the brakes. So we're coming up now. There's that change in the track. Massive brake temperatures there. But then he's got a whole lot of time now to let them come back into normal range.
Smoke coming out of the back of the old Super Tourer there.
Yeah, it's that 57. I mean, that's quick around here, isn't it? They do it with torque and horsepower, but they're quite easy cars to drive, Clint. They've got nice power steering. They feel light and nimble. They're a neat car around here. They absorb the shock and the bumps well around here. They're not too stiff. So a very, very good car to do something like this in. And some of them are running a lot more horsepower than they did when they were in that Super Tourer series. They were all very strictly controlled. So some of them have gone to bigger engines and they've got more torque. Back to the McLaren again. He's obviously happy with his practice session. And it looks like he's not going to go out again.
55.992 for number 11, Johnny DeVeth. Timmy Edgell's done a 56.2, so straight away in that number 8 Holden Super Tourer from Albany ITM, he's put that into that P2 spot. Matt Whitaker in the 747, literally flying, as we expect from Matt Whitaker, a 57.1. Callum Hedge, a 57.9. He'll be really, really quick. Great young driver, young Callum. Got a big future in front of him. And then, of course, 12 is Connell Dempsey from the other end of the spectrum. One of our gentleman motor racers from the Pirelli Porsche series. He just loves his motorsport and very consistently going out there and dialing it in and getting lots and lots of seat time, which is why these guys, very rich guys with their very rich toys, love the endurance series, don't they?
Well, the thing is, of course, these are often very busy guys. They're running big businesses like Connell does. A lot of dramas during the week. You can imagine what it'll be like on these big businesses. So they haven't got the time to do these 2-day, 3-day meetings. So these are perfect. They can turn up on Friday, go home Saturday night. It's 2 days, and they've still got Sunday at home, and then Monday back at work, back controlling the ship again. So an ideal format.
And the only thing you're really doing with your mobile phone over this weekend is you've locked it into Race Monitor to get the lap times and the speed times.
Look, these guys, that's right, actually. It's a very good point. It's time out for these guys. They're not slaves to their phones, slave to, dramas and problems. All they're worried about is the dramas and problems that are right in front of them on the racetrack. It's great for them.
And it's lap by lap, corner by corner, isn't it? Because that's all about getting into that rhythm.
Yeah.
And finding your limit, sit on it without going over it. I think what Shane Van Gisbergen and Robert were saying, Robert instilled in Shane, no mistakes. And you saw the way in which he drove at Bathurst last week, under all that pressure, but he was just right on it, saying, I know how to win this race, because just no mistakes, great driving, wasn't it? Well, that's what all these guys will be trying to do in their own little way, in their own little wee sort of, PB today here at Pukekohe.
Well, look, you saw the contrast with Shane's teammate going up through the cutting there and trying to go around the outside of a car. One tiny error, bang, that's his race done, wasn't it? It's a Win Cup,
And a very experienced motor racer and a champion driver.
Yeah, multiple champion. And, it just shows how easy it is. And these guys are on the limit. There's no question about that. And here it's just the same. It's you can see the Callum Hedge car there bouncing around. It's so easy just to go a little bit too hot, and tyres a little bit less grippy than you thought when last time you came around. So it's very easy to make mistakes.
Got a few back markers to contend with, which is what you're going to get in an endurance series as well. You're going to get the slower guys letting the fast guys go. So Callum Hedge, remember, a 57.8, his quickest lap so far. He'll be keen to sort of try and see what he can do as well, with a couple of the other guys coming in behind there, one of the Utes. Two of the Utes. Yeah,
they should be drafting each other down the straight there for a bit of speed. The old Utes are not particularly good on aerodynamics, so, but all the Porsches seem to be around about that 57 mark. So we're looking for a 57, 58. So we're looking for a good race with these guys later on. We could see a big bunch of them heading around. That'd be good.
Philip Ross in the 700 Ute, the CRC Developments, and Greg Quirk in the 23 Ute with Heron Construction Company, one of the newbies in the Ryco 24/7 V8 Ute. Shorty just going past in the Speedworks Porsche, and Jeff's done a 59.2, which is great to see that out there. Very, very well presented car too, the Speedworks Porsche. Good colour scheme.
Yeah, and he's actually in a different class to some of the other Porsches. So his one's a little bit older, a little bit less straight line speed, not as quite as wide in the track and all that sort of thing. So he's doing very well.
The 997 GT.
Yeah. So it's
So the difference between that and the 991?
Well, look, there's two. This is where it gets complicated. There's two types of 997. You've got the original one and a newer one, and then you've got the 991s, and they come in two varieties as well. So Porsche are very clever. They keep on bringing out new ones that are just a little bit quicker. So if you want to win, you've got to buy the new one.
Just to open up the checkbook.
Exactly. Just keeps.
Oh, here we go. Number 23, Greg. He's just overcooked the braking going into the hairpin. He's not the first and won't be the last to do that today. Gets a bit of lawn mowing through the ute. That's what they're made for. Having a bit of fun.
That's good. He's having a bit of a look before he just comes back on, which is good. You don't want to just roar in front. There's the Mustang and the Whittaker Porsche. So who's that? That's
Matty Gibson.
Yeah. So he's letting him go through there, and the Porsche is obviously
No. That's Jono.
Okay. Yes, I said
819.
John Ellis. That's
Great sounding car.
aren't they? They look good out there too. They're nice and wide. And they've got tons of straight line speed. Looks like Matty Whittaker has just eased back. He's pulling over to the right to let the others go past. So he's probably thinking, look, I don't want to get involved in traffic, or either that, he's happy that he's done his best time. It's a 57.1. So he's probably thinking that's about all he can wring out of that for this session.
John Midgley in the Class GTB Ford Falcon SG Super Tourer. He's done a really good time too, a 56.7 in car number 19 up there in the P3 at the moment. Jono, he's currently P6 at 57.9 and loves his motor racing. He's been really rapt to get behind the wheel of the Mustang and also the Audi. Show what he can do. Beautiful sounding, roaring V8 down the main straight here at Pukekohe.
So that's Struan Robinson being pushed back into the pits there. He's
Out of Levin.
yes, yeah. Oh no, it's actually near Palmerston North, but it's
Fielding?
Yeah, Fielding way. I'm just trying to think of the name of the little town that's next to Fielding, but anyway, it's in that area.
They had a competition. I think it was his daughter in Melbourne came up with a colour scheme for all the kids.
Yeah.
And they that's what the winning colour scheme was, to put on Dad's car.
Exactly, pretty distinctive. I like it actually. It's good to see something different. It's not just stripes or very arty. I like it. It's very distinctive.
So 54, Darryl Clark in that Ford Falcon FG Super Tourer. And he's been going around in around about 102.053. So in that 62 sort of mark there for that Super Tourer.
We're just here with Steph Chambers, who's driving a 996 Porsche in the 1 hour. How are you going?
Oh, we're doing good. It was a bit busy out there with the oil that started appearing on the track, so we thought I'd better come in and just leave everybody else to it for a bit. So, yeah, no, she's going good. We're going good today.
And so this is your first season of endurance racing, eh?
Correct, yeah. I've done a few rush hours with the Speedworks events, but yeah, this is my first season doing the whole series. Hopefully get that time into tonight's time and take it down there.
So what is it? I mean, obviously you raced a 944 Porsche before, and you moved into this quicker car. How have you found the transition?
Oh, big learning curve. You basically start again and learn how to drive. But it's great though, 'cause it's a real challenge. It means I'm still learning something, which gives me satisfaction at the end of a race day.
And so obviously this season it's new to you, but you're learning. But how are you going in terms of your class when you're running on track?
And this particular, well, we didn't classify unfortunately at Hampton Downs. I'm not quite sure how we did today, but at the end of the day, you got to finish to win. So that's the main thing about it, is just get out there, do some really good, solid, consistent laps, and finish.
Awesome. And are you doing Porsche series this year? Or?
I will be, not all of them. I'll do the endurance rounds, but yeah, I'll do that as well. It's always a bit of a laugh.
So you're enjoying endurance racing more than the sprint racing?
Yeah, I do. It's quite strategic, and I really like the fact that you focus on your driving, and then the lap times just tumble, and you get into such a rhythm. And the fitter you get, the better you race, and then comes down to how you plan the race and where you pass people. It's quite cool. It's very cerebral.
Right, so that's Steph Chambers in the 996 GT3. Is there anyone you need to mention that's helped you get here?
Yeah. I'd just like to make a huge call out to Allen Automotive and the guys there, Luke, Lorne and Cam. Cam's running my car today. Shout out to Savannah Mountney, who's a mechanic at Conti's on the Porsche, who works at Conti's Porsche, and my son who actually turned up in Marin, who now races my old 944 and comes out and looks after me, so big thanks to them.
There you go. So we'll go back to Clint Brown up in the commentary tower.
Isn't it great to have a mother and son motor racing combination?
Yeah, so Steph's getting quite experienced. She started off back in years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago, I guess, in a 944, which are a great car to start in, a Porsche 944, and just built up and got better and better, and then graduated to that Cup car that she's running now, which is one of the original Cup. In fact, it was one of the first Cup cars ever to arrive in the country. So she's getting quicker and quicker every time she goes out, just learning and learning as you do. She's a great asset.
54.6, Johnny DeVeth, number 11 in the McLaren, still the quickest out there, a 56.2 for Timmy Edgell. Midgley's a 56.7, then Matt Whittaker's done a 57.1, John O'Lester a 57.3, Callum Hedge a 57.8, Connell Dempsey a 58.2, Nick Ross a 58.3, then Matt Gibson a 58.9, Jeff Short rounding out the top 10 in the 59.2. So very, very quick times with the short track here at Pukekohe today.
I see John O'Lester's just put his best time in a 57.3, so they're still dialing these cars, and they're pretty new to them, really, aren't they, Clint? So he's getting quicker and quicker. That's his fastest in 13 laps, and that was his quickest one. So still getting used to it, still working out how these things work. And they've also changed tyres, which has meant they've had to play around with the aero on them a bit and all this sort of thing. So it's a lot of work to get the best out of these cars.
Number 11 is in the pits, but out on track is number 17, Callum Hedge.
So we're just down here with John Midgley, who's in P3 at the moment. How is it out there?
Pretty good. Just did one flying lap, trying to conserve tyres and brakes for the race. So managed to get a nice clean lap sitting in behind Tim Edgell, and nice jump up on yesterday, but there was more in it, but we had a nice little buffer to fourth, so that's all we needed to do.
So with the Porsches, obviously you've got maybe a bit more power, right?
Correct, but I mean, especially the 991 Cup cars are very quick in a straight line as well, but I think the Super Tourer has it a little bit over them and the faster stuff over the hill and through 2 and 1, where these cars ride the bumps a little bit better than the Porsches, I think.
Great, so from here you just sit it out and keep an eye on the clock, or you're done for your quality?
I think the session's almost over, so I think we're good, P3.
I will see you on the track in very short time for the 1 hour race, so back to you, Clint.
Doing a great job, John Midgley, and great that Adam's keeping us up to date with what the drivers are doing down there along pit lane and what they're trying to do throughout the day and trying to change the setup of the car, get into that pointy end of the field so you can stay away from all the drama. As Callum Hedge 17 and 57.8 still his quickest time. Interesting, Steph was talking about how strategic this sort of race can be for over 1 hour, and your planning that's got to go on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a matter of pacing yourself a wee bit too. Look, it's only an hour, and some of these endurance races, you see people like Earl Bamber, who are super fit, will go and do, they're talking about back-to-back, so he'll do over 2 hours in the car, and they jump out fresh as a daisy, ready for another one, but the real human beings, you've got to pace yourself a wee bit. It's pretty hard going out there. This track is probably one of the better ones to have an enduro on because of the long straights, and of course long straights, there's no G-forces on your body, you're not braking hard, so you can actually sit back and have a wee bit of a relax on the straights.
Yeah, but there's no relaxing down in pit lane. Let's go back to Adam to get more reaction from the drivers.
So we're here with John DeVeth, who's provisional pole at the moment. How is it out there, John?
Oh, awesome. Yeah, track's dry, good grip, good field. Yeah, couldn't ask for better. Beautiful day.
And you went faster than your co-driver, so that keeps you happy.
I don't know about that.
Who actually set that fastest lap then?
I still don't know that, actually. Honestly, I haven't been worried. I'm worried more about my driver change.
So I see you guys have been practicing that. Yeah, you've had your knee operation. How are the legs holding up?
Yeah, no problem. I'm just tall. So it's a small cockpit, so it's just a matter of getting your feet in the right place when you dive in. Just the joys of being tall, I'm afraid.
So I've just been told you do have provisional pole, and I think the fastest lap was while you're out. So there you go.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Great.
So it's a 54.67. Is that your best in the car? I guess it's the only time you've ever been on the straight part of this track, right?
I didn't do it. Glenn did that 54.
Oh, there we go. So you've got pretty close, though, right? Well, you haven't seen the time, so.
No, I haven't set a time. No.
So you guys are sharing 2 cars today. You're going to do both races.
Yeah, both Glenn and I Glenn will start this car. We'll just change drivers when we feel like it, and then we'll go and do the 3 hour in the other car. So
that's a busy little day, yeah.
Yeah, it is busy. Actually, I've been sort of training for it, if you can say that's the word for it. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The track's probably not too bad as far as you don't have real hard braking points to set the hairpin, but turn 1 really beats you up around there in the cars like this. Like, you really get thrown around, so you get pretty tired towards the end just trying to hang on to the car around turn 1.
So
even the hill's pretty bumpy now.
So you think it's worse than last year when you were running GTR NZ in the Crawford?
No, it was not. But that's only 10 laps, so this is a bit different.
Well, it looks like the 3 hour cars are starting to head out now, so back to you, Clint.
Yes, a 54.6 by that combo of Glenn Smith and John DeVeth. Gee, they are just a superb team, superbly presented, great attitude, and as you can see, great results. But consistently, even in those Crawford prototypes, the Ford, the Chev and the Porsche, and now in the McLarens, they always turn up with the race face on and then the party face.
Yeah, look, these guys, they are well prepared. They had an RSR Porsche way back, and that was beautifully prepared as well. A lot harder car to drive than what they're driving now. But it's interesting to hear what he was saying, Clint, about getting beaten up around turn 1. So just for those of you that, a lot of you would have driven around here that are listening in, but these guys will be doing around about 250 Ks past us, down past the start-finish line. And then, though, turn 1, they'll still be doing about 180, so they've got to knock off about 70 Ks, so it's not massive braking by hairpin standards, and then they're going through that's the slowest point, that's the mid-corner, it's 180 kilometres an hour, then they've got to brake and turn it, and it's trickier than even the kink at Bathurst, because that's a faster corner, but they've got to quickly turn left here, so very tricky.
And it's amazing when you feel the grip of the tyres as you lurch around turn 1,
bouncing around,
bout, then all of a sudden you whack it in left and then trying to go straight through those ripples and get your braking right so you don't overshoot 3 and into the fence.
Yeah, well, like we just saw a bit earlier. Yes, exactly. Yeah, but the problem is that, of course, the fast cars, like they would be in the McLaren, doing that 180 Ks through the middle there, the braking point for turning left is very, very short. And if you get it slightly late, the car's it's going to really unload. So there's a lot of skid marks across the grass there. Usually it's a very common sight.
Clint Brown, Stu Hours. We've got Adam Jones, DT on the technical side, all part of the team from Fast Files here today. Hope you're enjoying our live streaming of the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series, the final showdown. It's the 1 hour race, the 3 hour race. We've had the qualifying for the 1 hour race, so Johnny DeVeth, Glenn Smith are going to be sharing that pole position, and that race time to go around about 11:40 for the 1 hour race, and now we're into the qualifying 2 session for the 3 hour contestants. And this is also going to be a very interesting battle because once again it's very strategic in regarding to setting up your second driver if you've got 2 drivers, but also it's going to be longer, which the more bouncing around turn 1, more getting your braking right going into the hairpin.
Yeah, exactly, and of course working out when you're going to come in, so that you don't pop out in front of a whole lot of traffic and all that sort of thing. So yeah, obviously what you ideally want is a pace car just to come out just as you need your fuel stop, but it rarely ever works out in your favour like that. But so there's Lance Hughes and Simon Evans straight out and straight into the quickest time. They're still warming up with a 59, but they've got the fastest time so far. And then
one of the good combinations, they were quite surprising. They had a DNF from the opening round at Hampton Downs. In fact, if you looked at that 3 hour field, half the field finished, but half the field didn't. And that last hour, we're sort of getting into that golden hour of sunlight in the Golden Homes. It was like just hang on, wasn't it? It was literally, as Steph was saying, and that old motor racing cliche, to finish first you've got to finish, but just get it to the finish line.
Oh, look, and we were surprised last time, weren't we, about the amount of attrition we saw there, the number of cars that were falling over, which is really surprising. There's the car we're just talking about. That's the car that's driven by Lance Hughes, and Simon Evans is going to be his co-driver. So that's got the quickest time at the moment out there. And
Simon Evans, a former champion in the B&T V8s, and of course from the Jaguar E-Series, so a champion driver from a champion New Zealand family, the Evanses.
Yeah, and apparently Dad's coming out to have a look later on. So he's going to be proud to see that car punting it. So that's a little bit more horsepower than they used to run when that was a Super Tourer. It's a 7-litre V8, but it's putting out nearly 800 horsepower, that car. So 790 horsepower.
And Lance Hughes and the team from Hamilton Motorsport, Hamilton Asphalts.
And that's
just
Lance.
The last couple of champions with Andre Heimgartner and Jack Smith, who have both also continued their pathway into the supercars. So he's a champion bloke with a great team behind him, hasn't he?
Absolutely, and that's him in the car at the moment. Clint, Simon said Lance is going to do the qualifying, and he'll also start the race. So Simon will be the second driver.
59.4 for 84, Lance Hughes. Bernard Barrett in the 445. He's done a 101.
And that car we're looking at is the Mortimer BMW. That's a great sounding car with a V8, the BMW V8 in it. It's an 8 Series, which you don't see many of out there, do you, on the road?
Warwick Mortimer in the
Andre,
yeah, he's clocked in a good old 101.8 so far.
And that's a great. That was built for an American series. That one, he saw it over in the States and brought it back over to New Zealand. So just to add a bit of a colourful option here. It doesn't really fit too well into any sort of sprint racing class, but perfect for this sort of thing, isn't it?
And great to get out there and get some seat time, get in the rhythm,
exactly.
Play the strategy game, but just go racing for the weekend.
Oh, look, what could be better? Father and son out there too. It's a wonderful combination, that. So these guys, we see on our timing screens, everything's lighting up green. Everybody's getting quicker and quicker out there. Is exactly what you expect. They're all on their sort of 4th or 5th lap now, feeling their way. And of course, the track's starting to rubber up a bit too, get a little bit quicker. So there's the Audi R8, the 5.2 litre V10, just starting to wind itself up down that back straight. Be interesting to see how the BMW fares going down there against the pace of the V10. And look at that, he's just stretching away in that mid-engine Audi.
Combination of Andrew Fawcett and Sam Fillimore for the weekend.
And even that, so you can see it, look at that, bouncing over those changes in the tarmac there, Clint. It's really unsettling. Imagine that in the rain, how you could easily get a lock-up going through there.
What about the difference in the aero package of the Audi, say, compared to the Porsches? They've both got big rears. One's mid-engine, obviously, and then you've got that beautiful aero sort of flow from the Audi, haven't you? So
yes,
slightly different sort of style and the way to go fast compared, as you can see, the Porsche coming up behind, and then the McLaren. Yeah,
well, because these are the Porsches we've got here are cup cars, so they're actually not the full aero package that Porsche can put on them. So these are actually GT3 category cars, which is, I know it's confusing for Porsche to be called them GT3s, but they're cup cars. So they do. Oh, look at that! We were just talking about him. That's the Mortimer car. We're not sure if it's Andre in there, but it's managed to launch itself exactly where we saw. Well, there's the marks from the Seat that we saw earlier, getting himself in the sand trap. So it's a little bit earlier in, but it doesn't look too badly damaged, Clint, I'm hoping. That's in the background there, I believe that's James Watson standing there in the orange hat. Now, he's done a few laps around here himself and Sangyongs and all sorts of things. Well, that's good, he's out, but he's spread sand right on that spot where you're going.
A few extra marbles coming onto the entrance onto the back straight. Just what they need in a qualifying session. As you can see, the 90 McLaren of Glenn Smith and Johnny DeVeth. Beautiful looking. Look at the ride, look at the grip, look how low it is.
Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So these cars, they're also the same as the Aston Martin. It's not the same engine, but they're a 4-litre turbo, same as the Aston Martin. That's also a 4-litre twin turbo. So they're both V8s, yep. So these cars are running in pretty much factory spec in terms of the engine. So in other words, the 720 McLaren, that's a 720S McLaren, based on the road car. Just to give you an idea, they're running about 720 horsepower as the road car. And because of the way the GT3 regulations work, some of them are allowed to run more horsepower and some of them less. But that's running exactly the same as the road car, 720 horsepower. Whereas, for example, the Audi, R8 that we just saw going around the V10. There it is there. That's got to run less horsepower than the factory road car. So the factory road cars get up to about 602 horsepower, whereas that in the GT3 spec is running 585. Now they do that to balance everything out, to try and get that, what they call the balance of performance.
What, within the car or with the other
within
cars
the
in the
class,
class?
with all the other GT3s. So what they're trying to, they fiddle with it all the time. So the Aston Martin's another example. That's running more horsepower than the road car. That's 530 horsepower as it competes in GT3, whereas the road car is 503. So it's about another 30 horsepower. So what they're trying to do is balance it all out so they're roughly even. Although, having said all that, in New Zealand, they're allowed to change that. So they can run more boost, they can take the restrictors out of them. And of course, none of these guys will tell us exactly what they've done to these cars to change them. It's all a bit of a secret. So we don't know. That could be absolutely as it came out of the factory. Oh, there's the little, that's unusual, it's a little Toyota stalled there.
The 86, number 46, just stalled.
They don't normally have any dramas, do they? They're a little bulletproof car.
Great little wee fun class. So just pushing it out of the way.
It's the McLaren trying to get into the pits, and he's obviously can't squeeze past there.
That's actually the Subaru, the BRZ. It's
right, yes.
Robert Drum and Jeffrey Drum, the brothers, 46. Love their motor racing, done a great job.
Meanwhile,
And I'll tell you what, one of the other great jobs, talking about horsepower, did you see the SSC Tuatara?
Oh, yes.
The land speed record of the world record, 508 kilometres on average, and it pumps out around about 1,750 horsepower for 1.9 million. And they're making 100 of these cars, and they've already got pre-sales up through to March. Then they're going to do a little brother. I'm not sure it's going to be like the Tuatara or the Skink or whatever, for about 500,000, 500,000, and they're going to be around about 1,300 horsepower. So a lot of herbs, a lot of herbs.
Have you got your name down for one of those, Clint?
And they call it the Tuatara because where the windscreen is right in the middle there, the wiper, it looks like the third eye of a Tuatara. And it's very, very aerodynamically shaped like a reptile to go rocket ship fast.
Well, yeah, that's phenomenal, though, isn't it? That's huge speed. In fact,
500 kilometres
on
average.
They did that out in Las Vegas somewhere, didn't they? Where they actually there's a road, sort of a race they run out there, and you can just go as fast as you like. So you can take your own Mustang, whatever you like, along there, and yeah, phenomenal spot.
Yes, that need for speed, it just keeps getting faster, doesn't it? Amazing. But now this is all about speed and endurance. This is like, you got to be quick, but over a long period, which is all about being driver fit, driver training, your tactics. There's the 111 GT4 Aston Martin.
Yeah, so GT4 is another international category, so that's they also have to run very strict rules, and these have got a lot less aero. So horsepower-wise, that's about the same as the other Aston Martin we just saw going through. So it's the same 40-litre twin-turbo V8. And it's got about 530 horsepower, but the aero package, you can see it's much more like a road car. So it looks, it's obviously more than a road car, but not as much as a GT3.
Aaron Slight absolutely loving his chance to get behind the wheel. Greg Brink getting out of the car this weekend. Had a bit of drama down the South Island, didn't they, in the South Island Endurance Series after contact with Johnny McIntyre having some braking issues going into that little main straight at levels of Timaru.
And you wouldn't know it looking at it though, would you? It's all brand spanking new looking. Yeah. So Daniel Gaunt is going to be in that car this weekend.
Did a great job last weekend too. Talking to Brinky before the racing today, and of course Dan Gaunt, what a great driver he is. He can jump into anything and go fast, just like the likes of Nick Cassidy and Mitch Evans and all of our young stars coming out of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series and now doing Game Over up there in Albany and all around. If you want to get some thrills in the go-karting scene, which is still a must do, especially under COVID. Now we can go back and do a bit of social distancing in a car.
And he's also talking about setting up an academy at Hampton Downs. You can go there and try out the old TRS cars, the last series of TRS, or a Toyota 86, and so you can get some racecraft in their academy there.
And Aaron Slight's a legend of New Zealand motorsport, isn't he? Like,
he is.
I've been down the back straight here on one of his Honda Goldwings doing about 260k hanging on for dear life. Going into the braking at the hairpin, it was the most exhilarating. But coming out onto the start of the main straight, put my head up, and just took my head off. Suddenly you got aerodynamics. Okay, I understand.
Well, you imagine how relaxed he must be in these cars compared to going around there on a bike. You know, I mean, it's just a walk in the park, isn't it? I mean, the skill levels are similar, but you know, just so much less.
Still like Murphy, they haven't aged. You know, just like the two like young 20-year-olds.
Yes, he's a neat guy, Aaron Slight. He's a very, very cool guy to hang out with, spend a bit of time with. He's got some amazing stories.
Fastest lap, Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly, a 53.6. So we talked a bit about that yesterday when they were doing 53.5 around about 3 o'clock. So here we are, very, very similar, not so much similar times, but very good track conditions, and straight away into a 53.6.
And these guys on screen, that's the Dovey car with John O'Lester's co-driving. He's 4th fastest, so they'll be pretty delighted by that with a 56.6. So.
Done a lot of work on getting that package right over the last year, and finally got it onto the track at Hampton Downs. Didn't quite have it super synced in and hooked in, but looks like it's got that good speed. Oh, you can see the bumps.
Yeah.
That's a great illustration of the world-famous bumps, because that's what you've got to contend with at Pukekohe, isn't it? Setting the car up for speed and balance, but balance the need for the bumps to ride the bumps with your braking.
Exactly, and you remember when the V8 supercars were here, you know how much they said they had to raise the ride height and change the shocks and everything for all these bumps. So, and exactly what they were saying earlier, it's hard being bounced around in these really stiff cars. You can feel your spine compressing. There's no padding in the seats, of course, so you can feel that spine go whack, whack, whack as you go through there. It's really tough on you, actually.
Good to see the TCR car of the Hyundai i30 of Gene Rollinson, number 5, sharing the drive with Craig Innes, another very experienced racer, and also on the board there with the North Island Endurance Series. So it's great that all the guys who are helping run the class are obviously racing in the class, or if you're racing in the class, you're helping to run the class as well. So,
and of course they had their dramas last time, didn't they, in that little TCR car? They had problems, and I see the Subaru BRZ that we saw parked in the pit lane before is blocking the pit lane, is headed out on the track, so that's good to see, good news. So there's that lovely Audi going through. It's it's a hybrid Audi. It's got a big Chev V8 in it. So all sorts of, they've got an Audi dash and an Audi body, and that's about it. I think the rest of it is pretty much made in New Zealand.
That hybrid.
Yeah, exactly.
That hot hybrid as they talked about.
Big old Chevy in there, pumping out about 700 horsepower.
Lance, number 84, in the back there. He's done a 57.1. Matt Dovey, a 56.6.
Yeah, so you can see, the Lance Hughes Simon Evans car's down in 5th. He did a 57, which is about as quick as they reckon that car can go. But they're saying it should be able to do 57s consistently in the race. So that's looking at Alex Riberas there at a 53.5. It's quite a big difference, but I don't think that Aston's going to be able to do that 53 during a race consistently. So it'll be interesting to see what the actual race pace is. There's that car we've just been talking about, and that's at Lance Hughes behind the wheel. It will have Simon Evans in co-driving it during the race.
And spare a thought for all the race crews, the crew chiefs, all the mechanics, technicians, and all of the support crew, because the pit stops will be a key factor in the outcome of the Enduro later on today, and also to all of our volunteers and members of Motorsport New Zealand who are here this weekend helping the need for speed and for people to go motor racing again. Great to have all of your support and all the volunteers around the track as well.
Yeah, it's a long time for these guys, particularly the flaggies out there in all weather, standing there, and they do a fantastic job, and we take them for granted, don't we? We can't run these meetings without them, and it's good of you to acknowledge them, Clint, because we don't acknowledge them nearly enough, do we? Good old Series 1 RX-7, they're a fantastic looking car. They're becoming, the road cars of these, Clint, now are becoming like gold, very hard to get, and
the parts.
worth a lot of money. Yes, the parts are hard to get, you're dead right.
Yeah, to keep them on the racetrack, to keep them on the road, so your classic cars like the old roaring rotaries.
It's a good-looking car with the big flares on it. Nice to see it still. It's probably may have been one of the Mazda series race cars originally, and it's probably started that way and got more and more modified. We'll have to go and have a chat to them during the lunch break and just find out a bit about that car. I love the look of it. It's a gorgeous looking thing, isn't it?
The RX-8s have sort of taken over the modern day sort of Mazda racing series, but the original RXs, like this class, still very popular down on the South Island.
I remember when they came flooding into the country, we were starved of sports cars back in the 80s, and the RX-7 started coming in, and
Rod Millen and the boys.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yes, on the rally cars. Yeah,
Neil
the four-wheel drive one.
Neil Allport as well.
Yeah.
Fabulous history with New Zealand motorsport, Mighty Masters.
Yeah. They've been successful around the world. There's the Audi.
What can they do? Can they unleash the beast, the big Audi, up and over the top of the hill, number 10?
Trying hard, using all the track at the top of the hill.
Is in the P3 at the moment, number 80. Can they get up there? 56.5.
Yeah, still, that's a quicker lap than last time. He's just chipping away, getting quicker and quicker.
56.4 that time.
Yeah, so he's just chipping away, 10th of the time, which is, he's finding his way.
Almost down to the finish of the qualifying 2 for the 3-hour race in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. Alex Riberas, Darren Kelly in car 52, a 53.56 P1. Glenn Smith, John DeVeth in the number 90 McLaren, a 54.7. Andrew Fawcett and Sam Fullamore in car number 10, the Audi, a 58.3. Matt Dovey and John O'Lester, a 56.4 P4 at the moment. Lance Hughes, Simon Evans in P5, a 58.1. Aaron Slide, Daniel Gord in the 111 GT4 Aston Martin, a 58.2. James Kirkpatrick doing a great job too in P7, a 59.2. Let's go down to the pits and get some more driver reaction.
We're just here with Andrew Fawcett, currently in P3. How's your morning gone?
Yeah, it went pretty well. Look, I mean, in the day it's going to be a long afternoon, and where we start's not really that much difference. But P3, and we're happy with that. Starting the second row, and plan is to keep it clean over the day, be there at their end.
So you guys did really well in the first race. You come in the second place in the competition. So obviously you just want to keep it clean and stay out there for the 3 hours, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, consistency. I mean, anything can happen, as we saw down at Ruapuna, and number of cars out early on in the race, but we've been able to finish 2 out of 2 so far, and the plan is to finish today.
And so the South Island little trip for you guys, obviously you got more time in the car, and you're feeling pretty happy on this really fast circuit?
Yeah, look, I've always traditionally gone well at Pukekohe. It's a circuit that I love. These cars are very fast around here. They certainly grab your attention, that's for sure. But they're really built for the long back straight, these cars. I mean, we're braking at just under 100 metre mark, which is insanely late, but very satisfying to get a good lap out of them when you can pull a good lap time.
And so you and Sam have done a lot of driving together, yeah? Not just in New Zealand, but around the world?
Yeah, look, we raced earlier this year in January, pre-lockdown. We're in Dubai. We raced in the 24-hour race, which was rain shortened after 7 hours, which was a shame. But we've done the Bathurst 12-hour and 18 together, so we've done a bit of racing together.
And so this particular Audi you're racing today, it's exactly the same spec as the other IMS Audi we've seen in the South Island, the number 1 car of Johnny Reid and Neil Foster? Yeah,
they're identical cars. I mean, done similar miles now, and exactly the same spec. There's a few upgrades which have come out from Audi, which are really cosmetic aerodynamic upgrades, which we could update these cars to if we wanted to. But from all accounts, I mean, they're going pretty well as they are, and we're just going to tend to leave them as they are. Yeah.
And they sound beautiful. That V10 just rip-roaring along is a nice sound, isn't it?
Oh, the V10 sounds amazing. That high-pitched scream. I mean, it's very satisfying to listen to that, that's for sure.
Be deaf by the end of the day.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, well, good luck for the race. We'll see if we can find the second place car as well. So we'll go back just up to the pits and up to the commentary tower for a second, and we'll find second and first for you.
Great stuff there by Adam Jones along pit lane, getting some reaction from the drivers in the hot seat about what they're doing in regards to qualifying for the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. So we've had the practice, we've had the qualifying, and very soon we're going to get set to go racing. First of all in the 1 hour race, and one of the guys to watch out for this weekend will be Darren Kelly.
So we're just down here with the harder racing Aston with Darren Kelly, and he's, was it Alex or you that was in the car for the pole position?
Yeah, Alex just went out for half the session. Car's feeling really good. Guys have got it really dialed this weekend, so We got one set of tyres for quali, so Alex went out and put it on P1, so awesome for the race.
And yourself, how's your morning gone?
Good. We've just been setting things up, getting brakes spared, tyres scrubbed and everything like that, so we're ready for the race. We had quite a bit of time yesterday in the car, so we're both feeling pretty good. Very tricky track to get right and extremely bumpy, so it's really just how much risk you're willing to take and how comfortable you feel in the car, but yeah, we're both feeling pretty good, so yeah, bring it on.
So normally when you go down to turn one, you turn left and then go right. So talk us through how different, both in speed and bumps, between when you're drifting here and when you're, because it's your home track, and when you're in the hard racing Aston.
Yeah, quite a bit different to anything I've done at Pukekohe before. So usually we would start from a standing start on just about 100 metres before the bridge, and we'd accelerate up to 200k an hour and then throw the car in sideways and basically full power all the way through turn 1, 2, 3 and 4 onto the back straight, and that's basically our section. So I haven't had other than basically driving around and lining up again, we haven't had much experience with the rest of the track, and especially not in a circuit racing style of driving. So it's been similar for us going to most of the other tracks throughout New Zealand over the last few months. I haven't driven a lot of them as a circuit racing style, so it's been a big thing to learn, and it's definitely a lot different coming into turn 1, having to brake and then basically carry your speed, keep the car straight as possible. And yeah, the aero, the car itself is amazing through the corners, so fast, so you get a lot of downforce, and yeah, it's a totally different experience, but it's a fun track for sure.
So in the drift car, the bumps don't really come into it. It's a lot softer car, but in a GT3, everyone's saying it's just hold on for your life, right?
Yeah, I think you definitely feel the bumps a bit more, but even for us in the drift cars, we're coming through turn 1, there's a big bump about halfway through there, and we get 2, sometimes 3 wheels off the ground through there if you're going fast enough. So yeah, it's pretty wild. But yeah, like most of the bumps are actually through, like down into the braking point, into the hairpin, and then up through the 2 corners that lead you onto the front straight. So that's really where all of the risk and all the commitment is coming through there, trying to stay flat. There's a little bit of a lift and a tiny bit of brake as you come onto the front straight, but yeah, extremely bumpy. Like first few laps out on Friday, it definitely makes you feel like you're working hard.
You told me you thought about Scott McLaughlin's little spin when you were in practice yesterday. You wouldn't be thinking about that no more.
No, definitely not. No, I just sort of thought first few laps coming around here, obviously watched a lot of supercars around here, and that's one thing that sort of springs to mind as you come over this hill here. It's completely blind to where you actually end up coming, where your car placement is as you come onto the straight. You're at full throttle before you can actually see the end of the corner. So yeah, like always comes to mind like what happens at that corner and what could go wrong, but yeah, don't think about it. You just sort of push that away, and once you feel comfortable in the car, then it's all focused for what we're doing.
Did you take Alex around turn 1 in the drift car?
No, he wouldn't get in the car for some reason. I'm still trying to convince him to come down to a day when we can bring the drift car back. But I think he's a little bit scared to get in the passenger seat with me again. But we'll keep trying.
But he did have a go at drifting.
Yeah. We went down to Hampton Downs on the club circuit and spent a day down there, and he got behind the wheel as well. And he actually very impressive adapting to drifting from someone who's done circuit racing. It's often a hard thing to transition across that way, because basically his whole career is all about keeping the car as straight as possible, and to go out and he basically linked the whole club circuit by the end of the day. So that's a pretty big achievement for somebody that's whole career has been based on circuit racing.
So next up's the national final. Obviously you want to get through today and see where things end up. Well, what's the long-term plan for the harder racing in New Zealand?
Really, it's sort of been such a full-paced, action-packed season for us. We haven't discussed our long-term plans yet, or what we're going to do starting next year. I've got D1 NZ starting again in January, so we're trying to get our cars ready for that and get focused and do some testing. But yeah, bring on Highlands. That's the one we're really looking forward to, and hopefully we can do well there. And then I think after that we'll discuss our long-term plans and what we do for next year.
So obviously now you've been in the car for a number of hours. You're feeling pretty like it's at home?
Yeah, definitely. Every lap that I do, I feel more and more comfortable, and it's just about building the confidence in the car and what it's capable of, especially through the high-speed corners. trusting the aero. Like there's a lot of, I think that's probably where I can gain a little bit more, is just understanding the limitations of the aero and really utilising that. Alex has been an amazing teacher to this point, and it's been a lot to learn. So I think that, we're still going to keep looking at data and seeing where we can improve, but it's all just confidence and trying to obviously don't want to have any scary moments, so it's trying to be managing the progression as well as trying to keep it so we can make the races and obviously not put any scratches on the car.
So you in the simulator again for this track, yeah?
Yeah, we try to do a lot of sim time. As much as you can take away from a sim. It's definitely good to try to figure out the line, and then you can come to the track and you're familiar with the corners and some braking points and turn-in points, and sort of you can see a clear line of how the car can go fast around a corner. So we try to do as much sim time as possible, and we'll keep at it.
Awesome. Well, good luck for the race. You start on P1, which is the best place to start.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully we can stay there.
All right, so back up to Clinton. We'll try and get our second place, which is Glenn Smith and John DeVeth, and have a quick chat with them. Obviously they're running two cars, so they're pretty busy down there at the lane. The 1 hour cars are now going out on track, so we might run out of time for that, but anyway, back over to you, Clint.
Fantastic stuff with Adam Jones, and talking to Darren Kelly down in the pits. Interesting, just that complete yin and yang, from drifting a car sideways doing 200k going around the bumps at turn 1 at Pukekohe to letting it just carry the momentum around in a race car, then keeping it straight rather than sideways, but doing a superb job, and just once again highlighting the amount of great talent we have in New Zealand, where the D1 NZ guys can get out of their cars and get into these race cars, the likes of Aaron Slate, get off a bike, get into a tin top, and just go fast. And it's great. Just reading, if you get a chance, go on to YouTube and hook into Race Control with DT, talking to Scott McLaughlin about the difference between, going from a supercar to an Indy car and what he's been doing to how to prepare and lose weight. But Chip Ganassi talking about Scott Dixon, becoming hopefully a 6-time champion at 7:30 on Monday morning. Make sure you're watching. Just a real quiet Kiwi kid who turned up from New Zealand, just seemed to be fast. Just the classic New Zealand petrol head. Quiet, unassuming, but fast.
Oh, look, and we just seem to breed them here, don't we? But talking about the drifting and the versus the road racing, Alex was saying that he tried his hand at drifting here, and he said he just couldn't believe the skill level involved. And he said he was terrified, absolutely terrified, right out of his comfort zone. So it's not easy. It's a hell of a skill, that drifting. Totally different. So you can understand why Darren's sort of trying to adapt. It's really not that easy to do.
Talking about getting into the comfort zone, I think Adam has got another one of the guys who should be very comfortable right now with the performance of one of the Audis on track.
We're just here with Matt Dovey, who's in the DFM Audi. They've positioned 4th, which is pretty good for you guys. You'd be happy with that, yeah?
Oh, mate, we are over the moon. It's absolutely phenomenal. Second weekend out at an actual meeting, and we've come out the gate with a P4. So happy with it. Special thanks. We wouldn't be here without all the guys. Kiwi Autosport for preparing the car, and even everyone on the team. Absolutely wicked effort to put it on P4. Gutted that we only got pipped at the end by the Porsche, but it's pretty cool to say that we're competing with Porsches now, so it's a lot of fun.
You've come from racing a modified NZ V8 to this, and you've got John O'Lester with you as well. How's that process been?
Oh, it's a phenomenal learning curve, because it's chalk and cheese comparing the two cars together. Absolutely, you can't even compare them together, and we wouldn't be without Jono, because he's sitting there and he's giving us our guidance, because the car's so unknown. Nothing about it is original or out the gate or even an original part. We've had to custom make so much of the components in it to try and fit it within the original chassis, because when we built the car, we built it with the intention of running it in Class 1, and so we could have gone out there and bought a Super Tourer, we could have gone out there and bought anything and raced it in GTB, but we wanted to race in Class 1, so we built the car to race in Class 1, and that's why nothing's out the gate. It's all out the gate. So we've got Jono in to give us a bit of direction on how to tune it and how to manage it and how to build it up and grow it. And like I said, it's our second weekend, so we're looking forward to all the development and all the further stuff, so we'll be able to go up there and be racing.
So for people who might not be familiar or might be watching this for the first time, what is the difference between Class 1 and GTB?
So there's a number of different classes. You can race whatever you want when you come to these weekends. So there's Class 1, 2, 3 and 4. I think. And those are standard road cars. They started life off as a standard road car. We bought our one. We bought this flood damaged out of Australia, threw the engine and gearbox away, and then put an LS7 into it, just because we're Kiwis and we like putting LSs and things. And then you go to the GT cars, and they're either a factory built race car, or its life for that car started off as a roll cage, and then they threw some body panels onto it. And so that's the sort of difference between them.
Right, well, we better get out there because they're all forming up on the grid and the race is about to start. So the 1 hour will be underway very soon. Back over to you, Clint.
So just lining up for that starting procedure for the Golden Homes North Island 1 hour enduro here at Pukekohe Park Raceway. Great to have you streaming via Fast Files. Adam Jones along pit lane, Clint Brown along with Stu Hours from the Pirelli Porsche Racing Series, and DT in production. So we've got a great crew here today. Beautiful sunny conditions, great display of machinery, and they've ironed out the bugs. A lot of these cars have got a chance to get them out of the shed where all that Kiwi creativity and ingenuity goes on behind the scenes. And now they've had the chance to have, Hampton Downs, half the field didn't finish in the 3 hour race, but this 1 hour race here, some of them have been testing the South Island Endurance Series as well. So they've had seat time, they've had time to set the car up, they've had practice and qualifying. Now it's that sort of nervous apprehension. As you can see, one of the cars just blocked along pit lane, one of them Ford Mustangs.
Yeah, so that's number 818. So who's that? Let's have a look. See, that's
Matt Gibson.
That's Matt Gibson's car. So he's just a little bit late coming out of the pit. So obviously he's got stuck there. If something must have gone wrong, he's got stuck behind all the other official cars. So they're holding him. He'll have to wait until they go past and head out. That's a bit of a drama for Matt. We're not sure what happened there, of course. But good to see there's an old V8 Super Tourer with Tim Edgell there on the front row. Once again, these cars have often been upgraded and repowered and all that sort of thing. And then Matt Whitaker back there, he's fourth, but next to John Midgley. Now look at that car of John Midgley's. It looks like a taxi sitting down there, plain white, no sign writing, the number just on the windscreen. It's very much incognito, but it's obviously very, very quick. And then going back, we've got the Mustang there of John O'Lester, Callum Hedge in the Porsche. So there's some quality stuff up there, isn't there? But a real mixture of factory race cars and, hand-built stuff like that Mustang and the other cars which are tube frame. Then going back again, you've got another tube frame car, the Nick Ross Nissan, and the Connell Dempsey car, very much a factory Porsche that comes from the little Mente Racing Development area right next to the gates of Nürburgring in the town of Nürburg, and that was brought over here and then very heavily modified once it got here. Then Jeff Short and another factory GT3 Cup car, and then back to more Super Tourers and there's quite a few of those Super Tourers and TLXs here, which is great to see those being sort of repurposed now. They haven't got such a class to race in, have they? So engines are starting again. And the signal's been the all clear signal going, so they're going to go off and do a final warm-up lap, and then we'll get the start. So you notice, Clint, that some of them are switching off their engines to make sure that, because they don't have fans in them. So if you leave them idling, they just overheat.
What about when you're actually racing and it gets hot? Like some of them have cold air blowing in, or
some, because a lot of them have
face.
Yes, they have fresh air, not necessarily cold air, but
it's fresh air. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have cool suits, which often give trouble. You saw it Bathurst, I've seen them cutting one off. The problem with those, if the ice blocks the intake, if you get a chunk of ice blocking it, then the cold water doesn't circulate around your suit, and next thing you've got, you're like sitting in an electric blanket because your body heats up the water. So they have their pros and cons, that's for sure.
So they're going to get off the start line now for the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series Round 2, Pukekohe Park Raceway, the 1 hour showdown. It's all about getting a nice clean start without any mistakes, no mistakes. Settle into a rhythm and then bring it home with the compulsory pit stop.
The pit stop, and you've got to get out, run around the car, get back in, put your belts on, make sure it's over your harness device, and off you go again. and just below us we can see the official cars coming out, which will be followed by Matt Gibson in the Mustang, which is obviously a tiny drama there, so he's going to have to start from the back, which is a shame for him. He'll be disappointed about that. Hell of a nice guy, Matt. He's the manager at Hampton Downs, so if you go there and go to the office, you'll see Matt there running the show. Very nice guy to deal with, and quite experienced. He's done SsangYong Ute, Toyota 86s. He's quite an experienced guy, and he's done well in all those series.
So when are they going to let him go?
Well, he's got to wait until the start. So once it's started and they've all gone past the start-finish line, they'll release him.
So he doesn't even get a chance to do a warm-up lap?
Unfortunately not. It's going to be tricky, isn't it, for him? But they give you, they count down. They say, 3 minutes to go to pit opening, 1 minute, and all this sort of thing. So obviously, the other cars made it.
That is a classic pit stop. Right by the pit stop sign, and that's where he stopped. A pit stop start.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed. That's nothing worse.
He'd be sitting there saying, bugger.
He could be.
Bugger. So straight away, we talked about Steph going through your, very strategic, make your plans. That plan's gone out the window.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's all you can do then is just, put your head down, try and make up places, see what you can do. You can just see on that shot as it sits on the pits there, they got quite tall tyres. These days we're used to seeing very low profile race tyres. Look at that, you see the sidewalls there, Clint? They're quite a sort of a balloon tyre compared to what we're used to seeing these days.
Very much that American stock car, not so much NASCAR, but American stock car type sort of setup.
It's got that look about it, hasn't it? Absolutely, yeah. So these guys are under the control of the pace car now. So they're going to have to they have to stop weaving after a certain point. When the lights go out, they've got to stop weaving and they've got to maintain their pace.
And their grid position.
Yep, exactly. They can't surge up and down. The leader has to control it, so they can't surge up and down, up and down. This is after the lights have gone out, of course, which we can still see flashing on the ITM car there.
So do all your warm-up now, but then once the lights go out, you're in race formation, ready to go racing.
That's it, and you're supposed to, particularly it's very much on the leader, which is the McLaren there to hold pace. If they gas it and then get off the gas and on the gas, they can get a big penalty for that.
So those lights have just gone out in the safety car.
Yes, well spotted.
Coming up over the hairpin.
So now they're going to try and hold that pace at around about 70 kilometres an hour. That gives a chance for the pace car to get out of the way, which he's done now. So imagine the heart rate in some of these cars now, Clint.
So Johnny DeVeth on the inside line on pole, and the McLaren on the outside line is Tim Edgell and the Holden Super Tourer. Then it's John Midgley, Matt Whitaker. That's P2, the second row. Then it's Jono Lester, and then it'll be Callum Hedge coming up over the top of the hill here at Pukekohe. On standby, waiting for the green flag to go racing in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. Round 2, the 1 hour enduro, and we are racing. Roaring down to the opening corner. McLaren slips in. Gibson gets the green light and the green flag finally from pit lane as they stream around turn 1 and into turn 2, 3 and onto the back straight.
Here we go, a big drag race down, similar sort of horsepower with that GT3, that 720 horsepower versus about the same from the V8. The Commodore, but look at the lead he's got, just that exit he gets out of turn 4 there, onto that back straight, down through the kink at about 220 and then up to about 250 to 270 depending on the cars at the end there in the braking area.
Down towards the first crack around the hairpin, one of them just smoking it up, John Midgley in the Ford Falcon FG Super Tourer, but Johnny DeVeth, I think it's Glenn Smith, he's going to be starting in the number 11 car, up and over the hill, and will set the pace first of all in the mighty McLaren. Down along, across the start-finish line for the first time.
Nice grouping there. We're going to have a good tussle between these V8 Super Tourers, the Commodores and the Falcons. It's going to be fun to watch Matt Whitaker there just getting his tyres warmed up, getting used to that, but he's been hounded by Jono Lester. Look at that. You can see whether Jono can a little edge up closer going down that back straight. He's certainly got the power in that V8 Mustang. Nick Ross also clinging in there, waiting to get that aero wash, so he just gets a little advantage with the Mustang in front there.
It's going to be like a little wee sprint race to get settled into. Then they're going to settle back into a rhythm. Then they're going to find their own lap times. And then they'll do their pit stop, and then they're going to have a big sprint race. So it's good to go fast now, but you don't want to go too fast, do you?
Exactly. You see Connell Dempsey there having a big look down the inside of Nick Ross, but changed his mind, and there Matt Whitaker coming up over turn one. Over the hill. That's quite a scary corner. It's also got bumps and things in it. And he'd be typically those cars going about 170 over there, Clint. So, carrying really good speed through there.
75, Dean Perkins, he's coming into the pits.
Oh, that's such a shame. He had a little drama during qualifying as well, so I hope that's not going to be... Believe it or not, Dean Perkins has probably got the biggest horsepower out there. He's got about 900 horsepower in that NASCAR.
Big NASCAR motor in his classic Ford Falcon.
Yeah.
One of the legends of Pukekohe here, one of the local motor races out of the NZ Central muscle cars. And the crew will no doubt rip into that and see what the problem is.
It's not a good sign of this early, is it, Clint? So, yeah, that's a two-owner car, they were saying earlier. It was owned by the Ministry of Transport, which did the traffic then. Oh, look at this, another car coming in the pits. Is this John?
So is this Matt Gibson? He's just gone out and gets to come straight back. And so 75, Dean Perkins is going to be coming straight past the control tower.
They've sorted out whatever that issue was. Lighting up the 900 horsepower as he goes out there.
So I think it's Glenn Smith and the number 11 McLaren out there sharing the drive with John DeVeth. As you heard them say, they're going to do the Black Beauty, then the rip into the True Blue. There's our race leader. Times doing now 56 already. So gee, that's quick.
Tim Edgill's doing about the same times though, even though he got the jump. Now Tim Edgill's got the car warmed up. They're doing about the same sort of pace. So that gap is actually the same. It's not stretching out like it looked like it was going to at the beginning there.
Can this car go back to back and take out the 1 hour enduro from Hampton Downs, which they've done, and today trying to take out the 1 hour enduro here at Pukekohe. Timmy Edgill didn't quite have all the best of luck at Hampton Downs, but certainly got some good speed in the Holden Super Tourer. Number 8 come flashing down the start finish line now, followed by John Midgley in the Albany ITM car. That's number 8 on screen at the moment if you're streaming with Timmy Edgill. Great driver.
And John Midgley's only a second off those two at the front, and then Matt Whitaker second off, and then John O'Lester doing 58. So similar sort of pace between these guys. There's a couple of seconds separating them, but over a 1 hour race, that'll be interesting to see how that swings up and down. So the lapping cars are ready, Nick Clint.
And great to see a bit of variety in that top 5. You've got a McLaren out in front, followed by a Holden Super Tourer, then a Ford Super Tourer. Then you've got a beautiful Porsche, followed by a big Ford Mustang. So one of the great beauties of the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series is the variety of magnificent machinery on display. And come in, spinner!
That's not a good place to be. And they're leaving little bits and pieces behind there. It's James
25. James Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, he won't be happy. He had an interesting qualifying session. The door got just sucked off going down the back straight, the passenger door. So his weekend is not going to plan, that's for sure.
Looks like he just got a bit too much juice coming out of the entrance onto the main straight.
Yeah, just maybe the cold tides just caught him out there a wee bit. There's only a few laps into it, of course, 4 minutes, 5 minutes into it, so still warming up really. Look at that lovely big old Falcon there. He'd be hard to go past on the straights. Look at that. He was saying, Clint, that this kink that's coming up here, just about there, we can see him going around there. He's saying it's a handful going through there because there's no aero under that. It's all that air under the cars lifting it up, as opposed to all these cars that are around them have got nice aero and it's not getting that big cushion of air under there. All of a sudden, see it slowing quite dramatically. No, he's underway. He must have just getting out of the way of those quicker cars. So here comes James Kirkpatrick limping back in the pits. That doesn't look too flash, does it? Hopefully they can just pull that bodywork off and he can get going again. That's another GT3 Cup car.
Early drama. Big 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars down the main straight. Perkins, he's a lap or two down, and the other guys are trying to get around that big red Ford Falcon, including the likes of Callum Hedge. Nick Ross has managed to work his way around, and Connell Dempsey as well. So the two Porsches got the flashing lights on, and they'll be saying, righto, Dino, we want to get past. But Dino says, okay, look, I've got the herbs here.
He certainly has.
I've got the big 900 horsepower from my NASCAR boy.
Yeah, I tell you what, if anybody gets a bravery award out there, it'll be Dean Perkins. He's that car's a handful. You know, it really is. It's very old school. It's set up for a different style of racing. These guys have all got this lovely glued-on effect of the aero pushing them down. He hasn't got any of that. Look at that. It's just got a very rudimentary splitter on the front. All that air is getting underneath the car and just making it light and wandering around. So Connell Dempsey there, similar sort of horsepower, but just struggling to get past him. There's the other Cup car, the yellow car, the ex-Tim James Porsche there. It's also in that same sort of pace. Great to see that the old police car out there was a V8 Pursuit car is how it started life. Remember the Aussies made a few Falcon V8 Pursuit cars back in the 80s? That was one of them. 2 years doing that with the police, well, was the Ministry of Transport in those days. And now here it is pursuing the other cars around Pukekohe. It's great to see. So Dean Perkins has had that since the 80s, that car. Fantastic to see it.
Yes, and he's had me sideways going up and over the hill. We talked a bit about Darren Kelly learning how to go not sideways around turn 1, but for a guy that loves to go straight, Dean Perkins also loves to send it sideways every once in a while and do a bit of drifting, a bit like the Giz and the Jandal and all the other great Kiwi drivers.
James Kirkpatrick with the problem sorted, we hope. Hopefully it's taped up and he can get going. So there's that battle. Connell Dempsey trying to hang on to the back of Dean Perkins. A bit of technology difference there, Clint, isn't it?
And a little bit of frustration leading in here because these two guys in the Porsches, they're currently in that 7 and 8 position. Dino's well down the field, but they're struggling to get past because they've got very, very similar speed. But in the meantime, it means that Nick Ross and John O'Lester have been able to get a break and clear off. And so now it's Connell Dempsey down the inside, and Dino's pulled right over and said, okay, mate, you can go through. Next will be number 17, Callum Hedge, who doesn't want to get held up and get frustrated.
Yeah, exactly. That's that. And that, look, Dean would know that he's not going to make it too difficult for these guys, but he's just having fun. I mean, you can see he pulled out about 5 car lengths down that back straight on that very special Porsche. So that's old-fashioned NASCAR grunt, isn't it?
And he'll say, look, you know, I know you got a flash German factory car, but hey, it's not my job to make it easy for you guys.
Oh, look, he's out there to race, and these guys have just got to get around him, and they're not going to do it down the back straight, I can assure you of that. It's about, what are they, 500 horsepower versus 900 horsepower? The yellow cars around about 500 versus 900. Now look at this, just get the boot in there and just wind it up. Isn't that good to see?
Callum had he had the slipstream coming out onto the entrance onto the back straight, and not close enough to try and duck down the inside like Connell Dempsey did last time, as he does this time and gets past Steph Chambers, who moves over.
Yeah, good awareness there. That's good to see, isn't it? They're all aware of what's going on, so they're not turning in on each other. So easy to do that. Get caught up in your own moment and then not see it.
And the other great example you've got on the screen right now, if you're watching on the Fast Files, you've got a young teenager in that beautiful yellow Porsche, Callum Hedge, who's an up-and-coming rising star. And you've got Dean Perkins, one of our sort of classic muscle car stars, who's been there and done that and just keeps racing because he loves it and he's good at it. So old and young, but both very fast and different machines.
Oh, absolutely, yes. He's a talented man, that Dean Perkins. So, but, you know, the work rate in the red car compared to the yellow car is a little bit different too. Like he said, it's that kink that we're coming up to now at the speeds he's doing nearly 300 kilometres an hour down, not quite there, be about 280, and you can see it moving slightly there. Look at that. Oh, there's Jeff Short.
Speedworks come in, spin up, and Shorty, he's got the short end of the stick there. Where is he coming around turn off the main straight, around turn 1, and just gone straight ahead and missed the braking at turn 2. Take a look at the Golden Homes replay. Oh, he just got wide. Was there any contact? Coming around turn 1, around the inside of the corner.
And that's exactly what we're talking about before, Clint. You've got to get that. It's a blind corner. Something's come off there, isn't it?
What's the tyre gone?
Looks like it.
That
yes.
left rear.
Yeah.
Is he blowing a puncher, which would be the worst thing you could do coming around turn one? You're riding the bumps, all the pressure's loaded up on the left rear, and if that's gone, no wonder Shorty's gone around.
Well, that's a 180k corner, that, Clint. So you can imagine that at 180. Imagine the fright that you'd get if that suddenly let go. So that's unfortunate for him, and that's going to cause a safety car without a doubt, because he can't stay there. So it's still green at the moment, but that won't be for much longer.
So 48 minutes to go, and we're about 12 minutes into the 1 hour, and already our second bit of drama with Matt Gibson being forced to start from pit lane, and now the series promoter, number 5, Jeff Short, parked up along the second corner, and now Callum Hedge coming in.
So that's strategic there, Clint. He's decided, right, there's going to be a pace car. Let's come in and do my run round the car while it's all in disarray. So we'll just see. It's still green though. We're still showing green. I haven't pulled the safety car just yet.
They've got some local yellows down there, turn 2.
There we go. Safety car now. There's the safety car boards and flags. There it comes. So good timing from Callum Hedge's part, isn't it, to get in there. So that's everybody slowed up. It'll be interesting to see whether McLaren's going to jump in there as well, and the other front runners.
Good teamwork by Todd Bickerton and Ian McNabb, always backing the young Callum Hedge.
Experienced guys there, aren't they? Those engineers. These guys really know what they're doing. There's one of our corner workers, or as they call them in the States, or flaggies as they call them over there. You know, they're standing out there in the rain and the sun all day long.
Volunteers doing a superb job along with our recovery crew here at Pukekohe Park, so everyone can take a little bit of a breather after about 13 minutes. A safety car. We didn't see too many of them in Hampton Downs, and I'm just wondering if it's going to be one of those sort of safety car days where they breed safety cars as pit lane becomes very busy.
Now look at this. This is the time to do it. This is, if you stay out there, you get track position.
So there's John Midgley, right? So he gets out of the car, he runs around, then he's going to get back into the car to complete his pit stop. Dean Perkins is coming in. Number 12 is Connell Dempsey. And as you would know, mate, there's a real art to unplugging yourself, unhooking yourself, and then getting out, getting in, and then away you go.
You've got radios, you've got... sometimes you've got an air nozzle on the top of your helmet, and you've also got a cool suit to unplug. So, there's a bit of stuff. Then you've got to make sure you get the harness back over your Hans device. So here, I thought these guys were going to stay out, but they're all pouring in now. Look at that.
So all your leaders are coming in. So you got the McLaren, the Holden, followed by the 2 Porsches.
So that's first and second. And that's, but the others have popped in early. So this is going to be interesting to see how this washes out, Clint, isn't it? See whether the fact that they waited a lap is going to help them or not.
So suddenly all of these drivers are going to clear their pit stop. And once they clear Jeff Short's Porsche from the track and from the grass of Pukekohe, we're going to have a 40-minute sprint race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because there's nothing else to come in for. They won't have to come in and do anything. There's no brakes required.
So let's see what the leaders do here. The McLaren, and to open up the door. So Glenn Smith is going to jump out, and John DeVeth is going to jump in. What's Smithy doing? He's running around the car, and then tag. There you go.
That's how you do it. Okay.
Pass the baton.
Yeah, nice.
Great shots there from our camera crew today, from the team at FASTfiles, saying exactly what has to be done and how they do it.
Plenty of room to get in with those gull wing doors. That's a real McLaren trademark. I think they decided early on the piece when they first started making those road cars, they wanted them to look a little bit different to all the other supercars.
And as you saw on the top left of your screen there, now it's a question of what lap you're on, and who's down by 2 laps, who's down by 1 lap, and then how you can unlap yourself and what you've got to do to get into a winning position.
And there you see, look, they're now doing that 70k pace, trying to keep the tyres warm. And you can see there's been a bit of reshuffling, haven't there, for track position there, Clint. So also a chance for these guys to get a bit of clear air. The Ute at the front there now. I guess he's just stayed out there. But the others have been in. So there's Dean Perkins joining the fray again. And boy, doesn't he add some colour to this race, A 1980s Falcon out there. 1981 Falcon amongst all these late model German cars and, special tube frame cars. Great to see.
high-tech colour job with Dino. Red.
Yes.
Mate, it's red.
Formerly black and white. Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, him and his crew are just so laid back.
A little bit of a breeze coming across
Yeah.
the track here now, so conditions always changeable, but beautiful, fine, sunny day here at Pukekohe for a golden Saturday for the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series 1 hour race. Behind the safety car after Shorty. Unfortunately, very, very disappointed for Jeff Short, doing a great job in qualifying and in practice. Looks like he's blown a puncture in that rear.
Good advertising there. You got the Speedworks safety ute helping the Speedworks race car onto the trailer there. Good branding, isn't it?
And the
Good
Speedworks
exposure.
recovery boys always do a superb job as well. Of course, we'll be back into the Speedworks Summer of Motorsport towards the end of October, in
Okay.
November.
Yes, looking forward to that. Look at Callum Hedge really working those tyres to get some temperature in it. So
Next weekend.
yeah, that's true. Yes. Yeah, not far away, which is great. Very exciting, isn't it? And this weekend, if you've got Sky, you'll be able to see what happens to McLaughlin over there in the States.
Well, it's the Scotties. It's
Yeah,
the Scotty
yes,
show.
the two Scots, yeah.
Scott Dixon going for number 6 in IndyCar and Scott McLaughlin going for his debut. And it's interesting that Scott Dixon's going to be joined by 7-time NASCAR champion Jimmy Johnson in IndyCars.
And I see that it's Scotty McLaughlin's teammate putting a lot of pressure on him, saying he could win this. I thought, good grief, the poor guy. It's his first ever
Team
race.
Penske.
Yeah, first ever race, and they're talking about him having a win. That's
Will Power reminding everyone he's an Anzac. He is a New Zealander, but of course he's the Australian champion, so they'll claim him as well.
Yeah, true. Although the Aussie commentators are always very clear to point out that they hate it when the Kiwis win.
Oh, but they do a great job with the supercars, and it's all that. Wasn't it great last week seeing Scott, the champion for the supercars, and the Giz, the champion at Bathurst? So a Kiwi and a Ford, a Kiwi and a Holden, showing all the stuff that we do around these tracks here in New Zealand, where they learn their racecraft, they learn to be smart and fast, and that need for speed, and they can go to Australia and show them how to do it, and then go to America and show them how to do it. Fantastic.
And you see, one of the breaks that Shane got during that race, that Bathurst race, was when it had that little bit of rain. And of course, that's what we get plenty of experience of that here, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. And that was the turning point. I watched it again this morning. It was lap 51 to 58. By the time they got to lap 60, he had made the move in the slippery, greasy conditions and the light rain and set it up for him and Tanner to bring it home. But that was the Giz, always showing what a classy driver is, especially in the wet. But like Lewis Hamilton in Formula One, if you're quick in the rain, you're quick on the dry as well.
I remember this one of the street races that rained, and one of the other drivers said, there's two classes out here. There's all of us, and there's Shane van Gisbergen. That's pretty amazing. So look, this is going to take a while, and it's ticking down the clock. We've got 39 minutes to go. We're 19 minutes into it, but it's another couple of more minutes yet before they get that on the trailer and out of there.
So it's another chance to reset and reboot for all the drivers and all the race teams as well, just to see exactly where you are and what you've got to do. Now that you've got the pit stop out of the way, and if those teams have got a driver change, like Glenn Smith and John DeVeth, who are sharing the 1 hour race in one McLaren, before they share the 3-hour race in the other McLaren, then the likes of Callum Hedge here, number 17, in the contact flooring Porsche.
So there was a ute in front of him, wasn't there? The ute's obviously decided, Clint, to dive into the pits, so that's kind of good for him. He'll be able to get a nice clean start and try and sort of put a bit of a gap, see if he can do some quali laps out there and put his head down before the other cars come through. So it's a bit of a chance, isn't it, for him they've got to get past the traffic, the cars behind him, where he's got no one in front of him at this stage. So I better do a good few clean laps.
It's also a challenge for the people doing timing as well, with all the lap times, with all the various changing cars ducking in and out of the pits. Safety car on the track as well, so we'll eventually go racing again, and then we'll find out exactly where the need for speed is going to be.
Well, I remember the days when they used to have all the people sitting upstairs with timing sheets and trying to keep track of it on paper and pencil with a stopwatch. So a whole lot easier these days. Of course, it's all electronic, and there's no doubt everybody knows exactly where everybody else is. So it's easy stuff, really.
So at the moment they're showing 59 Bruce Anderson out in front, followed by 8 Tim Edgell, 747 Matt Whittaker, 19 John Midgley, 11 is now John DeVeth in the McLaren in P5, 17 Callum Hedge, John O'Lester in P7, Connell Dempsey 8, Bob Sebright in the 777 Beamer, and Nick Ross 007 rounding out the top 10, followed by Darryl Clark, Struan Robinson, Dean Perkins P13, Greg Cruyff in the Ute, 14 Steph Chambers in the 15th position, Alan Sargent is that car back out on track, James Kirkpatrick, Philip Ross, Shorty of course the DNF, and Matt Gibson with problems from pit lane.
Yeah, a lot of effort going in that front car to keep those tyres warm. It's good to see. He's putting plenty of energy into it to try and just get those sidewalls nice and soft, because he's thinking, right, when that safety light goes out, I'm going to put my head down and I'm going to stretch away from this Mustang behind me.
And the other thing here is that your whole strategy's gone out the window. You just got the first 10-15 minutes under your belt as they bring Shorty's Speedworks car back into pit lane. You were just getting into a rhythm, and all of a sudden, bang, everything's on hold. Safety cars back into pit lane. Callum Hedge is the man out in front at the moment. He's going to be controlling the restart, followed by John O'Lester. And Callum is not going to muck around. Jono's not going to muck around, but the rest of the field's been caught lagging behind.
There's the poor old Ute trying to get out of the way there.
So green flag, 37 minutes and counting, as the rest of the field try to wrestle their way down the opening straight. Callum Hedge straight away under pressure from Jono.
He's doing well in that Mustang, isn't he? There's not quite, oh, look at the little wobble there from Dean Perkins in the Falcon. A little bit of understeer there, he's trying to get under control. A little bit of cold temps in those front tyres. Look at the Mustang hanging onto that Porsche. He's got more horsepower. So it's just a matter of whether you can duck under brakes. Is he always having a look as they bounce around? But no, not quite close enough, Clint.
Just sussing him out at the moment, getting that level of grip after the first lap, because if you go too quick from the restart, yes, you can get the lucky break and it can be decisive, but you can also make a mistake.
Oh yeah, and it's even though the tyres, they've been putting a lot of energy into warming them up, they're still not up to temperature properly. So especially for those first few corners. Jono having another look. Look at that. Oh, he's really flung it out there. Dean Perkins just dropping back in behind the Edgell Commodore there, and then it's all the other cars are still going to try and come up. We've got the McLaren there behind the Nick Ross Nissan there, and then the Whittaker Porsche.
So all these cars are just starting to unlap themselves now, get back into the racing position, and after the pit stop it looks like it's number 8 Tim Edgell that's in front, followed by 19 John Midgley, 59 Bruce Anderson. So all your super tourists dominating the top 3 at the moment. So there you go, all your exotic McLarens and Audis. Hey, take that.
So John DeVeth's got a bit of work to do there, hasn't he, to catch up? This is going to make it interesting for us, Clint. Well, how good is that? So they're going to have to come through all that traffic, which is not that easy. I mean, there's quite a bit of traffic out there.
Looks like the top 5 at the moment are all on the same lap. Edgell, Midgley, Anderson. He's done well. Then you got Matt Whittaker, Callum Hedge, Connell Dempsey. Now they're starting to sort themselves out.
Yeah.
And I think you'll find number 59, Bruce Anderson's going to be dropping down that leaderboard as the timing starts to click back in.
Yep.
And we get back to that real sort of speed at the pointy end of the field. At the moment, they don't really know where they are because there's no clear leader out on track like 1, 2, 3 is another one of the freight trains rumbles past here at Pukekohe.
So that looks like that Mustang. Look, just see at the top of the screen there, slowing down. That probably the Matt Gibson Mustang. And he's obviously got some troubles there. You might just see him there in shots. Look at that. Oh, that's a shame. They're having trouble with that, aren't they, Clint? That's been a problem all day, that one.
No problem for the Albany ITM8 Holden Super Tourer. Tim Edgell, he's on the edge and he's got it pumping at the moment on the grass.
Whoa.
Callum Hedge.
Just overcooked it slightly there. That's a dangerous... that's a quick spot. As I say, going up over that hill, they're already doing 170 at the top of the hill. So he would have been around about the 200 mark before he had a moment there.
I wonder if he was just trying to avoid another car, perhaps, because You know, you don't want to be a lawnmower in a Porsche or a hedge trimmer. I mean, Callum Hedge, good name, but you don't want to be the hedge trimmer.
Yeah, I think he was doing a bit of lawn trimming there. I think not about hedge trimming, but yeah, you're right. Here's the McLaren coming up. Just under, look at it bouncing on the brakes over that surface change there.
And that's what Darren Kelly was talking about, where the bumps are coming up towards that hairpin around turn 1, but also going into that hairpin at the end of that back straight, just bumps under brakes.
And of course they're doing nearly 300 kilometres an hour, so it's that corner's coming up pretty quickly.
And also the bumps where you actually come onto under the hill here, coming out of the hairpin.
And through turn 1. I mean,
and just watch this around here. We'll see them bumping around there.
The Mustang hounding the back of Connell Dempsey's car there. That orange and white car's just come out of the pit, so he's going to pull over to the right.
Big traffic jam along the straights there at the moment. Cars ducking and diving. And the McLaren looking for some racing room. The Mustang in behind one of the Super Tourism pulls out. Oh, it's like the Southern Motorway where they forget to turn. They just pull out without indicating. That was drama. That could have been close.
It looked ugly, didn't it? But I guess the long lens, I think, tightened it up a bit. But Connell Dempsey's holding sway in front of that pack. He's certainly got the horsepower in that car, that turbo Porsche. One of the very few turbo ones racing around the world, actually. Most of them are naturally aspirated.
32 minutes to go, and these boys are keen and eager in the Golden Homes North Island 1 hour enduro, which is turning into a 30-minute sprint race at the moment. Down the main straight, the Mustang has a look. The McLaren says, get out of my way. Here I come.
Look at that twin turbo 4-litre V8 just got the legs on the Mustang there, hasn't it?
The cow cocky, Johnny DeVeth with a knee reconstruction. He's got the knees up now, and he's really trying to make the move on Tim Edgell down the back straight. This is the battle for the lead.
So we're talking 4-litre twin turbo versus 7-litre non-turbo versus 4-litre turbo Porsche. So very, very
and
similar
lots
stuff.
and lots of back traffic, almost contact. Edgell tried to go down the inside. There was a V8 dude stuck in there, and look at that. The McLaren weaving in and out like a Saturday morning trying to find a car park at the supermarket.
That's intense, isn't it? That's a big difference in speed there between the Ute and those cars. So he would almost have his head down. Look at this.
Holy snap and ring spanner. Got to be one of those moments. As Edgell ducked down the inside, then a little bit of a tap.
Yes.
Bit of a contact there from one of the, just light contact from one of the Utes. That's what spun the rear of the McLaren around, but it ended up actually giving him some open air.
He caught it, didn't he? Which is, he wouldn't be expecting that. Got the wee tap and it just pointed him right. Anyway, hasn't held him back. He's off. He's now good distance in front of it. Now we've got a battle between Edgell and Connell Dempsey. This is going to be fun. Look at that, round the kink.
So the lead change has been effected. The number 11 car, John DeVeth, going for back-to-back wins in the Golden Homes North Island Enduro, Hampton Downs. And now after 30 minutes and a little bit of drama, a little bit of contact, he's grabbed the lead in that sleek-looking McLaren up and over the hill. Question is, how much can he extend it out to in case there's any more unforeseen situations that can arise or anything unexpected? But it looks good around the bumps at turn 1.
Yeah, it's handling that well, isn't it? You can see he's not even using much of the curb there. You notice that, Clint? He's not bouncing it over the curb. I think these cars are so low and very close to the ground at the front that it's obviously you just can't bounce them too much, not like the V8 supercars.
56.1. Fastest lap so far, Johnny DeVeth, number 11. And that was on lap 9. So now he's grabbed that lead, and the difference 0.5 back to Tim Edgell and the nicely presented ITM Albany Holden Super Tour number 8.
And it's good to see these, the series for these cars is largely dissolved, wasn't it, with the Super Tours, but good to see them being repurposed, reused, and boy, are they competitive. It's good to see.
Yeah, well, he's done a 57.4, compared that to a 56.2 for John DeVeth in the McLaren. So that's a Class A car that DeVeth is driving, and Timmy Edgell's in Class B, so he's on target for a Class win, which is one of the other great things about the North Island Enduro Series is the fact that you can, if you're not going to win the race, you can also win your class. So there can be a lot of winners coming away from the dinner till later on tonight.
Exactly. In fact, it used to be like a much broader range. You used to have Honda Integras and things running in the series in the little up to 2 litre class and all this sort of thing. But it's really become quite a race for the heavy hitters now, isn't it?
Bruce Anderson in the 59 AV8 Motorsport Super Tour as well, coming barreling down the back straight here at Pukekohe.
Getting up around that kink there at about 250 k's, about 290 by the end, 270, 280, 290 for depending on what you're in.
Class B was taken out by Matt Whitaker at Hampton Downs in the Porsche 991. Johnny DeVest taking out Class A, so Edgell's on target here for a Class B victory if he can just keep it going for the next 28 minutes. While Bruce Anderson, very experienced racer with the Mustangs as well, really enjoying racing in the in Andrew's car.
Yeah. And John DeVeth has just put the fastest lap in a 55.5. So halfway through the race, he's really getting to grips with it. The tyres are warm, everything's warm. There's more rubber on the track now, so 55, good going.
Bob Sebright in the 777 Beamer, working his way up into that top 10 now, knocking on the door of the top 10.
Going past one of the old TLX cars, remember the New Zealand the New Zealand V8s that have once again been repowered and repurposed. Good to see those still going as well. So John DeVeth, 56 that time. He's just backed off a fraction. He might have even been told, look, we don't need to break it. Just 56s are fine. We're still well in the lead. He's got about a 5-second gap back now to Tim Edgell.
Very interesting. Yesterday they were doing 57s around about the 11 o'clock time for the 1 hour, and already, as you said, with the clearing conditions today, the beautiful little bit of cloud cover but plenty of sunshine, so there's lots of heat on the tarmac, lots of heat on the track there. It's not surprising they're a couple of seconds quicker today in race mode too.
Just more rubber, I think, on the track is the big thing, Clint, isn't it? The fact that it's yesterday with the rain, it always washes that rubber off, never so grippy. So now it's in, because if you're in a turbo car like the McLaren, you haven't got quite the same straight line speed. Turbos don't like warm air, but you've got better grip, so they're able to carry more speed everywhere.
Great for these guys in the Ford and the Holden Ute, getting a lot of seat time. Greg, getting used to racing in the Ute Series this year, absolutely loving it. One of the rookies in the Ryco 24/7 V8 Utes, taken out by Paul Manuel this year in a dramatic finish when we did the round of the North Island Endurance Series at Hampton Downs. Came down to the final lap, final corner. So Paul Manuel showing why he's the champion. But these guys just having a real good day out here and doing their own thing, aren't they? Staying out of trouble, doing a lap by a lap. They've got their own lap times they want to be doing. They'll be sitting on that and just try and find the limit, stay on it as one of the Porsches ducks down the inside. Connell Dempsey there, nice and with the big rear wing.
And think of that, those two Utes, going back to that, Clint, it's been 30 minutes of racing and they're still about a couple of metres apart. So that's not bad, and including a pit stop. Pretty good going.
And they'll be shadowing each other. They'll be doing their own thing, and they'll be having a quiet ale later on tonight and a bit of a laugh. What were you doing then? I had you, mate. I had you.
Talking about who nudged the McLaren. At the pits there's Connell Dempsey again, bouncing through turn one.
No, the McLaren just didn't make a clean pass.
That's true. He shouldn't have cut across. Basically, it's his fault.
And why were you trying to pass coming out of there? You've got all the straight.
Well, that's true too.
Great battle here between Callum Hedge trying to get his way past John O'Lester and the Mustang. So Porsche, Mustang, and they are flying down the back straight.
These two are having a good battle, actually, because, in fact, because Callum was in front of him, wasn't he? So Jono's got past. Look at him ducking down the inside there, trying to rattle Jono. Jono's pretty experienced, though, isn't he? He's
trying to do the fake.
Yes, yeah. Look how close he is there. This is how good is the Mustang coming up over the hill? That's the question. It's definitely got the torque out of the corners. He's pulled about 2 car lengths there.
And a complete contrast and strategy on how to go fast in these two completely different types of cars, aren't they?
They couldn't be more different, really, could they? Front engine V8 versus rear engine flat 6.
Big old American type stock car with big rubber, and then the flash German Porsche with plenty of grip and grip.
But I'm impressed with that Mustang though, Clint. It's actually, it's not losing mid-corner speed or pace in the corners to the Porsche. It's doing very, very well. But look at that straight line speed difference though.
0.6 of a second between them in regards to lap times. Jono's done a 1 minute flat, and Callum Hedge a 59.4.
Wow, that's good, isn't it? These guys are, this is what we want to see, don't we? A battle of two completely different style of cars.
It's like an American muscle car and a German factory sports car, but both of them, separated by 0.6 of a second.
And different strengths and weaknesses, which is what I always love about different makes. This is in some ways, you look at Bathurst, they've all got exactly the same strengths and weaknesses. Here, they're all different, aren't they? The Mustang's clearly got the grunt on the straights. The Porsche looks a little better under brakes, as you'd expect. And he's better through here. Look at this. This is where...
And different ways to set them up and also to drive them too,
Oh, totally. Yes. Hell yes. Yeah, so, even the tyres on the Mustang are very high profile, totally different type of tyre to what the Porsche is running.
So it's a fantastic illustration of how you can go fast and in what sort of machinery as the McLaren streams down the main straight.
You see the blue flag there being waved, that just means that there's a faster car on. You're being lapped by someone, just be aware, which is quite good if you're running around. Sometimes you don't notice these things coming in. You're concentrating on holding on to your own car so much, and that the blue flag pops out, gives you the warning.
And you see that beautiful GT McLaren just sweep past the mighty BMW Bob Severide, hugs that inside line around the kink going down the back straight over the short, sharp bit of black tarmac where they normally have the kink in. Beautiful lines and nice and smooth, John. He doesn't have to ride the ripples, doesn't have to get onto the, around the edges of the track to look after the tyres, stay within the racing lines and just bring it home.
Yes, they've been very careful not to do that, which is really interesting, isn't it? They don't want to damage tyres or bodywork. So they're just, and they don't need to either, do they? They're doing it pretty comfortably at the moment. Using all that 720 horsepower down the straights as well as the aero. The combination is just amazing, isn't it?
Opening up there we go, that Callum Hedge has now got past Jono Lester as they come up and over the top of the hill. So he can now unleash the speed of the number 17 Porsche. But Jono says, hold on, son, not so fast.
You'll be reminding him he's there, that's for sure. So there's a bit of a mark on the back of that Callum Hedge Porsche. Notice that? Big black marks on the bumper there. Something come in contact with someone there. Not sure if that was the Mustang or not.
Well, he did have that moment when he ran wide coming up the top of the hill and got into the bit of grass. So,
could have been that.
Battle for 7th and 8th at the moment. They're on our Fast File streaming service here at Pukekohe for the Golden Homes North Island 1 hour enduro. We've had 40 minutes, fantastic racing so far, beautiful hot sunny conditions. Great day for motor racing at Pukekohe, great day for Callum Hedge to get out there. Bad luck for 23, Greg Cruyff in the Ford Ute coming back in. See colour scheme, I've got the truck there.
Unless this is his pit stop, maybe he decided to stay out and not do the pit stop earlier, possibly. He might have been...
Could be his strategy, so we'll leave it right to the end.
We'll have a look later and see what he's doing down there.
12 seconds behind the leader is Timmy Edgell in the number 8 Holden Super Tourer from Albany ITM.
So as you said earlier, the Super Tourers are doing well. So we've got the McLaren and then 3 Super Tourers, and then Matt Whitaker in the red Porsche, and then Connell Dempsey in the white one, then another Porsche, and Callum Hedge, then the Mustang. So it's really the V8 power's doing very well, but there's no substitute for twin turbo cars with aero, obviously.
Great performance here by Timmy and Randall, because they were one of the guys who were frustrated by mechanical problems in the opening round. Had a DNF at Hampton Downs, but he's got the lights flashing and he's doing a superb job here at the moment. And he's really got it hooked up and dialed up, and nicely in P2 at the moment. A 56.4 his fastest lap, 55.9 the fastest lap for the 1 hour race leader, and that is John DeBeth sharing the drive with Glenn Smith today in that beautiful McLaren.
As you said, 13 seconds behind the McLaren. You can't even see him. He's that far ahead now. But all he's got to do is just keep out of trouble, doesn't he? Make sure he doesn't get hooked up with any back markers, because he's got a decent margin over John Midgley now in 3rd place. So no real stress. He's just got to keep keep out of trouble, and not make any mistakes.
And this is where you can relax and just enjoy going motor racing, isn't it? I mean, like, forget about COVID, forget about lockdown, shutdown, forget about the election and all that sort of stuff. You've seen Bathurst, every petrolhead would have got their need for speed, but now it's about them in their car doing it their way. And Timmy saying, I'm enjoying the drive. It's just great to be motor racing.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you can't think of anything else when you're doing something like this. There's Minchley coming through, and looks like he's going to be about to go a lap down by the looks of things. There's the McLaren coming around, so is he going to get past him this cut? Oh, no, look at that.
Drama there. There's been a spin coming onto the back straight, and Bruce Anderson, number 59 in the AV8 Ford Tourer, he's had a moment. And all the other cars, no doubt they'll get the double yellows, warning them as they come onto the back straight, and you don't want to go ploughing straight into the Ford that's precariously parked, and just hopefully going to be able to restart it and get it out of the way as the field stream past, and one of the Utes, Philip Ross, almost going a bit too wide.
Oh, here we go.
And another Ute's got into the sand trap. So 23, Greg Cruyff, he's gone off at the end of the main straight. Bruce Anderson's gone off at the front of the main straight.
Now he's just refiring. I saw a puff of smoke that must have stalled there for a moment, because these cars they've got no fans. They get pretty hot when they're sitting there, so you can't sit there for too long. See the debris there behind him? He must have
clipped the wall.
Yeah, gone around from the inside there and then flipped to the outside or something. Something's caused that. There we go.
And hopefully they can all keep it straight. Wow. Matt Whitaker doing a good avoidance job there as well.
There would be yellow flags there, of course, so but even so, it's the old brake lights came on there.
Greg will be settling down, having a bit of a moment. Obviously missed the braking going into the hairpin.
Yeah. So there's the outside ripple strips. It's always tough on the car doing that. Dean Perkins winding up his 900 horsepower there. The old MOT car rocketing down that back straight. So 15 minutes to go, roughly 16 minutes to go. So we're watching a pretty. There's the McLaren's obviously got past the Midgley car. The Midgleys are flashing their lights at these two to let them know they're coming through. There's the Ute plus Steph there in the Porsche behind. She'll be getting past that Ute too. Again, she's got a little bit more straight line speed than that Ute. But John DeVest now back in the 59s, and that's probably because of the yellow flags down there, I'd imagine. He's dropped a few seconds a lap.
39 laps gone so far. 11.9 seconds the gap between first and second. Good battle here at the moment coming in. Dean Perkins coming under pressure from the race leader, John DeVeth, as Nick Ross goes streaming down the back straight in the Datsun, the Nissan, the 007 Total Ultimate car. 54 coming in.
Well,
so Darryl Clark.
And there's Struan Robertson there. He's
which is actually the 85 car that has normally been won by Jack Smith and Andre Heimgartner in the B&T V8s. There's the Total Lubricants car of a great guy, Nick Ross, out of Cambridge, racing in the B&T V8s. Loves his motorsport, doing a superb job, and he's currently sitting in P8.
About to go another lap down by with the McLaren going past him. It looks like an unscheduled stop there for those guys in the pits there.
So even though you're going to go a lap down, you know it's a supercar, almost like one of the hypercars that everyone else is building at the moment that's going to go streaming past you. But Nick will just say, well, good on you, mate. I'm doing my own thing.
Yes, exactly right. He's doing his own race. He's in a different class anyway. So he's just got to keep out of trouble. See James Kirkpatrick just coming in the shot there. He's going to be the next victim of the McLaren. He had that moment earlier on where he nudged the bumper. Had a drama yesterday where he lost a door going down the back straight. So he's the next one in the sights of the gun sights of the McLaren there, just being lined up. That paint job on that James Kirkpatrick Porsche is like the factory, the race car. So it's a the sort of cars that Earl Bamber would be racing overseas, although the more upmarket version of that one. But there's all the red tape on the back holding the bumper on from that earlier little skirmish and nudge with the wall.
One of the other great things you're going to see for all of these drivers, the likes of Kirkpatrick, Nick Ross, and especially for Johnny DeVeth out in front, is Greg goes off again. He's having a lot of fun on that hairpin, isn't he? He's going to get the hairpin award. He's been off about 2 or 3 times so far today.
He's having a bit of a mare, isn't he?
It's late, too late in braking. It's going to be great when they get back into the Speedworks Motorsport Series and get back into their various classes like the Pirelli Porsche Championship, Nick Ross and the B&T V8s, Greg Cruyff even in the V8 Utes. Because they've done this 1 hour race and they've done the 1 hour race at Hampton Downs, seat time, just dial in the head, dial in the brain. As we take another look at, he smokes it up. Both of them coming off that braking pitch we talked a bit about right at the start of the day. The difference in that level of heat in that tarmac can affect the grip, the tyres perhaps. Then you have the bounce. You'll have the bumps coming here towards the end of the straight.
Plus, of course, the brake pedals will be on those utes will be a bit longer than when they first started. So you tend to just sort of go a bit deeper, and maybe the back brakes are working harder because the fronts are not doing such a good job. So you get that lock up.
And do they have a set of green tyres on, or they're just scrubbed off, or how much wear and tear on the rubber can affect their braking as we take a look at Jono again, and then. But all of these drivers will get a real good benefit just by doing the 2 weekends and spending more time in the car, even if it might be a different car, but even just going racing again.
Look, there's no doubt about that. It's like any sport. Doesn't matter if it's golf or tennis. If you don't do it for a while, you lose that edge, don't you? So really important to get that track time. This is where it's so good. These guys have been an hour in the car. And
it's also paid off because you see just how cool like Matt Whitaker can jump back into this car in the 747 Porsche. And he can have a year away. Oh, Brucey's done it again. He's gone around coming onto the entrance of the main straight, the back straight, and he's parked it up against the wall by the truck side. So number 59, Bruce Anderson in the AV8 V8, he's having a bit of a day.
Oh, look at that wheel.
Oh, and he's done the wheel. This could be a safety car here.
He's not going to be able to move that far, unfortunately. At least he's got it out of the way of the exit off that corner. So he's now on the inside, so that'll just a little bit safer there. But he's obviously realised now that he's not going to go too much further than that. So safety car with 11 minutes to go. I haven't seen the safety car board yet.
Can he park it around the inside and get it out of the way? He's just reversed it back onto the back straight. There's a little bit of debris on the inside of the corner, so he's come out of turn 3 and he's put the foot down and something's gone. He ended up facing back towards the corner though, with the driver's side up against the wall. So he's come around and actually had a spin into the wall, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting to see a replay of that. So obviously they haven't called the safety car just yet. They give them a bit of time there to see if they can get them going under their own steam.
Luckily, the rest of the field this time is going out wide, and they can go out wide as the last time he was up against the wall. They had to go around the inside.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not the vulnerable position he was, but that's what will be happening upstairs in the control room. People will be saying, "Look, let's wait. Let's see if we can get it going." But here he goes. Okay, the decision's been made. Double flags, safety car, and we'll go and tow him in.
And then we'll get the flaggies out there, and then we'll lock the field up again, and we'll have another sprint finish.
Well, this is good for us, isn't it? I mean, it's a nice way to finish. We're going to have a lovely sprint race at the end. So there's the Ute. He's had his moments out there, isn't
like
he?
a mini Bathurst. Another safety car, too, in the 1 hour.
So, of course, the McLaren this time, though, will have track position. Last time, because it had been in the pits, he had to work his way back through the traffic. This time, they'll pack him up, so he'll just streak away at the front.
Great bit of signage there. Ward Demolition, Peter Ward, a.k.a. Chaos, from the Ryco 24/7 V8 Utes, and it's a little bit of demolition on the AV8 Motorsport V8, isn't it?
You must have known that's a good spot to put a sign around Pukekohe. You're going to get a bit of coverage there, aren't you?
So our recovery crews from the Speedworks team have already been busy today, unfortunately getting Jeff Short back to pit lane with the damage to his Porsche. And now we have to escort Brucey back to pit lane with the damage to the Ford.
Bruce had 2 goes at it, so that time was a little bit more dramatic, wasn't it? Breaking the wheel up, or breaking the upright there, or the bottom arm, something like that as he hit. But yeah, it's an easy place because it's very important there to get on the gas hard and early, because you've got such an important straight following on there. And if you just get on a little bit too hard, a little bit too early, around you go.
You can spin yourself around and onto the grass.
Oh, look, and that's and you can see from the debris where that ute was parked that he's obviously, somebody's been through the inside there. It might have been Bruce, we're not sure, we didn't see the whole thing, but very, very easy to overdo it there, isn't it? That's the thing.
Certainly is. Well, certainly I hope you're enjoying our coverage with the team from Fast Files, with Adam Jones down along pit lane and Stu Owers and Clint Brown. We're here enjoying the Golden Homes North Island Enduro Series, the 1 hour, the 3 hour still to come. Great that we can actually be this close to motor racing, this close to each other, back in level 1. You know, you think that some parts of the world, they're still, going backwards in the world of COVID.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we still haven't got to the fact they can have, we can still have fans here today.
Well, and look, we'll be watching Indy tomorrow, and they'll all be wearing masks and keeping their distance, and the microphones on the big long poles and all this sort of thing. And obviously, David in our control room here is getting a bit nervous, slipping on his mask. So, actually, we're very lucky.
We should have been doing that, shouldn't we? We should have been like
social
this.
distancing.
This is the way we should have been doing it, DT.
2 metres.
2 metres. 1 metre, Peter. Sort of stand back from me.
Keep away. Yeah. Fist pump? No, not even fist pumps. Yeah. So the old McLaren trying to keep the heat in the tyres there. It's quite hard work doing that. But on the other hand, after 45 minutes of racing, it's nice to have a break, Clint. I hate to say it, but when I'm doing these endurance races, I always like the safety cars. Oh, yeah. You can put the air on your face and you can relax.
Take a deep breath.
Oh, there's
Shorty and the boys.
Probably got a different wheel on the back now, because otherwise it wouldn't be rolling that easily. Yes, put the new wheel on the back, or the new tyre and wheel. So no damage though, by the looks of it. That's good, isn't it? He'll be pleased about that, because they're not cheap cars to fix, these things. They're still Porsches at the end of the day, and Porsches are expensive cars and expensive to fix as well.
So time to go in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series 1 hour race. 53 minutes have gone, so we're down to 5 minutes and 49 seconds. So this is going to be like a little race for the recovery crews to get this car off the track, so we can then reset and come home with a flying finish.
Yeah,
which will make it exciting for the guys from the restart, because you know what John DeVeth's going to be like with the McLaren, but hey, right behind him, it's going to be a great battle between Timmy Edgell, John Midgley, so your Super Tourers. Then you got your Super Porsches. You've got Matt Whitaker, Connell Dempsey, Callum Hedge. Then you got the big Mustang, the V8s. You got John O'Lester and Nick Ross and the Nissan Altima. Bob Sebright and his Beamer. Dean Perkins and the mighty Falcon. Struan Robinson, Steph Chambers, James Kirkpatrick, Alan Sargent, Bruce Anderson. Well, he's struggling at the moment. And then the rest of the field.
Yeah, look, it's easy for John DeVeth, isn't it? All he has to do is, put his head down and go. It's the other ones behind him that we're going to be watching, and they're going to have a real tough. So very similar, the Edgell, Midgley cars, very similar to each other. And then we've got Matt Whitaker, the least horsepower of all of those cars. Connell Dempsey behind Matt Whitaker. They'll eventually see if he can use his horsepower to get past. So he's got quite a horsepower advantage over Matt Whitaker. So, yeah, it could be interesting. But it'll only be about 2 or 3 laps, I'm picking, Clint.
The old green, white, checkered, like they have in NASCAR.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. You've got to be very careful. I race in the States quite a bit, and some of the rules they've got over there, lucky they sort of know that I'm a foreigner. I'm not around these parts, and they let me off a couple of times. But even, for example, as they come into the pits, and then we see the driver changes here, we can walk out and open the door for the driver. We're going to get in. Over there, you cannot get anywhere near it. You can't stand out in the pits until the car's completely stopped. So I've been told off a few times for those little things that you don't realise, all these different rules around the world. As you say, the different flags and that sort of thing. But yeah, it's
all part of the safety regulations to make motorsport as safe as possible and as fast as possible and as fun as possible. No matter where you are, you got that need for speed, and the good old boys have got their way of doing things. And it's a good young Kiwi kid like Scotty Dixon that's showing them how to do it in the Indy cars, and Scotty McLaughlin. So it's going to be great. Earl Bamber had a crack at NASCAR this year too. So
Yeah, he's always wanted to do that. I remember him talking.
Well, I know that him and Daniel Gaunt and a lot of other young guys, Andrew Waite, they love sitting there watching it like we do. You just watch it like a watch Bathurst all day. I mean, if you're a real petrol head, just sit back and watch
every lap.
At Talladega, you know the wreck's going to come. You just don't know where it is. You want to be on the wrong side of it, you know?
Boy, that's an awkward angle to drag that car on there, isn't it, Clint? That's they're going to have to... Yeah, here we go. They're going to change the angle a bit. Otherwise, they're not going to get it on there. Yeah, so going back to Earl, I used to spend quite a lot of time travelling with Earl and working with him. And he was talking about wanting to do NASCAR. This is before he got discovered by Porsche. And he was going over and talking to these people at NASCAR back then. And then, of course, it was like, who are you? Oh, you want to run NASCAR? Yeah, well, yeah, come back. And then, of course, he won Le Mans twice and went back and saw them. Like, oh, yes, Mr. Bamber, welcome. It was completely different. So, yeah.
A bit like Burt Munro. You from where? Invercargill? What?
Yeah. So all of a sudden the doors swung open for him. Yeah, and he loved it. He'd love to do NASCAR. So it's a completely different style to Le Mans.
Oh, yeah.
And all the Porsche endurance racing he's doing.
DT was just telling us, our producer here from Race Control, and also, what's your magazine? Race Control magazine. Check it out. Yeah. We don't want to get confused with Race Control here at the track. We'll be told off. That Marcus Ambrose, racing from supercars, found it very, very hard to make that adjustment going over there because it's a different style of racing from the supercars, and that's going to be the interesting thing with Scott McLaughlin. How does he adjust going to single seaters for a start, but also to a different style of racing?
Totally different style, yeah. As I say, I think they're putting too much pressure on. Even his own teammate, as I said earlier, was saying he could win it. Well, I mean, it's his first ever race.
He was saying he'd be happy if he's last, long he doesn't make any mistakes, and he gets the feeling of the car and gets used to it.
Oh, look, if he is near the top 10, he would think that's massively successful. I don't think he'll even do that, to be honest. But
it's very exciting though when you get you've got Johnny DeVeth here and Glenn Smith done a superb job in this McLaren. They've dominated the North Island Endurance Series, and you got Lewis Hamilton 7, in Formula One. You got Jonathan Ray 7 in Superbikes. You got Jimmy Johnson, he's done 7 in NASCARs. You've got, here's Scott Dixon going for win number 6 in the IndyCar. Sometimes you just get the right driver, the right package, the right team set up, the crew chief, the technician, the whiz with the old spanner, and you've got an unbeatable package, haven't you?
Look, often you hear, that's very true, Clint. Often you hear, though, people saying, oh, yeah, he only won that because he had the best car. But, of course, that's part of the skill of the driver. It's getting your engineer to set your car up and, that communication between you and the engineer and getting the best car. So,
and how come you've got 2 car teams, one guy's real quick and the other guy's quick, but not as quick and not as consistent. So
you see that all the time, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at Formula One, look at supercars,
Yep. Yes, it's, that's the thing. That's what they say, don't they? The first thing, your first job is to beat your teammate.
And look how good Fabian Coulthard is.
Well, I always remember Fabian here when the Porsche series was early.
He was fantastic in the Porsche.
He was brilliant. He was about 10 kilometres an hour faster over the top of the hill. So we should be just about getting ready for a.
Well, we're down to 59 minutes and 25 seconds. A little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the McLaren. So hopefully we might be able to get a restart here and go racing to finish off the 1 hour race. At the moment, as they sit, it's the McLaren of John DeVeth and Glenn Smith, followed by Tim Edgell, and then John Midgley, Matt Whitaker, Connell Dempsey, Callum Hedge, John O'Leston, Nick Ross, Bob Sebright, and 75 Dean Perkins, rounding out your top 10 at the moment.
Now, Clint, we could be finishing this
under safety car.
Yeah, they've got the last lap board has just come out, Clint. Even though it's still, so I think we're going to go the whole last lap. Yeah, we will. The last lap under safety car, and well, that's a shame, isn't it? So we're going to finish this race under safety car, which is a real pity, I think.
So there's all your trophies for the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. Fast start, slow finish, and it turned out to be a bit of a stop-start, slightly dramatic finish. First overall, for the 1 hour race.
Yeah, so
Going to go to John DeVeth.
That's why they're obviously going to finish under safety car. That's still getting that from that very awkward position it was in.
And later on, these recovery crews will get their own trophies as well, but they could be a slightly different colour.
They deserve trophies, believe me. These guys work so hard, don't they, and give up all their time and their weekends when they could be home with their families. So take a big thanks to those people again. Fantastic job. So we're going down the back straight, we'll come up and over the hill, and then the checkered flag will pop out, and that's a nice relaxing way to win a race, isn't it?
Well, for a guy who's just had a knee operation, it's going to be a nice way for John to just sort of cruise home and take a nice cruisy checkered flag and take out the North Island Endurance Series, back-to-back wins in the Golden Homes from round 1 at Hampton Downs and round 2 here at Pukekohe.
There's Dean Perkins, look at that, with the door open, and it must be getting a bit hot in there, I guess, with not a lot of airflow going past. Look at that smoke, though. I'll be a bit nervous about that, and it's just maybe it's getting a bit hot going so slowly, do you think?
I'm quite sure they'll be quite happy just to sort of cruise over and take that checkered flag. So it's Johnny DeVeth first, Timmy Edgell second, Midgley third, Matt Whitaker fourth, Connell Dempsey fifth, Callum Head sixth, John O'Lester seventh, Nick Ross eighth, Bob Severwright, Dean Perkins 10, Struan Robinson 11, Steph Chambers 12, she'll be really happy.
Yeah.
James Kirkpatrick 13, Alan Sargent 14, Philip Ross 15, Bruce Anderson, Greg Cruyff and Darryl Clark. Safety car goes across the start finish line, but it's the beautiful McLaren that will take out the checkered flag for back-to-back wins in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. Good skills, Johnny. You cannot stop me, DeVeth.
Look at that. Fist pumps all around from these guys.
And Glenn super quick from the Naki Smith. Well done to the boys. Great teamwork, great drive. Top performance, and welcome back to the podium for number 8, Timmy Edgell. And the number 8 Holden Super Tourer, and 19 John Midgley, great drive, bringing home his Super Tourer in third place. So there your top 3, that's the podium places. So you got a Ford Falcon, a Holden Super Tourer, and a beautiful McLaren. Of course, you can't go anywhere in New Zealand without that name McLaren and the history it represents for New Zealand motorsport.
Yeah, and their road cars are selling really well too, Clint. There's the McLaren dealership in Auckland there, and that's, as I said, you can buy that 720 as a road car. It's still 720 horsepower as a road car, so phenomenal machines. There's quite a variety of them, of course. But
so if you do that, you've got to pick a track day to come out and actually learn how to handle it and drive it without snotting it on a track day.
And that's exactly what they do. The track days that McLaren run are very, very popular. And you get a lot of the owners out there, because what else do you do with them, really?
Why would you buy one of those cars? Because you want to see what they can do and what you can do in it, and you want to do it safely. So that's a great way to do it. One of the great reasons that our motor racing tracks around the country can allow the people with that need for speed to get that motor racing fix in a good, controlled, safe way without doing it on the road. So fantastic stuff. And a great team performance, and certainly hope you enjoyed our coverage of the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. I know that Adam Jones is going to be along pit lane and getting some driver reaction, and that'll be a mixed reaction. A little bit of disappointment for the guys that had a DNF today, but not quite so much as we did in the first round. So everyone benefiting from being out on the track more often, more times. Makes the cars just go better. So here he is, number 11, John DeVeth, Glenn Smith taking out the title. Parks it up number 1. Then it's going to be Tim Edgell in second and John Midgley in third. So there we go, great stuff. Very happy drivers, very relieved. 1, 2, 3. A golden day here on Saturday at Pukekohe, and a golden way to start the Enduro. No surprises, but a few surprises.
Yeah, well, look, it was really good to see, actually. The old V8 Super Tourers doing so well out there. You know, they've all got a little bit more grunt than they used to have in the days. But
good to see the Mallard family there helping out Edgell, of course. Good family team.
Absolutely.
And there they are, Johnny DeVeth and Glenn Smith, the 2 champions. Great drive. And a good technician, good mechanic there in the background as well, Maury.
He's been with them for a long time, hasn't he?
So don't forget, we'll have a lunch break and then we'll be back with the 3-hour race time to go around about 1:30. But I tell you what, one guy's very happy and he's with Adam Jones.
So we're here with John Midgley in third place. John, pretty hot race. You got a bit of a rest at the end with the safety car.
Yeah, and I had a bit of a play around with my cool suit. It didn't quite get going right at the pit stop, so I played around with that under safety car, got it under control, and yeah, bit of a bummer about the safety car at the end, but I guess, yeah, I'll take third.
So, I mean, that's pretty good result for you and the car. I mean, there's a lot of competition out there.
Yeah, and a shame about the pit lane drive-through. I thought I was past the control line when I went, but I guess the marshals have a better view of it, so took that on the chin, and yeah, lucky to get third.
So what's next for you?
Not really sure. Might bring the muscle car out for a run, but no, really enjoy driving this car. It's really good fun, so yeah, good race.
Awesome. All right, well, we'll get you up for the champagne. We'll just get through to second place here, which is Tim Edgell. Hey Tim, just we're live, so we need to move pretty quickly. So second place, I mean, it's pretty good field there and a lot of Porsches, but you had a nice clean run.
Yeah, no, we did exceptionally well, really. Against the GT3 car, it's just not really a fair race, but, cars ran faultless, so really happy with that. And, to be 2 laps up on third place is pretty great achievement.
And so just a nice clean race for you, good in traffic?
Yeah, well, it's pretty tricky towards the end, just got to show a bit of respect to the other guys. But I was sort of just consolidating, hoping for a safety car at the end, and might have had a bit of a go, but wasn't fee. But the car ran faultless, so I'm stoked and happy with my sponsors, ITM, Albany, and Auckland Bearing Supplies, Total Oil. Thank you very much. And so what's next for you? Obviously, you qualified for the national final, or what's your thoughts? I don't know, mate, to be honest. We sort of just run it race by race, but the way the car went this weekend, it went like a jet, so it'll be pretty hard not to go now, so we'll see what happens. All right, well, good luck and see you in the future. Righto, lads, you've won the race and now you're the 1 hour champions for 2020. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good, eh? Johnny did all the hard work. I just did a little bit at the start, got a safety car and put him in it and let him win.
How are you feeling? The knees holding up?
Yeah, no, good. Car was beautiful. Yeah, just drive it smooth and yeah, that's the results you get from it. It's good.
So you both warmed up for the next one?
Yeah, hopefully not too worn out.
And so with this car now, what's the plan? Obviously you've got 2 McLarens. What are you thinking for the future?
Well, we'll keep 2 because if we have a drama, we've always got the other one, and it's like our mobile spare parts car really. So if anything goes wrong, we've robbed quite a bit parts off this before at meetings, so we'll cart it down south with us, and if something goes wrong, we can always swap cars if we need to. All right, well done, and congratulations on the win, and congratulations on the 1 hour Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series title for 2020. So the winners get the spoils. You've got your trophies and you've got some champagne. We'll spray the champagne, and what's happening now is we're going to have the 1 hour races wrapping up. Then the 3 hour race will be starting at 1:15, which is, according to my watch, which is slightly old, but it says that's 20 minutes away, 25 minutes. And, we're getting the champagne out. There we go, we'll get that. So we will break the stream here for lunch, and we will be back at 1:15 when the cars roll out on track for the 3 hour Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool. Good to know. No, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I'm charging batteries anyway. Cool. Cheers.
Welcome back to the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series, round 2, the final here at Pukekohe Park Raceway. It's a beautiful afternoon, way too hot for being wearing race suits, but we have to wear them because they refuel in the pit lane. The cars are just about to go out, got green lights, but everyone waits to the last minute because they don't want to go out there and let their warm tyres, which are in tyre warmers over here. You can see the chicken hawk warmers. So they keep their tyres in the warmers as long as they possibly can and go out on the grid late. We've got Glenn Smith here. We'll have a word to him, see how he's feeling. Have you had long enough, Glenn, to have a bit of water and a rest and a bit of lunch?
Yeah, I have, mate. I was a bit lucky with that safety car, and you had to do about like 15 minutes or something. So, I had some water, had a bit to eat, and now ready for the big one.
So, is this car quite hot inside on a hot day, or is it nice and cool with your cool suit?
This car, for some reason, gets hotter than the black ones. I don't know why, but so this one will run the cool suit, and hopefully that's enough.
All right, well, good luck for the day. We'll keep walking down the lane, and we'll hopefully see you halfway through. So basically, the drivers, 2 drivers, obviously they're going to do maybe 2 pit stops today because it's a very fast track and there's a lot of kilometres to do, and they just won't be able to do it, we don't think, on one stop. Traditionally, some of the smaller tracks in New Zealand, such as Timaru that we were at last week, they're able to maybe get home on a one stop. We'll just have a look, talk to Mr. Verright here, who's in the GT4 Ford Mustang. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. A little bit nervous just before the race, but pretty good. Yep.
Cars going good?
Yeah, really good. Yep, it's going really good.
And in your class, who's your competition and who you got eyes on?
Davies, but they are quite a bit quicker than us. So, and the third place gear is probably about 4 seconds slower than us. So, we're just going to run a race and just cruise and try and get home.
So this Mustang, just tell us a little bit about it for the viewers who might not know what it actually is.
Okay, it's a factory-built car, imported from the States. It runs in a Pirelli Challenge Cup over there. So I imported it from new, and we've modified it a little bit and put stickers on it and go racing.
Awesome. We'll have a good fun time out there and keep it clean. We'll hopefully see you about halfway through.
Appreciate that.
Are you able to do one stop, or do you have to do 2?
One stop.
Well, there you go. So this is a car, it's a V8 and it can do one stop, but we'll find out from some of the other ones. I can just see Gene Rollinson in the car, the Racer Products car, or is that Craig Innes? We'll just have a quick run in here and see if we can have a chat. Can I open the door, is that right? How are you guys going today?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, our practice went really well. We just usually burst a radiator hose in qualifying, and it, I think it sprayed a sensor and picked up a misfire, so hopefully we fixed it. We'll still be going, but not as fast if we haven't fixed it.
So, new engine, yeah? So I guess that's probably something that's tailed over from round 1, yeah?
Nah, it's a separate thing. We're just unlucky that the hose got a stone or something. I don't know, something hit it, but yeah, new engine, which has been going good. So hopefully it's all plain sailing from here.
And who's competition in your class? Who are you looking at?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't actually looked. I think it maybe just us. I haven't actually really looked at the field, to be honest. To be fair.
So obviously just trying to run you a race. Well, good luck, and we'll see you halfway through. All right, we'll just keep walking along the lane here and see who's doing what. Obviously everyone's just waiting their moment. Almost. Oh, okay, we're just keep walking along the lane here. Just had a bit of a link issue. It can't go through metal garage stuff, so we'll stay outside of the garage with the camera, and we'll just have a chat to these boys. They look like they're about to go out, so we'll just let them get the car out of the garage. This is the only rotary, I do believe, in the field. It is the only rotary. Come and have a chat. Tell us, what are you guys running here, and what class are you in?
We're class 2, so we penalise a little bit because we're rotary. They put us up a few classes, so we're racing the old TCR cars down there, the 2-litre turbos. So we've Coen Brothers built 13B PP that we've just pretty much tried to string it as much horsepower out as we can to keep up with those fellas, because we can't bolt a hairdryer on the side. So we're pushing over 300 horse now. We just put an HGT sequential in it. Had a few drive shaft issues yesterday, but we're all sorted, ready to go this morning.
It's great to see a Series 1 RX-7 all modified up and running in the series, because it's, these kind of cars are the cars we love to see and the fans love to see.
Yeah, well, it is an ex-Pro 7 car from Shane's dad. Used to race it back in, they bought it in 2002, and yeah, Shane and his dad have owned it since then, and they used to race it, and we've just progressed, and yeah, we both race it now, so endurance racing is the best thing, so we get a lot of seat time, and yeah, we love it. Love being the only rotary.
Right, and so, rotaries aren't known for fuel, so how do you guys run your fuel strategy?
Yeah, we're two drivers. We want to, because we're trying to compete for the class, but we do 45 minutes. We sort of can get on a tank. We've got an 83 litre tank in there in the fast fuel setup, so we just come in, hit it. It takes about 16 seconds, but it is what it is.
And there you go. You'll hear that lovely rotary sound. It's probably one of the louder cars here. And as they head out, we know we love rotaries in New Zealand. It's great to see one out here racing. Andy Duffin's triple rotors normally here, but he hasn't come, so that's a bit of a shame. It looks like everyone's heading out, and we haven't got many people left in the lane. So we might just head back over to Clint as the grid forms up and hand back over to the commentary team. So back over to you guys up there.
Thank you very much, Adam, and we can tell you there's some breaking news just coming out of America for the IndyCar racing weekend this weekend. The Team Penske have announced that they won't be returning to the V8 supercars, and Scott McLaughlin will be staying in America doing a full season of the IndyCars. So that's just being confirmed coming out of America. Team Penske won't be returning to supercars. Scotty McLaughlin making his debut this weekend will then stay on and do a full year in the IndyCars. That was brought to you by Race Control magazine. So that's hot off the press, thanks to DT. So the key thing is what will happen to Fabian Coulthard. That will no doubt be the follow-up. So big news coming out of America. Scott McLaughlin staying in the States, stateside for the IndyCar season with Team Penske. And of course, then you've got Scott Dixon, who hopefully on Monday will become a 6-time champion for Chip Ganassi Racing. But right now it's all about the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series, and we're just getting set for the cars to come out for the 3-hour enduro race. Great performance by John DeVeth and Glenn Smith taking out the 1-hour race. And even though some drivers didn't get in the top 3, but they may have got top 3 in their podium. For example, Steph Chambers, 3rd in her class, and she was absolutely stoked. So, as we said, there's always winners and gritters no matter where you are in the North Island Endurance Series, because you've got so many chances to actually go out, have a lot of seat time, do some racing, and come home with a smile on your dial, Stu.
Look, that's why I love endurance racing so much, Clint. I've been a fan of this ever since coming here in the Benson and Hedges days, or the B&H as they call it now, way back watching the Valiants and the Holdens and the Falcons running around, and this is the same sort of thing. And the 3-hour races are even better, the 6-hour even better than that, so it's great. It's all the strategy. As we're just watching that lime-coloured GT4 coming down into position, and that's going to be started by Daniel Gaunt. He's the first driver on that. Then there's the Audi getting itself in position. That's sneaking down the middle, and that one's been started by Andrew Fawcett. He's the first one behind the wheel of that one. So there's all these different driving pairings that are coming up. Here's the McLaren working its way down the middle now, And that's Glenn Smith. That's going to be the opening driver for that car. Who else have we got coming up? Subaru BRZ last out of the pits. He made an interesting comment, Clint. I said, so is this the supercharged one that's been raced before? He goes, no, mate, this has got the power of a hairdryer.
Well, I tell you what, the power of the hairdryer in certain sports can be very, very powerful. Sir Alex Ferguson of Manchester United, when he was upset with anyone in the dressing room, if they didn't play a good game, he would give them the hairdryer experience. So don't underestimate the old hairdryer, mate. When you've got an angry Scotsman in your face, say, what are you doing, laddie?
Pointing your hairdryer.
Get out there and do that job.
Well, they get a bit dangerous if you chuck them in the bath while you're trying to have a bath, though, don't they? They're plugged in.
A bit more power behind some of these motor racing hairdryers, I would say, though.
Yeah. So there's the photographers wandering along. There's getting themselves into position for down to turn 1 there, which could be a bit of action, all the bumps and that sort of thing down there. Although all the drivers are saying the same thing, Clint, that the turn 1 ain't what it used to be. It's a lot smoother. Here's the big Aston Vantage, the Aston Martin Vantage, 4-litre twin-turbo V8, getting into position with Alex behind the wheel. So he's the first driver there. So it's always that there's a lot of strategy involved in first and second drivers. The first driver's got all the traffic to deal with, all the jostling at the start. But the second driver, of course, has got that nerve-wracking driver change. It's easier when you're the first driver, you just undo the belts and leap out. If you're the second driver, you've got to get everything right. You've got to find that belt, and you get that panicky moment sometimes because you can't see because you have full-face helmet, scrambling around looking for it.
A lot of DNFs in the opening round at Hampton Downs, so a lot of teams have done a lot of work to fix whatever gremlins they had in between races. Of course, they've had the practice session yesterday, qualifying this morning, so ready to race. The winners on the previous round, Glenn Smith and Chris Vanderdrift in the McLaren GT3, they brought that home to take out their class as well. Second, Andrew Fawcett and Sam Fillamore in the beautiful Audi R8 LMS, the sister car to Neil Foster and Johnny Reed's car that's been so impressive in the Carter's South Island Endurance Series. Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly third in the Aston Martin Vantage. They've been very impressive down there taking out the South Island Endurance Series, so watch out for them for an improved performance today after they had a few issues at Hampton Downs. Matt Davey, John O'Lester coming home in fourth, Barrett Bernard and Steve Taylor in fifth, Aaron Slide and Greg Brent came home in sixth, Todd Borden and Flynn Osborne in seventh, Marty McCulloch and Matt McCulloch in eighth, and Jeff and Robert Drum in ninth. So only 9 finishes. It really was hang on, hold on, and just bring that baby home in the opening round at Hampton Downs. So a lot of DNF, so a lot of work done by the teams. And the class winners from the previous round were, the smiles were always there for Matt Dovey and John O'Lester. I remember Jono on Instagram and also with one of the other social media platforms with LinkedIn. He was absolutely wrapped with all the work that they had done, and of course car showing great car speed today, P4, and Matt's very, very excited about that. So they took out Class 1. Class 3 went to Matty and Mart McCulloch, Glenn Smith and Chris Vanderdrift in Class GTA. The GTD went to Aaron Slide and Brent, so they're class champions, so always a good point there for the other drivers. Bring something home even if you can't win the race, but it's now a chance for the drivers to start, get them sorted, do the pit change without minimal fuss, minimal mistakes, and for the other driver to bring it home. But we never know with this 3-hour race, do we?
Well, look, and you were talking about that Audi before. There it is in 4th place. It's an Audi shell anyway. But, yeah, I think those guys are pretty excited down there because they know all it takes is a bit of a bobble from the front 3 cars and then they've got a podium. So they think they've got a chance. They really do. It won't take much for one of them just to make a little, little brush with the fence or something, and then they're in there. So they're delighted about in 4th place. Look at that sitting there. That's that home-built car, basically built in Tauranga. And there's behind them is another V8 Super Tourer, and that's going to that's about 790 horsepower, that one. So there's a good old Chev LS7 motor in there. And we saw them doing well in the last race, the 1-hour race, the old Super Tourers that have been repowered, repurposed. doing super well. And behind them, of course, that Aston GT4, which is punching above its weight.
Dan
and
Gaunt
truly. Yeah, Daniel.
Game
Gaunt.
Over.
Boy, now they impressed with Daniel. He's helped them sort out. He said the front end was a bit stiff before, so they've just loosened that up. It was understandable.
Very, very good Porsche racer, a
Yep.
New Zealand Grand Prix winner, a TRS champion, so he knows what it's like to set up a car.
Well, he was V8 Super Tourer, of course, racing with the with the Kellys, and did well on those.
So we've had the time certain start. They've got on track, coming up and over the hill. What a magnificent sight. Look at the machinery there, the Aston Martin, the mighty McLaren, the Audis, and then the Super Tourers. Another Aston Martin. It's the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series 3-hour enduro race. And we're waiting for the green flag, which we have now. Here's the roar. Back at Pukekohe. Give it some more. Foot to the floor.
And wow, Polsett has just been overtaken by the McLaren going round into turn one. Now there's a good start. And look at the Audi. The Tauranga built Audi up into third place ahead of the factory Audi R8. Good start from them. Good start from Jono Lester.
Jono got the jump.
Yeah.
So too did Smithy.
Andrew
Alex
Fawcett behind the wheel.
Riberas sitting into second at the moment. Andrew Fawcett, remember, really enjoying the racing. Streaming down the back straight, the battle of the Audis. They're going to have their own little wee private battle at the moment.
Got him.
Yeah, he lost it in the start, but then got it back towards the hairpin. Now what can the Aston Martin do? What game will they play? When will they make the pounce? It's all about getting off to a good clean start, trying to stay on the same lap. And when they make the pit stops, down the main straight to complete the first lap.
The lights are flashing. Look at that. He's trying to unbalance and unsettle them there. That's not part of the plan, Clint. The plan was to get out the front early, not be second place going into turn one.
So we've got 3 hours, but already they're into a dogfight sprint race to get us underway. So that's the battle of who's the quickest out there, who's got the big ego, but also the big car speed, the need for speed. But now it becomes a battle of strategy and tactics.
Isn't this what we wanted to see, though? You know, that's great. Rather than being all strung out, look at this. This is a battle. Good on them. So Alex is thinking, rightio, we'll just sit back and pick out where the McLaren's a little bit weaker, where he can take advantage. And he's not going to, I don't think he's probably just, I'll bet you his team's onto him now, just saying, look, just relax. There's no hurry. You've got 3 hours. Don't do it all on the first few laps. So having said that, he's down the inside.
Having another look down the inside, turn one, and he's going to grab Glenn Smith. Remember, Glenn Smith is the fastest man around Pukekohe. He did that in his Crawford Porsche prototype, a 52.139. And now the Aston Martin with the Spanish racer Alex Riberas behind him. He sized him up for a couple of laps, but the gap he's actually put on him now, does that suggest there's something, perhaps a bit of a mechanical thing with the McLaren?
That's huge, isn't it? So Alex has just put the fastest lap in as a 56, but so has Glenn Smith. But since then, they've just stretched it out. There's Andrew Fawcett, third place at the moment. He's just settling in, and look at that, the Tauranga built Audi with Jono Lester in, he's just shadowing him. So at the moment, it's exactly as they started, isn't it? First to fourth. Alex coming past again, another fastest lap of 54, so he's dropped 2 seconds out of what he was doing, shadowing the McLaren.
And that's not a bad move too, because you know that this guy's got pedigree around Pukekohe. You know he's got the fastest lap ever around Pukekohe. So let's just see what he can do in that car before I make a look at what I can do. This is a disappointment here for Craig Innes.
Yes, that's him. He was starting that car. So remember they had problems last time. The oil breather blew off or something. So let's hope that that's not a start of what is to be another uneventful race for them. Well, eventful and non-finishing race.
And the Racer Products Hyundai i30 TCR car with Craig Innes sharing the drive with Gene Collinson this weekend.
Gene Collinson, yeah, they're a talented pair. So what a shame.
Gene Collinson.
So I was talking to Andrew Fawcett before. He was just saying that he's surprised at how well the Pukekohe track is looking after them. You know, it's not as bumpy as it was. All the resurfacing has been really, really good to them. So nice to see.
Lance Hughes sharing the drive with Simon Evans this weekend. Should be Lancelot behind the wheel to get it going.
Yes,
and Brady Ford.
Yep, he's going to go out and do the traffic stuff to start with and then hand over to Simon. So bear in mind, a lot of these cars, they can't, I mean, ideally what you'd want to do is you've got a 3-hour race, you'd want to come in at 1.5 hours. But of course, a lot of these cars won't do 1.5 hours. So a lot of them, like the Audi, for example, with John O'Lester behind it, they've got to 2-stop it. So there's a fair bit of shuffling around to go on there. There's the hairdryer powered little BRZ that we're going past. I shouldn't say that again. They're a good little car, aren't they, Clint? But just compared to a...
I shouldn't say not quite as good as the Toyota 86, but they're both the same.
They are. Same engine, but when you're comparing 800 horsepower, it's just thundered past them and just lapped them. It's a little... It would feel like a hairdryer, wouldn't it?
But I know the boys at Wingers have done plenty of those BRZs before and sold plenty of those, so they're happy with that. This is a really unfortunate sign here. Sad sight in the garage. Only, 10-15 minutes into the race, and all of a sudden the number 5 Hyundai with Gene Rollinson waiting to get in, and Craig Innes.
That looks like Gene pulling it back there. I think it's him helping out. I think it's Gene there.
So hopefully they can get the car restarted and get back out on track.
They've lost a couple of laps, so what a shame for these guys, because really their pace was very good. They were in the 57s, I think, or 58s in that car in qualifying. So yeah, that's a quick car. What a shame for them. Andrew Fawcett coming up and over the hill, and in these cars it's about you're doing 170 over that hill. So that's a lot quicker than it looks on TV. It looks all very calm on TV. Coming down there, we can see the V8 Supertura there. He'll be doing, by the end of the straight, about 250 down there. It's a little bit slower than the long straight, obviously, and then down to about 170 in turn 1. Huge speeds.
56.4 for Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly. Glenn Smith, John DeVette, the 57.6. Andrew Fawcett, a 57 flat. Matt Dovey, John O'Lester, a 57.2. Lance Hughes and Simon Evans. They've done a 58.4. Aaron Slight, Daniel Gort behind the wheel, a 59.7. Nick Archibald, they're doing a good job too, a 103. Then James Kirkpatrick with a 160 seconds flat. Warwick Mortimer, they had issues with Andre in the other car in the 1 hour race, a 101. Bernard Barrett, a 102. Rob Williams starting in their Porsche, a 102.9. So working their way through the traffic here at the moment. Fast Files, Pukekohe.
Didn't take long, Clint, did it? They're already on to these cars and lapping them already. So that's, it just shows you the difference in pace there at the front when you're doing 56s, and it's just a huge pace.
Going past the number 7 BMW, Wayne Leach and Paul Burborough out of Winger Subaru, racing their Beamers, having a great weekend, along with their good mate Todd Borden as well.
Well, look at John O'Lester hanging on to the Andrew Fawcett Audi there. He'd be delighted by that, because this is really not what they expected, to be honest. They thought they'd be a little bit more off the pace than this, so they'd be delighted down there. Very exciting for them. So here's that shot of these guys coming down that kink, that past the kink. Now you see where this Aston's going down the inside of the kink there. If they stay on the inside there, Clint, that's the bumpiest part of the track. So, it's very difficult to outbrake someone down there, because there's more bumps than on the outside.
Very experienced GT racer Alex Riberas from Spain. He was telling us about the kids coming out from Starship to have a helicopter ride and get the experience of a day out of the track. So that's been great. Of course, they help out with Starship as part of their charity program through the Heart of Racing, set up by Gabe Mule. Unfortunate sign here for the 78 Mazda.
That's Shane Holland behind the wheel of that, and they certainly didn't expect to be coming in that early. That car started out as a Series RX-7 Series racer back in the day. Gradually been more modified. It's got a 13B with fuel injection in it now. So very, very cool car. We were talking about it earlier.
Not quite flat out.
Yeah, not at the moment, that's for sure.
Flat out down the back straight though. One of the Porsches enjoying a bit of free time. There's no one else in front of him, no one behind him, so plenty of chance to get into that rhythm of the race and set up their own little wee sort of battle in their own class, and that's James Kirkpatrick behind, which should be Rob Williams in the other Porsche.
And you can see the patch there on the back, all the tape holding the back bumper on. He had that little moment during the 1 hour race. He was in that, a spin and just tapped the wall. And of course yesterday had the door fly off as he went down the back straight, which must be a bit of an eye-opener. That's shattered into 1,000 pieces. It's a carbon fibre door, so not a cheap little replacement part, that one.
Isn't it funny too, because there was one of those drivers, I think, in the supercars where they had the door was open, and one of them, I think, was Shane Van Gisbergen, remember, was having to drive around and hold the door and try and shut the door. So not just an eye opener, but a door opener.
Yeah, that's. But of course, you know, it's an eye-watering price when you've got to replace one of those doors that are made of carbon fibre as well after it flies off and breaks on the fence.
So here's the team going hard at work trying to get this car back out on track, get it out of the garage. All the volunteers, probably all just mates, doing a great job trying to work out exactly what's gone wrong and how they can fix it. And under pressure too in the time zone.
Well, time's ticking away. You feel that pressure, tick, 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 tick. You know, you're losing time and laps. And there's that lovely GT4 Vantage, the bright yellow. That you can actually get that same colour in a factory car. In fact, there is a road car in Auckland, exactly that colour. Looks stunning.
So the Hyundai's back out on track, but still not going fast. And remember, the Hyundai is going to be part of that TCR Super Production Series, which will also includes the likes of GT4. So hopefully that will give this place another chance to go racing for that particular car.
Yes, exactly.
That
It'll be nice
series.
to see that. It'll be like the old days, all these production-based cars. But there he is limping back into the pits. That's Craig Innes. I'm sure he'll go straight ahead there and find it. That's very sad, because I wanted to see these cars go well. I mean, they're very, very quick through the turns. They really are. They don't give away much. It's just straight line speed, just being a little 2 litre 4-cylinder turbo. But they lack the straight line speed. But everything else, they're super good.
It's just unfortunate sometimes with a new make and a new model that you just get one particular problem and you keep searching for it and you just can't find where the gremlin is, and it's always tends to be after the race and think, oh, okay, you know, one of the frustrating things about motorsport, isn't it?
Well, and sometimes it's not that complicated either, is it? You know, it's just something that they didn't foresee, but bad luck for them. That's their race ruined, really, isn't it? So there's the little Verret Honda going down there. That's been around for a while. Very distinctive blue camouflage sort of camo look there. That did well at Hampton Downs too.
Class winner between Marty and Matt McCulloch. There's these guys here in their BRZ.
Here we go. We can see the bonnet up, having a good look. There's no smoke. Last time at Hampton Downs there was plenty of smoke. Remember that? They had an oil breather issue or something that was pumping it out.
There's that McCulloch Honda.
Sorry, I called it the Verret Honda before. It's a completely different car.
Then you've got the Drum Boys, the Drum Brothers, and the BRZ just coming back into screen. So these guys have done a great job, love their racing, and doing their own thing in their own class.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, those Hondas used to be such a feature of these races, and they're just, unfortunately, they're just not as quick as they used to be. They've really sort of been outclassed, I guess, with just the horsepower, the grunt of all these other GT3s, that sort of thing, going so much quicker these days. It shows you how time moves on, doesn't it?
Yeah, but these guys are still going to be out doing their own thing, like the BMW sort of team here with the winger car and then the online car. So you got Todd Borden in one of them, and then you got Wayne Leach in the other one. So guys that just love doing their own bit of motorsport, getting out for the day. Number 7, Wayne Leach, and the winger Beamer, coming right up behind one of the old Super Tourists. And was that a TLX car?
It's an old TLX, I think that one. But these guys are doing the same as they did at Hampton, and also last year. They were in the Hampton Downs race last year, shadowing each other for about 3 hours. It was phenomenal. There's a few car legs between them the whole time.
And just like last year and also in Hampton Downs, they'll be slinging off at each other too, because it's their own little wee private battle about who managed to get up and take the honours in that particular class.
We're sort of settling down now. Alex has got a a nice lead out the front. He's about nearly 30 seconds out the front, so that's almost half a lap, isn't it? It's a decent lap, decent lead. Glenn Smith still doing 56s, 57s, but the difference is Alex is doing 54s and 55s, so that's a substantial difference in pace. A couple of seconds a lap really adds up very, very quickly.
That means the difference is around about 1.5 seconds. Bigger than that, 30 seconds?
Yeah, nearly 30 seconds. 28 seconds is the gap between first and second at the moment. And then another 6 seconds back to Andrew Fawcett. Then Matt Dovey, and another 4 seconds back from that. So it really, the biggest gap is, of course, between first and second, and they're just streaking away. And I would say, whoa, sideways down the track, the Mustang has hit the wall. That's the GT4 Mustang.
We heard the squeal of the tyres, and it's Bernard Verrett that's hit the wall. He's obviously gone onto the grass coming up and over the top of the hill, and that is a huge prang here at Pukekohe. That will bring out the safety car, that will bring out the recovery crews, and hopefully he is okay. As you can see, the debris on the track. We heard the squeal, when they heard the crunch, and that's that deafening, awful sound. Bang! Car against concrete. Concrete always wins. So let's just take a look on the Golden Homes replay.
The door is open on the car, which is always a good sign. He's opened the door.
So we're just watching as the cars come up and over the top. So there's Bernard Verrett, and then the Subaru, just a little touch and flicks it offline. Oh, and straight into the wall.
That is a huge hit, Clint. That really is. That's enormous. So all it took was just that little, just the back tyre got flicked up and the car just bounced up, didn't it? That was a shocker.
Such at high speed too, and it looked like just a light touch. You'd just think he would have just gone bang and then back out onto the racing line, but no, it just speared the car offline into the concrete wall.
Well, if it was body to body, it would have done that, but it was the two tyres that touched, and it just launched the back of that Mustang in the air, and just turned it right. So that car is absolutely destroyed. It's a real shame for those guys. So in the meantime, we've got people diving into the pits.
And we've got the medical crews and also the recovery crews trying to get into the car to make sure that the driver is okay. Sharing the drive with Steve Taylor, that Ford Mustang. Bernard Verrett, very experienced endurance racer, also in the Trade Zone GT1 class as well, GT2.
You see in the background there the GT4 Aston Martin, Daniel Gaunt behind the wheel. They're refueling, and I'd imagine that's what they're going to do with Andrew Fawcett here. They'll top it up, because as we were talking about earlier, these cars can't do half the race in the tank of fuel. So good chance while the safety car's out to come and refuel. So there's that car going out again with Daniel Gaunt behind the wheel, topped up with fuel. So that'll help them get to that halfway mark, and then you can come and change drivers without having to have that extra stop at the end, that splash and go. Well, it'll be interesting to see if Alex does the same thing, whether he comes in and fills up again.
Well, I tell you what, it's a bit like the 1 hour race, aren't they? Just sort of settled down, getting into a pattern, getting into a rhythm. Around about 15 minutes in, then bang, Shorty went off. And then we had the first sort of safety car period. We've only had basically 18 minutes. And around about the same time, a massive prang here, safety car out on the track. And they're getting the driver out. Hopefully he's okay.
So it's interesting on TV, you look at that shot, that long shot of them coming over that hill where they touch Clinton. It doesn't look that fast, but it's at least 160 kilometres an hour over that corner.
Meanwhile, the pit stop's carrying on for Matt Dovey and Jono Lester. We'll see if does Jono get out of the car. No, stays in, as he may have gone out. Or
this is more than
just Matt Dovey getting in there now.
Yeah,
Jono just redoing the.
They're doing tyre pressures. Good chance to rebalance. See if they can bleed a bit back out if they've overinflated. So yes, that's you're right. That's Jono Lester jumping out. So that also saves that tyre, that time pressure. They can do that, take their time rather than doing it in green situations. They can do it in yellow. Here's the Hawke's Bay Porsche coming into the pits. Eventually see what they do, whether they go just fuel or whether they do a driver change. Pretty early to be doing driver change though, isn't it?
Rob Williams starting off, Phil Blythe, lots of experience in the Mazda series, and really loving the endurance racing.
And doing well at it too. They did very well down south. They're doing both series, so they're both doing well. Here's somebody coming in for fuel.
And Phil was saying it's almost like an endurance series just getting there. You got to go north, south. So sometimes just, travelling up and down the country can be tiring as well.
Hard work.
Let alone hard work around the bumps. So no driver change there. Rob Williams staying in the car.
Fuel though, so they've refueled and they're getting back out. 40k speed limit, very strictly enforced. Radar guns down the end there. Easy in cars like that where they've got a button they push and just holds them at 40. But some of the less sophisticated cars, you've just got to look at the rev counter and make sure you don't go 41 or 42, otherwise they'll ping you. Very easy to do. But interesting, I don't think Alex has been in yet, has he? Or no, yes he must have. That's why he's not behind the pace car. He's obviously been in. So we'll have more cars deciding to go in.
Just here with John O'Lester, who's just had a very quick stint in the Audi. Tell us your perspective of what just happened there.
With this one or with me?
With you.
With me? Man, I had the moment of my life out there. Holy beep. It was a good start, and I was having fun with Andrew there. The cars obviously have big strengths and weaknesses between them. So I was really fast over the hill, and I don't know whether you guys caught it, but a couple of laps before Bernard had his accident, we came up over the hill and split the little 86 with the Subaru, and I almost did what he did. I had a massive moment, man. It was scary, but anyway, we're all right. So the car's going great, and we just need to keep doing what we did at Hamptons. Thankfully, this time our comparative pace is a little bit closer to the main guys. So if any of them have an issue, then we're a shot for an overall podium, which would be excellent. So
a very short stint. Now, was that part of the plan, or are you just running to what's going on track?
Look, mate, we're just any safety car that comes, we're going to use it. We're going to top it up. We're going to make a driver change. We obviously need to get Matt's minimum time in now. However, his pace up until this point in the weekend's been so good that it's a bit like Lance and Simon, really, where we can leave the B driver out for longer because he's not bleeding as much time. So if he needs to be out there for an hour 15, then all power to him, and I'll do the last stint to finish it.
And how are you finding being back in New Zealand racing and the local stuff as opposed to what you normally do?
Mate, I'm loving it. It's obviously been a big wake-up call for everybody this year, and I must admit from myself, I used to take events here for granted. When you're racing around the world, this sort of stuff doesn't matter, and it's forced me to, re-prioritise, I guess. And so now I'm treating every race, no matter what level it is, like it's the biggest race of my life, and I'm bloody loving it. So it's great to be here. You guys have done an awesome job with Fast Files. The series is going from strength to strength, and obviously I've got two awesome cars and crews here that I get to have a great time with. So loving it, man. Yeah.
Brilliant. And so what's your plan for the final?
We're going to take the Audi, but at least at this point in time, the Mustangs aren't allowed down there. So, Kate, if you're watching, let us come, and then we'll do both.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Jono, and we'll see you back in the car very soon. Back over to you, Clint, back out on track.
Good on you, Jono. Good skills, mate. Yes, the national final coming up at Highlands in a couple of weeks' time in November 6 and 7 for the Endurance Series. This is the reason for the safety car in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series 3-hour race up and over the hill. You heard Jono talking about almost coming into contact with the little wee blue Subaru. Unfortunately for the team of Bernard Barrett and Steve Taylor, just a clip of the tyres unsettles the rear of the car, and a round big crash smashes into the Armco.
But it just shows you the speed they're doing, Clint. Look how far down the track he goes before he stops. That's a long way. It doesn't look like it on a telephoto lens, but that's a big distance. And man, that would have happened quickly, wouldn't it? One moment you're going straight, next minute you're staring straight at the wall.
And we think the driver is out of the car and he's okay, so hopefully that's the situation. We'll get clarification later on, but well, we have seen here before at Pukekohe cars get onto the grass there and escape and not come away with that sort of damage, so for a little wee touch like that, it was amazing how that just sort of sent the rear of the car, unsettled it completely, and spun it round into the wall.
Yeah, well, you were saying earlier that you were surprised by that, and of course, if it had just been a panel-to-panel damage, it would have, would have been a mark on the car. That's it. You feel that, you hear the boom as they hit, but that was, as you said there, tyre to tyre, and that's what flicked it. So very, very ugly accident in a very fast part of the track with no runoff. And that's good old Puke stuff, isn't it? You know you're taking a risk when you come here. It's a wild old place, but we all love it for that exact reason.
Yes, expect the unexpected in a year of uncertainty and unknown with COVID-19, lockdowns. At least we are racing again in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. The 3-hour race under safety car once again.
So we're just here with Craig Innes, and they've had a little bit of an issue by the look, so I'll just get some updates on that. What's happening with the car?
Some sort of engine issue, I'm not 100% sure, but we had a hose clip break on the turbo at the start, which is why we pitted, and then this other thing's developed, so I don't know if it's cause or effect really.
So just no go, no fire?
No, it goes, but it's got a terrible miss and no grunt, so.
All right, well, we'll leave you to it, and hopefully you can get it going again. Thanks, Craig. So yeah, as you heard it there, they've got a misfire they're trying to work on, but it doesn't look like the car wants to go very well, but hopefully they can get it back out there, because a beautiful 2-litre touring TCR car, as they call it, and not going at the moment, but they'll keep working on that, and hopefully we see it back out there.
Good work, Adam. Shame about the misfire for that crew, and also a big shame about the big collision for the team of Bernard Barrett and Steve Taylor. But we can tell you, after the incident here, they come up and over the hill, just trying to get out of the way. There's a little wee contact between the Subaru and Bernard Barrett. So just the two cars touch, flicks the tyre, hits the wall, and big crash, big smash. The good news is Bernard is out of the car, shaken and stirred, but he's okay. So
the car's warming up again. It's we've seen a bit of that today, haven't we, Clint? Weaving, trying to get the temperature back in the tyres. Even then, they can't bring them fully up to temperature, of course. It's so slow. But at least for a start, it gives them a little bit of a break. So that's about the only positive thing for the other drivers.
Sitting on about 20 degrees though, so at least it's a beautiful spring day at Pukekohe. Sun is shining and the safety car is circulating while they cleared the track. Just talking to the recovery crews, they have cleared the track between the 1-hour race and the 3-hour race, so there was no debris left on the track after the likes of, unfortunately, Bruce Anderson had tagged the wall coming out onto the onto the back straight, the entrance of the back straight. So track's clear, but at the moment it's not. Recovery crews doing their best to remove the 4454 Mustang from being parked up on the wrong side of Pukekohe.
You could see the weight of the impact there, the fact they've had to get the forklift out, Clint, to put the concrete wall back into place. It takes a lot of shifting, that one, so they've got to do all that as part of the safety. They can't just leave a damaged wall there. So it might be just a few more minutes before we can get back to green flag racing again.
Around about 28 minutes gone on the 3-hour enduro, and it will be an enduro too for all these drivers. Alex Riberas in control of the race, followed by Glenn Smith, Andrew Fawcett, Lance Hughes and Simon Evans during the drive today, and P4, Nick Archibald, Warwick Mortimer, Aaron Slight, Daniel Gaunt, James Kirkpatrick, Matt Dovey in behind the wheel. Now you're just talking about John O'Lester being absolutely wrapped with being back racing again after the year and everything's going. And talking about being wrapped, let's go back down to Adam Jones along pit lane.
We just here with Sam Fillmore. You're looking very casual there. You got your polo on, no race suit?
Mate, just waiting. It's been an exciting start to the race, though, hasn't it? Jeepers, there was a pretty nasty crash, so let's hope everyone's all right.
Yeah, so and with you guys, you're obviously watching the screens at the beginning of the race. You're running okay? You're happy with where things are at?
Yeah, I think it's a war of attrition for us, We just got to hold on to that lead lap, which is going to be hard, depending, because that Aston's pretty fast. So, yeah, mate, I'm feeling pretty good about the world. Can't wait to get in the car and, you know, in another little while, maybe another 3/4 of an hour.
So how are you finding? I mean, this is your first time back in New Zealand racing, well, second race, but first season back for how many years?
5 years, or maybe 4 years. 4 years. So, mate, it's neat to be back. So cool. Neat to be running Puke, the full circuit. But there's nothing like these Kiwi tracks, are they? You've got to be quite brave on these Kiwi tracks compared to the ones overseas. But the camaraderie, it's just great, eh? I just love it.
And so, just so people know, can you give us a quick potted history? I mean, obviously we were with you back in the 458 Tras Ferrari days filming you. Well, what's been happening for you since then?
We went and did a whole lot of the Creventic races, so in Europe, in the States, which were really good fun. They're like sort of these races on steroids, but all the cars are either GT3 cars or 9-on-1 Cup cars, so we did that in a Cup car. I went over and did some Challenge Cup racing over in Aussie, which was good fun. Did some racing in Japan, in Suzuka in the Lamborghini Cup and around there. So just mixing it up a bit, mate. Good fun.
And our good old friend Mr. Studdard, how come you haven't dragged him back yet?
Mate, I'll talk to him weekly. He would be over here in a flash if he didn't have to quarantine for 2 weeks. So I think if we're still in the same situation next year, you'll find that he will be over here quarantining, mate, because he's dying to go racing.
Talking about going racing, it's about to go green, so we better get back up to the commentary team.
So we've had around about about 10 minutes of non-racing, the harder racing. Aston Martin now coming up and over the hill, and he's just blown them away. Alex Riberas. And we're back green again, back racing.
There's the debris flag. Obviously, they've done a good job of clearing the track, but there'll still be a bit of debris, and you can see the Audi kicking up the debris as it goes through there.
So that will sort of calm the nerves again, but create a little bit of unsettled sort of, not so much anxiety, but just an awareness that, it is motor racing and sometimes, things can go wrong.
And it's Puke, it can bite you, there's no question about that. So here we've got them reshuffling each other. Look at the difference there between the V10 Audi versus the 4-litre V8 Aston Martin GT4. And as I was saying earlier, this is where look at that Porsche with the back bumper hanging off there. You can just see turning into one now. They'll have to go and retake that. It's just starting to come loose. Look at that on the right-hand side, flapping away there. That's the James Kirkpatrick Porsche. So he's had a bad run. That came off earlier. So like a big handbrake, but the guys will give him the black flag pretty quickly, or meatball flag as they call it. Now we think that Simon Evans has just climbed into that V8 Super Tourer there. That's just passing the Kirkpatrick Porsche.
Great to see a little Toyota Altezza out there. Car number 20 with Tony and Seaton head, racing around in class 1 for 3.5 litre. Having their own little great day out in the sun here at Pukekohe.
Boy, those guys have done a lot of racing over the years. I remember back in the 6-hour race days here at Pukekohe, finishing in the dark, the head boys were out there doing the same thing, and I don't know if it's exactly the same car, but something very similar anyway.
Yeah, lovely car. Good first car for a young lad.
Yeah. So there's the Simon Evans mobile, the red Super Tourer behind the GT4 Aston Martin. So quite a horsepower difference there, the red Holden with the big sort of NASCAR style motor. And you can just see he's probably just going to be just climbing up over the bumper of that GT4, and look at that.
Great to have Daniel Gaunt behind the wheel of the Aston Martin and maybe Simon Evans behind the wheel of the 84 TLX Commodore now. So two guys that have lots and lots of racing, both champion races from previous years, back racing in the Enduro. Good to get them back behind the wheel.
Yeah, there's some huge experience out there amongst these cars, and if we don't know who's jumped into that one, whether that's Jen Rollinson or the original driver, which was Craig Innes, but even now they're still having dramas by the looks of it.
Andrew Fawcett doing a superb job, really showing his experience, along with Glenn Smith, working his way back up through the field. A lot of work to do, though, to catch up to the harder racing Aston Martin with Alex Riberas. He is just rocketed it away.
So what's happening, of course, is that the strategies, the engineers will be all quickly getting their notebooks out and their pencils and trying to figure out now exactly what they're going to do, because they've topped up with fuel, but is it going to be enough now to do one stop only? That's the question.
54.6, still the fastest lap, way back on lap 7, done by Alex Riberas. And then Glenn Smith, he's done a 55.9, and that was just recently on lap 27, so he's actually really going to go fast again now, Smithy. But I'm not sure if they had a misfire on that car. Look at this 3 wide going down the back straight of Pukekohe, and the Commodore just moves over. Let Smithy, look at the great shot of the bumps, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was talking about that earlier, saying you don't necessarily want to be on the inside there because it's extra bumpy on the inside, but he managed to do that well, and that car's got ABS, of course, and all that sort of thing, so you can really lean on it and let the ABS do its work there.
And that Lance Hughes, Simon Evans car has just done a 57.8, so it looks like it might be Simon behind the wheel, although Lance has been very, very fast in recent years in the B&T V8s. Glenn Smith done a great job in the Trade Zone GT1 class, a dominant champion in that, along with John DeVeth and the Crawfords. But love their endurance racing in these beautiful McLarens that they've prepared up, along with International Motorsport doing a superb job with this Audi.
You can see the gap there now between the Audi and the McLaren, so it's visible. You can sort of see these guys are keeping each other in sight.
Andrew Fawcett doing the fastest lap. His last lap was a 58. Glenn Smith was a 57.7, so Smithy's certainly going to go as hard and fast as he can now
Just
in this
sneaking up
stint
on him.
before they have the driver change and another pit stop and bring in John DeVeth, no doubt, to bring it home.
Yeah, so this is where, as I say, they're going to have to figure out if there's going to be another safety car. That'll change everything again, and this is the great thing about endurance racing. The engineers are so involved, aren't they? Trying to figure out how they're going to do this. So look at that, the nice run from the McLaren coming out there. It's not all just about straight line speed, it's how you exit that corner. And that kink that when you're going 100 kilometres an hour looks like just the most minor corner, but it's actually, when you're going 250 through there, it's a little bit different. It's looks like a right angle bend, doesn't it?
So now you're 30 laps in. This is where they're going to be just sitting on lap time after lap time and really start hitting the numbers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where the engineer will be into their headphones and saying, look, do this or do that. We either want you to lift the pace or don't worry about them, let them go past. We've got fuel up our sleeve, or really close now going down the main straight. It'll be depending on how good an exit the McLaren can get coming out of that corner.
Last lap a 56.3 for Smith. Last lap Andrew Fawcett a 57.4, so he's closed the gap.
Now, it's an interesting fact as you watch these two cars go down the straight. As they come out of the factory, the McLaren's got 720 horsepower, and the V10 Audi there has to run at 585 horsepower. So there's a bit of a straight line advantage normally with that McLaren. And so what they do to make up for that, they don't allow them to use so much aero, so they're not as fast around the corners. But that's the international rules. We don't run those rules here. They can play. They can add aero. They can add horsepower. So these are not factory GT3 cars still. They're slightly modified usually. But as we said earlier, there he is. He's trying to get down the inside. So that sort of tells you that the Audi is probably running a little bit more than the GT3 specified horsepower.
And the head Altezza getting out of the way, so he leaves these two guys go ahead in their battle for second and third. This is the battle on screen at the moment. Andrew Fawcett in the Audi. How much does he force the speed in that one? Glenn Smith chasing him down on the McLaren.
Putting up a fight, isn't he? He's not going to let him go easily. And Andrew Fawcett has dropped his pace. He's quickened it. I mean, he's quicker than he was.
He's back up to a 56.7. Smith a 56.5. So we're only 35 minutes into a 3-hour race, and they're having a great little wee battle.
Simon Evans behind them, just about a second a lap slower, but that's the fastest lap for that car. Andrew Fawcett's just done his fastest lap. So it's he's putting his head down. He's under pressure, and he's going to try and keep that McLaren behind him.
And the two BMWs with Wayne Leach and Todd Borden both doing a superb job just staying on their own racing line, don't do any sort of crazy manoeuvres and let the fast cars just make their way around them. They know they've got the speed. They'll just keep doing their job, stay out of the way.
Down the inside of that little Subaru through the kink. There's nothing in it between these two. It's a matter whether McLaren's going to have a crack under brakes, but that's difficult just there because of those bumps that we saw before. You see that's where the new track joins, and they've got that big change in surface there.
It's interesting here with Smithy. It looks like he's just going to be shadowing Andrew Fawcett for a while just to see if there's a chance to make a change and pick up when and where. Here is the flashing lights of your leader, the Aston Martin, the heart of racing with Alex Riberas. He's out there circulating in 54.6. His last one was a 56.4.
Just going past that Kirkpatrick Porsche. Let's have a quick look, see if we can spot what's happening to that bumper, Clint. Oh, look at that. It's dragging now. It's, I'm surprised he hasn't had a meatball flag for that.
Come on in, big guy. Use some duct tape. Here we go.
He's in. He's in.
He's got the call.
He's had a bad day. His parts bill is going to be pretty heavy after this one. A new bumper and a new door, that's going to be expensive for him.
Well, I think all the drivers were talking about the track being very bumpy. We've seen a few punctures already so far today, so it's been unfortunate for the likes of Bruce Anderson.
And Jeff Short with his tyre going down. Same sort of problem. So he's going to come in. I think they'll just tear that off. There's not much to be saved there, I don't think. So
Tell you what, that battle for second and third is really heating up. Andrew Fawcett's done a 56.9 and Smithy was just about a 55.9. So they're both round about that 55.9 and really putting the squeeze on them right here, right now on lap 33 and 34. 24 seconds behind the leader, but only a split second between them.
Yes, Andrew's stepped up, hasn't he? He's really decided he doesn't want that McLaren to go past.
So they've done the changes there for the James Kirkpatrick car.
Is the official
tidied that up.
Having a good look as he goes past? No, he's just taking it off completely.
Get rid of it.
There's the Audi in the back of the shot. That's still going. That's going very, very well. That's Matt Dovey driving that now. We heard from John O'Lester earlier on. Back in 7th place, and just a little, just eased off the pace a bit. He's probably thought, well, we can lock in a position and wait for these others to fall over, and we'll still pick up a podium.
Hope you're enjoying the action. Beautiful sunny Saturday here at Pukekohe with the Fast Files team. Speedworks event with the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series into the 3-hour race, the 1-hour race, won today by Glenn Smith and John DeBeth in the McLaren, so they've taken out that title. They'll head down to Highlands for the Nationals, November 6th and 7th. At the moment it's Riberas, who was third in the opening round, trying to claw their way back up through the field and get back into contention to take out the series by winning this round here at Pukekohe. All depends on what happens with Glenn Smith and this time John DeVeth after he teamed up with Chris Vanderdrift in the opening round at Hampton Downs. But they've got some real good pace here at the moment, Riberas and Darren Kelly. And once again, his job would be open up a big lead like he did at Hampton Downs, and then hope that Darren Kelly, he's done a great job coming out of D1 NZ, but the less of the straight line motor racing experience up against the likes of Smith and John DeVere, who can be very, very quick from their experience in the trade zone GT1, GTNZ class. So this is all about Riberas building up a big, big lead and trying to give Darren Kelly a cushion.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they wanted. Exactly that, a cushion. But it was interesting seeing the two Astons passing each other there. So there's the Alex car, and there's the other Aston. They're both Aston Martin Vantages. Both got the same engine, same horsepower, 4-litre twin turbo V8. But you can see the difference that aero makes on the front car. So much quicker than the yellow car. And it's all down to the tyres, the wheels, suspension, and the aero kit. Same horsepower doing the same job.
But a GT3 versus a GT4?
Correct, exactly. So the yellow car you can see there is much, much closer to the road car version, whereas the blue car, of course, is just much more aggressive in terms of the downforce and lots and lots of little details that just all add up to a much quicker car.
Two of the happiest guys out on track at the moment, number 80 with the DFM Silver Bullet, this beautiful Audi. well, it's an Audi shell, but everything else has basically been added on, isn't it?
Well, it started off, it was an Australian new car. It got hail damage, so they brought it over. They can't be registered as a road car after that, so basically they were buying the shell, sold the motor and gearbox, and it's been replaced by a big old Chevy engine, moved right back. The fuel cell's been moved right forward, everything's been moved to the middle, and they put the big aero package on it. They had some fun with the aero package actually. The front splitter, the front air dam, was creating so much downforce that it actually pulled itself off the bumper, forced the whole bumper down. So they've had to reinforce it all. There's hundreds of kilos of down pressure at the speed they're doing. And here they come up to the Aston. Quite a bit better straight line speed, I'm imagining, than the Aston, and good closing under brakes there. Matt's doing a nice job.
That's number 36, the Holden Super Tour of Nick and Nick. That's Nick Archibald and Nick Chester in the Class B car. They're currently in P5.
So the Matt Dovey car, I'm just having a look, he's actually lapping slightly quicker now than the Aston. So he's going to come up and just get past that. So that's for position, what we're seeing there. The Aaron Slight, Daniel Gaunt Aston is in 6th place, and the Dovey Leicester Audi is in 7th. So if he can get past him, he'll move up. And then it comes down to how long they can go on the fuel they've got, and when Jono Leicester's going to jump back into the car.
Best lap was lap 12 when Jono was behind the wheel, a 57.1. Matt's last lap of 58.8, so he'll be aiming to sort of stay around that 58 mark, won't he?
Yeah, ideally. I mean, if he can drop to 57s, even better. I think Jono was doing 57s, 56s, so Matt's job is to not stress the car out, get out there, do clean laps. But look at the way he passed that Aston there. I mean, that looked pretty effortless, didn't it?
Simon Evans and Lance Hughes in the 84 Hamilton Asphalt's V8 Holden. They've been circulating around about that 57.6 or 58.2 for the last lap. Oh, gee. Rob Williams and Phil Blythe just moving away from the Pacer Hyundai, the TCR car, just almost a little bit of a nudge coming out of the hairpin.
Yeah, they got close, didn't it? That's the thing when you've got different classes, of course, you've always got to make those allowances, which is... Uh-oh, no, we're just talking about the Audi. What's happened there? Oh, dear, that's something dramatic has happened.
And that
there.
looks like another puncture. We've had a day of punctures so far.
What a shame. That's a pity.
That's a real... We're just saying how happy they were and going really well. What good speed they had in this beautiful Audi. And unfortunately, he's had a moment, and it does look like a puncture.
Look at this.
Hopefully he can try and limp back to the pits. Up and over the hill, the battle for second and third. The Subaru gets out of the way of the drum car. And now it's Smith having a real good look at Andrew Fawcett. Will he fake round the outside? There's no way around the outside there. You've got to be big and bold to avoid the marbles around turn 1. It has been done. But do you have to do it in the middle of a 3-hour race? I don't think so.
Andrew Fawcett will be looking in his mirror just thinking, go away, leave me alone. The pressure. Yeah, look, you're right there, Clint. That's dragging. That's where the dust has come from. It's that new splitter dragging on the ground, grinding off, unfortunately. But here they come up. Here's the Aston GT4. This is plenty of experience behind that wheel. He'll just look at them and get out of their way when he has to. He's not going to make it difficult for these two to go past.
Daniel Gaunt in the 111 Aston Martin, the yellow car in front. Right behind him, Andrew Fawcett. Now Glenn Smith's looking to pounce. Can he make a move down the inside? Nick Chester, Nick Archibald in the 36 Holden Super Tour in front. More traffic. You've got to navigate your way through the slow traffic anyway. That's part of racing. Now he's just going to try and set him up. But the Audi seems to have that straight line speed, doesn't it? Oh, there's that wheel.
Oh, it's not just a puncture. Oh, no, it is. Yes, I thought the wheel was wobbling. Sorry, it looked like an optical illusion there.
So Glenn Smith in the McLaren having a look. Andrew Fawcett maintaining that little bit of defensive driving. the inside line, going down. Oh, look at the bumps there of Pukekohe. Almost unsettled the Audi. In fact, it has. He shot him over the hairpin, and Smithy says, thank you very much. Booyah, rock and roll. I'll grab second spot.
Wow, and that all started by Andrew deciding to go defensive, going down the inside, and you saw the bounce as he went over there, and the sparks actually flew out the back, so something ground.
Just completely unsettled the braking.
Yep. And then it was thank you very much and goodbye. Off he went, and that's exactly what you can do when you're shadowing another car like that. You know that you've got into their head, and they've got to get defensive, and then they make mistakes, and that's exactly what's happened there.
What's the term? Fill the mirrors?
Yep, and that's what was happening, wasn't it? Every opportunity was left, right. You know, it wasn't dramatic, but he knew he was there the whole time.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Honey, I'm home.
You make one mistake, and I'll be there.
Let's take a look at the replay, the Golden Homes replay, coming down the kink onto the back straight, setting up, and this is where they go into that little bit of tarmac, the dark part. He goes down. Look at the bumps here. Bang! Oh, misses the brakes.
That's a big
And
bump.
he's overshot the braking point. Glenn Smith just pulls it up nicely in the McLaren. Andrew falls it. Oh, okay. Overshot the corner. Game over.
Not a bad off, but just enough to lose that position, you know. And of course, he would have been. It's got ABS. He would have been hard into the ABS there. And once you're hard into the ABS, there's nothing you can do. But at least you can steer it. That's the great part about it.
Yeah, and still maintain some form of control and no damage. You know, you're going to get past at some stage during a motor race, so it is what it is. Move on and just try and, you know, you still got 3 hours. You still got an hour to go, so
still got plenty of pace.
Yeah, and there's no reason why this guy can't make a mistake, or they may have an issue.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. You've got to get over that, don't you? Just settle down, do some laps, and then try and just work your way back up to him, just if you can.
Now the key thing is to try and stay on the same lap as the leader, because Alex Riberas is just motoring away at the moment. He's just opening up a huge gap.
Yeah, he's consistently 1 or 2 seconds a lap faster, isn't he, in that Aston? His last lap was only a fraction off his best lap. He's in the 54s, where the other guys are in 56s, 57s. So he's consistently a couple of seconds a lap faster. And boy, is that adding up.
Well, he's doing what he wants to do, is open up that cushion. Oh, here we go, number 85, coming spinner.
Now he's hit something as well, because there's a big piece hanging off
And
there.
that's one of the BMWs. That's Warwick Mortimer, is it?
Looks like the Mortimer car. Let's have a look. See who that is.
Warwick and Andre Mortimer
Yep.
are 85 and the BMW M6.
Oh, yes.
And this is down the back straight. There's debris all over the back straight, so...
It's on the kink there, so it's obviously after. You see the skid marks going across the
And you don't want to
grass.
come round that kink and suddenly go slamming into some bumper and debris. So I wonder how the hell did he end up over by the kink, where the supercars are?
He's just, you can see he's skidded to, pointed in there and then just gone right across the grass, of course, and then no control of course in the grass. But they could almost leave him there, Clint, couldn't they?
Big damage.
He's way off the racing
Well, I
line.
think they may have to clear the track, though.
Yeah.
There's too much debris out there.
Well, especially it's on the racing line too, unfortunately. It's right on there where you want to be. Here comes the safety car flags. And
Oh, just right past the leader goes flying past.
Well, that's great for him. He gets another lap as they go around. So, yeah, that's bits of the inner guard and all sorts of things as he hit there. So I don't know. It could have been another puncher, maybe, Clint. You never know, because you don't normally lose it on the kink there.
No, that's what. And you're setting up to go braking, and all of a sudden, you know, it's on the short part of the track here today, where they've opened up the old back straight. And that's why you've got that change in the colour of the tarmac, and also the texture, the way in which the heat will be bouncing off, and then the level of grip will be totally different. So we take a look on the Golden Homes replay. So he's coming out of the main corner onto the back straight, the old Castrol. And, okay, so he's gone sliding through.
Yeah, so you can see the skid marks tell you exactly what's happened. He's turned one way, it's flicked the other, and then he's just a passenger once. There's the skid marks there, you see. So
it may have been a puncture.
Yeah, well, it's so sudden, I think. That's what makes me wonder. Here he comes in for...
And all of a sudden he's ended up onto the grass, so something's actually gone. It looks more mechanical than like it wouldn't be driver error there.
I doubt it very much. He's just turned right, isn't he, basically?
and then he had no control over the cars. They slid onto the grass, so you never know, another puncture, another moment. So into the pits. It's going to be busy here for the Harder Racing team.
Is this going to be a driver change, Clint? Or no, it's not. He's going to stay in there. So all this is a top up in the field, because normally it's a 2-stop race for these guys and a 3 out. So they're taking advantage of the safety car, and they can come out. They've got a very handy speed advantage, a couple of seconds a lap. So top up.
If they can leave Alex in there as long as they can before they do the changeover to Darren, the idea would be to give Darren such a big lead that he can just try and just go as fast as he can and bring it home to the finish. Let the others play catch up, which once again creates what they term and say rugby or rugby league scoreboard pressure. This is creating sort of stopwatch pressure, race lap pressure.
Yep, it's the hare and the tortoise, isn't it? He's now the hare out the front, and these guys have got to try and stretch themselves out to get there.
There's the little wee... That's a bad side going into the garage.
Yeah. Here's the McLaren coming in though, so he's going to be interesting to see if they change drivers or this is just a fuel stop. So let's see what these guys do. 40 k's down there, it's puttering away on the old speed limit there. So obviously, yes, fuel, no driver change. No, just leaning in the window. Yes, it is a driver change.
It looks like a driver change. Looks like Johnny DeVeth is going to get in, and Glenn Smith says, "Look, mate, I've done 55 minutes. I'm hot and sweaty. Cool suit's been going overtime. You're a cow cocky. Time to go and do some milking."
Do your job.
It's almost 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so this is once again mixing up that strategy, isn't it? So how far are we into it now? We're
44 Todd Borden and teaming up with the young driver Flynn Osborne, giving him lots and lots of experience. Well done in karting. So the McLaren boys have made the change.
Boy, this has been an active race, isn't it? We're not even 1 hour.
They're trying to get it going. And it's not going. They're saying, go, 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 Johnny. And Johnny says, okay, finally, I've got it going. So they've lost a few seconds there.
That's a hard stopping moment.
So there's 84.
So we can't tell from the helmet whether that's Simon in there, Simon Evans, who's changed or what they've done.
So getting the 85 BMW M6 off the track, down by the back straight, going into the braking zone for the hairpin. So we've had a bit of drama today, a bit of drama on the 1 hour and a bit of drama already in the 3 hour with a big prang, big crash with Bernard Verrett out. He's okay but shaken and stirred. Now the beam has gone burger.
I'm wondering, you see that that guard that's sticking up in the air on that BMW? It might have been a tyre exploding or something. Just wondering.
Which would explain why he lost control, and we've already had that situation with Jeff Short, Speedworks coming around. They had some puncture issues in practice, and looks like his puncture finally cost him going around turn 1 in the 1 hour.
Yep.
Certainly had the tyre off the rim.
If you're going to pick a place that you didn't want to puncture, it would be at the kink, wouldn't you? 240, 250 kilometres an hour. Not a great place to have a tyre go down. There's bits of the guard all there, I'd say. If we see another shot of the other side of the car, you'll see where it's probably just torn it to bits as it exploded, I would say. We're just, making this up, but we're guessing really, aren't we? But you can just see the skid marks here. Look at that. It's just suddenly turned right.
Educated guess. Calculation. We'll get Adam to go down along pit lane once they get the car back and actually find out what happened as they clear the debris.
Not too much damage apart from that. That was a bit lucky, really, wasn't it, when you're considering the speed they were doing there, 250 kilometres an hour. Could have been a whole lot worse, that's for sure. So I bet he's thinking his lucky stars at the moment.
So 1 hour, was it 1:22:17? So we've had 57 minutes.
57 action-packed minutes when you think we've had the fence move, we've had cars going off, we've had quite a few changes for position.
Recovery boys have been very busy.
Yeah. It certainly has been a dull race. It's going to be interesting to see how the next 2 hours go, because now we don't know what the strategy is going to be for these guys. They certainly won't have to do that third stop just for fuel, I would imagine, but there's still 2 hours. So.
It'll all about be their tyre wear, also their fuel load.
So getting that car on board, and now they can get that rolling out of there. So 1 or 2 more laps and we'll be underway again. And these guys can have a little breather. It's always a nice time just to sit back and have a drink of your drink bottle and relax a little bit, isn't it? Just to
And enjoy going motor racing with the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series, the 3-hour race. Stu Hours and Clint Brown, we hope you're enjoying our live stream today. Shame about all the other drivers who have had a bit of disappointment. And look at the damage on the back of that car. It's ripped the guts out of it.
Yeah, there's that tyre. Look at that. So, yeah.
Another tyre gone. Another blind tyre. You're right. See, educated guess. You know?
Well, the thing is, of course, about Puke is the stress on the tyre at that speed. It's phenomenal. So, you know, after all that downforce of going, and these cars have got, you know, these big wings and they're forcing down on that tyre. And you imagine at 250, 270.
And it's all around that left rear, isn't it? That's the tyre that creates the whole load around here.
Yep. Of course, it's mainly, you know, it's mainly turning right, so that left rear gets all that extra stress all the time. Front and you know, the front left and rear left. So yeah, it certainly caused catastrophic damage, but it could have been a whole lot worse if it had.
So it's going to give all the field now a chance to reset and reboot. And 2 hours to get home to the finish, and for all of the race teams and the crew chiefs to try and recalculate how they're going to do that.
So I'd imagine, where are we now? We're just, the safety car lights have just gone out. So that leaves Andrew Fawcett there in the lead of this. Obviously he's not in the lead of the race, but he's in the lead of this pack. So he actually is, because the others have come in. So yes, he's showing on the timing there is in the lead. Alex is in second place now, the Riberas Aston Martin. So
difference is 3.1 seconds.
So he's just a bit, yes, there he is back in the pack. So
and then Glenn Smith behind him. So Andrew Fawcett is in the lead, number 10, green light, back racing, green flag. Aston Martin streaming straight down the middle of the main straight. The Audi takes off. Here they come around the turn. Clean and smooth and fast. A little wee semi-battle now, a little wee sprint race for the lead as Daniel Gord ducks down the inside of the Chestermobile. Looks like that Hyundai's got going again.
Good to see here. This is the battle for the lead. This is
another car. They've got that mixed up. I'm not sure.
So this is where we're going to see if the Aston can just squeeze past this Audi. They're going to be determined to try and keep them back because this is now for the lead. There's different fuel levels, of course. This will play out, but just to see how long it takes to get him, how desperate the Aston is to get past him.
Well, he's doing a superb job so far, Andrew Fawcett. He made Glenn Smith work real hard to try and grab second spot from him. And now look at the speed of this Aston Martin, though. And the experience of Riberas rips down the main straight, grabs him going into turn 1, regains the lead. Thanks very much. Now pull up to my bumper, baby, because that's all you're going to be seeing for the next hour.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the gap in that short space. So he's that much quicker through his turn 2, 3 and 4. Just launches onto that back straight much better. And that's what 2 seconds a lap looks like in terms of difference in pace. It's that much easier to get past. There's probably not that much difference in straight line speed, but just that he just really does that complex down the end so well.
But they've had their issues. I mean, they were third in Hampton Downs.
Yep.
So this is a chance to redeem themselves. Good bounce back down in the South Island Series. So they've really got this car back up to where they think it obviously should be and will be with him behind the wheel. But don't forget, they still want to build up a big lead before they hand over to Darren Head. Here's the Headmobile, the Kia trailers, the Toyota Altezza. There's Glenn Smith, now with Johnny DeVeth behind the wheel.
Simon Evans coming there and the red Holden there, the V8 powered Holden. So that's that Holden now is 790 horsepower. So huge straight line speed out of that 7-litre V8. And there's the McLaren just easing past one of the V8 Super Tourers. It shows you, doesn't it, the ground effects and the sophistication of a factory car, how they can grunt past something like that with that much torque. It's amazing how easy it makes it look. And of course these guys have got traction control in there, on a greasy track, they can just come out of a corner, put their foot hard down, and you can actually hear, if you're standing outside, you can hear the car, the engine note sort of fluffs and changes a bit. All it is the computer just dialing down the horsepower, dialing back the throttle, and it just comes out. So they're quite easy to drive up to a certain point. You can get used to just heavily on the gas, and light blinking on as it comes out of the corner. You don't have to worry about using it quite so much. So it's a great way for gentlemen drivers to go racing with these GT3 cars. They've got ABS, traction control, and very, very good safety gear in them.
Here's the Commodore of Simon Evans and Lance Hughes coming down the back straight. Is that the Hyundai in the back? Is that back out on the track?
It is, and it's going very well too,
That's
isn't
good,
it?
isn't it? That's a great job.
So whatever issue they had, look at that, it's keeping pace quite nicely with that Commodore. So see if we can see what sort of lap times he's doing. He's they're pretty quick once they get going, these things. But so that V8 Super Tourer now 790 horsepower, just shows you, and that McLaren just cruised past it. Just really, it's not the horsepower. The McLaren would have similar sort of horsepower, but it's just got the much better aero package in there, which really makes such a difference. There's the GT4 Aston, rounding up the head Toyota, which is back out here, which is good to see. They've obviously sorted out their issues. And there's that, look at that little Hyundai's made ground on the Hamilton Ashfield's Commodore.
So whatever misfire they had, hopefully the team has sorted it out, and they've actually got this back out on track, which is going to be good for them in the ongoing development of the car.
And also good training for the series that's coming up, isn't it? They will have more lap times in that car than a lot of those other participants. So, but they carry great speed in the mid-corner, those little TCR cars. They're very light, only little 2-litre 4-cylinder, so they stop in really, really short distances, and they carry good mid-corner speed. So while they lack the straight line speed of that Commodore, they can carry it everywhere else. And you can see he's just shattering that Commodore.
There's the Evans Lance Hughes mobile down the inside of the slight Daniel Gaunt Aston Martin. So Holden may have gone from Bathurst, may have gone from the supercars. They will be raced next year and replaced by the Camaros, but good to see the Holden still living on here in New Zealand. For how long, we don't know. They will be replaced by the Camaros 2 coming up in the TA2 V8s, with Camaros and Ford Mustangs and Dodges all able to start racing in that series. Look forward to that development over the next year. Hopefully that won't be delayed too much or slowed down by COVID and all the lockdown regulations and restrictions, and also just cost. You see they're trying to bring the supercars down to 350 or yeah, right.
Well, they made a few changes during COVID. They had less crew and all that sort of things that you've all seen. And I think they're realising that they can actually do, the same sort of racing with less crew. And if they standardise that, it will save them hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So it's not all bad news that's come out of it in some ways.
No. But of course, the news you may not have heard is the start of the 3-hour race round about last hour. It was announced by Team Pesky that Scott McLaughlin won't be going back to the supercars next year. As a lot of people thought that race at Bathurst, where he ended up in the top 5, was going to be his last race in the supercars. So that's been confirmed. He'll be racing in Indy cars not only this weekend on his debut, but for the whole season. But also we're saying that Team Penske were pulling out of supercars.
So do you think there'll be a few V8 supercar drivers will be saying, yay?
Well, I'm not sure what's going to happen to the DJR team with the likes of Fabian Coulthard.
Well, I was just going to say, what's
the other question that's going to be raised out of that.
Where's he go? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I assume he would stay with DJR. It's just that how are they going to maintain that team?
Well, yes, and what's they need to work out the budgets. Yeah, it's going to be interesting times, isn't it?
But no doubt you can follow the fortunes on Race Control and also Velocity News. Great to follow the local motorsport scene thanks to Velocity News. And when it comes to IndyCars, Race Control with DT, he's got the inside word with his good mate Scotty Dixon and his good mate Scotty McLaughlin.
Well, David Turner here was just saying, imagine Indy 500 next year. 2 Kiwis starting, 2 Scots starting in Indy 500.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Wow. It's going to be worth seeing, isn't it?
And if that is Simon Evans behind the wheel, he's had a superb year with the Jaguar E-Class, taking out that victory, of course, a champion driver in the V8s here in New Zealand. Oh, there's the McLaren, around behind the Altezza in front of a Beamer. John DeVeth, the Cowcocky from the Waikato.
Always a risky move going around the inside there, because often the driver's not expecting you to do that. But in that case, either Tony or Seaton made plenty of room for the McLaren, but you never quite know. It is always a gamble doing that.
You can imagine the guy on the radio doing a good job, John. I just got 2 hours to go. I need a drink. I've got to come in for a drink.
And 2 hours is a long time.
Get down, son. Carry on.
40 degrees or 50 degrees or whatever be inside that car, that's hard work.
Well, the track temperature today, we're sitting on around about 20 degrees outside at the moment. Beautiful sunny Labour weekend at Pukekohe. So the track must be warming up to around about, what, 25, 30?
Yeah, and then of course inside the car, you bear in mind you've got no insulation at all on these cars. It's all whatever, it just comes straight into the car and heats it up. The cool suits, of course, are in there, but as we all know, they can have their dramas.
So what's going to happen with Aston Martin in Formula One? So obviously they've got the Aston Martin team. We'll actually use the Aston Martin motors, I suppose. That's the engine development program for James Bond.
The big question is, of course, the big question is with all these manufacturers is have they got the budget to do it now after COVID? You know, that's the thing. I mean, all these, Aston is a tiny manufacturer in place like McLaren and all these small ones.
Well, I think by the number of cars people are selling around in New Zealand at the moment, the budget may not be too bad.
Oh, look, all the Porsche showrooms are empty, the same as the Aston have done really well. And
you can't get stock.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem, of course. Everybody
and it's caught everyone by surprise. Everyone's gearing up for the big economic downturn, the recession. And people are walking around in car dealerships saying, what recession? We can't get stock.
Well, look, what they're saying is that a lot of the people that can afford these sort of cars say, well, look, I'm not going to go to Europe this year. I'm not going to go to the States with the family or whatever. I'm not going to go to Disneyland. That would have cost 40 or 50 grand. Should we go and buy a new car instead? And that's what's happening, I think.
Update the automobile.
Yeah, exactly.
So that seems to be happening, especially with our, thank God, our own little economic bubble here in New Zealand and Aotearoa,
What we don't know, of course, is how long that's going to last, do we? Nobody can predict it. Who predicted that there would even be a little bubble for a start?
No one ever heard of COVID-19 before February.
There's the Aston on screen there again. Very sort of closely related to the road car, that one. In fact, the new Aston Vantage road car, so a great drive, Clint. These are the 4-litre Mercedes engine in there, the AMG Mercedes engine. They do an AMR version of that car as well, which is AMR is the Aston version of AMG or the Porsche GT3s. But 4-litre twin turbo. They sound great. They handle really well. The old ones were a little bit heavy, so these newer ones are agile. And as you can see, they make great race cars.
Down through the inside around that famous turn 1. They've actually smoothed out some of the bumps there too, which is great, but then you still got to be able to hold on as you ride around the ripple strip. Don't get too much onto the ripples. Up and over, it's still bumpy coming into the entrance of the main straight. Down here, blue flags racing, waving in the wind, letting the Audi stream past the Porsche. See little wee bumps through there. You can still see it riding, but then it
there's
grips
definitely
up.
Bumps. Yeah. But just look, as I say, it doesn't look that fast, does it? As I say before, you're looking at these cars are doing about 240 before they get to turn 1, and then they've got to get down to only dropping to about 170, 180 through turn 1. And look at it on track. On screen, it looks like about 100 kilometres an hour, not 170, not 180, doesn't it? So phenomenal. So they're coming through there. That Audi would have been doing 270 down to probably about 60 kilometres an hour, right there.
Lead is 16.5 seconds for 52 Alex Riberas from 10 Andrew Fawcett. The good thing is here, he doesn't have to actually force it, do he? He can just keep doing his own speed, get into his lap rhythm, his lap times, and maintain that, because you got Sam Fillmore coming in, so plenty of experience and endurance racing all around the world. They absolutely love it. You heard him talking to Adam Jones along the pit lane here on Fast Files. Hope you're enjoying our live stream in the sunshine today. We've had a bit of drama after about 15 minutes. Once again, everything's settled down now. We've had the safety car, we've had the recovery trucks, and now these guys are just circulating, aren't they?
Yeah, and as I was saying before, those Audi R8s, because of this GT3 formula, have to run slightly less horsepower than the road cars. So that's surprising, isn't it? 5.2 litre V10, and they can't be those. A lot of the road cars you see in New Zealand, or most of them, are four-wheel drive. And of course, to change it to a GT3 specifications, they can be rear drive only. So that's a rear drive car. And I was lucky enough to be at the place where they make those in Germany, or where they convert them into race cars. And believe it or not, Clint, they've even got a spit they put them on. They've got one set up with a sort of a shaft that runs down the middle. And you jump in it, you put your harness on, and they turn it upside down. And the reason they do that is to give you practice getting out of the car if you happen to be upside down, because it's not as simple as it's just releasing the catch.
Well, one of the guys who's waiting to get behind the wheel is Aaron Slight, and let's go down and catch up with him, and Adam Jones, pit lane.
Thanks, Clint. We're just here with Aaron Slight, as Clint was just saying. How's things going for you guys?
Yeah, pretty good. We haven't done too many laps yesterday. We had some little issues, and Dan got in the car and qualified this morning after a little issue. And the car's going really well now, so we're sort of in that no man's land. We can't pass, we can't gain any positions, we can't really lose much. So it's just about keeping the car going to the end of the race, really.
So you're leading your class, yeah?
Yeah. So the race is pretty close there with the other cars. That's more the thing, is the race with the other cars. The class thing is, not many in the class, so whatever happens,
So was there much of a turnaround? Because obviously at Timaru there was a bit of an issue with the crash. Get a lot of work into the car to get it here?
A lot of work, the rear guard is amazing what they've done with that to get it going, and that's what we've had a few issues with, a little bit of drive shaft stuff. Maybe with the impact last week he's bent something more than we've been able to fix. We had a brand new bottom arm, brand new shock, and so maybe something's not out of quite alignment, so we're nursing a little bit here.
So if you come home where you are, it's early in the race, what does that mean for the North Island title, I guess, for your class?
Well, I think we've won it, with different drivers and stuff. But it's about getting that class going, really. That's more the thing, not about so much winning it, getting the class more in it and get it going. That's more the effort, really.
So it's about getting some GT4 Astons out there, and I see online you're saying if you buy one you get a free umbrella.
Is that right? Well, it doesn't rain, does it? So we're right. We haven't had to use the wipers yet, so no, it's all good.
And so it's quite an easy car to drive, you think, or?
Oh, very easy. I mean, I haven't driven a race car for 16 years, so you jump in that with a paddle gearbox, ABS, traction control. It's very easy to drive, hard to drive fast, like all cars. You can get to within a couple of seconds, but then you get someone great like Daniel jump in the car, and then he puts it a whole new perspective back, and now we've got to get way deeper under brakes, and so it's easy to drive, but everything's hard to drive on the very edge.
And on a fast track like this, obviously some very powerful cars, obviously a lot of work in the mirrors too, seeing who's coming.
Yeah, but it's very daunting here over the hill here. Like they've resealed it, but they haven't made a very good job. They sort of followed the old bumps, so it's really bumpy in our car. We don't have really trick shocks which would blow off on the valves, to get over the bumps. So it's really tricky over the top. And then, like you say, down the back, look in the mirrors, and they've got a lot more downforce into one, so you're looking in the mirrors there too.
So you wouldn't want to be on a motorbike around here?
Not these days, no. She's pretty sketchy, and now they've moved the walls in a bit. On a motorbike, it'd be, no thank you.
I think I remember seeing you ride the Britain in demonstration laps around here.
I rode my RC45, my Honda around here. We brought it back from the World Championship in '94, and I rode here, Manfield and Ruapuna, just for some demos. And we chucked qualifying tyre on and got the lap record each racetrack, so it was pretty cool.
Oh, very cool. All right, well, we'll let you get back to watching it on the telly, and we'll see you in the car very soon. When do you think you'll come in?
Yeah, I'm about to jump in, probably about 12 minutes away. We'll get to that halfway, maybe try and stretch it a little bit till the fuel light comes on, because we're not sure if we will go the hour and a half, but safety cars helped us out, so hopefully we get over that and we'll get to the end.
And you'll be in the car for that whole stint?
Yeah, cheers.
Enjoy it. Hopefully you got a good suit, a cool suit.
We have air conditioning in Aston Martin, so turn on the air. I mean, it doesn't keep up with this temperature, but it's quite fresh. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Air conditioning, that's the way forward, isn't it? So back to you, Clint.
Yeah, so interesting hearing Aaron Slight with his lack of fear and his bravery, talking about it being daunting around here, Clint. Now that's, a guy that does 300 kilometres an hour on a bike is talking about this place being daunting. That tells you something, doesn't it?
Well, as co-driver is Daniel Gaunt, So it's almost Daniel Gaunting.
Oh, stop it. Yeah, no, I meant to tell you about that air conditioning. It's
I was just talking about that. I mean, like, if you're getting hot and flustered in the car, you've got to have something to try and keep you cool. And if they've got the old aircon on, you just turn it on, well, that's okay.
Yeah, well, it actually works. It works only when you've got the foot off the gas, because otherwise it drains too much power. So while you're under brakes, it's pumping quickly and then back onto power. So round Pukekohe, when it's a high percentage of throttle, you're not actually getting a lot of cooling. But it's better than nothing, that's for sure. It's better than the warm air coming in. Look at Daniel going, looking at that. As I say, that's a risky move.
And that's good, smart driving there. He didn't want to throw it away there by creating contact with the Nick Mobile. That's the 36 Holden Super Tour shared by Nick Archibald and Nick Chester. So, you know, you could have easily have got contact there. But look, you're 1 hour, 71 laps into a 3-hour race. You don't need contact. But hello, look at who's coming up behind.
Yeah, that's right. So, and you see the pace of that Commodore going down there, just out-dragged that Aston Martin by about 4 or 5 car lengths. Now, Alex, while we've been talking, has just put his head down and done the fastest lap of the race. He's just done a 54.6. So he's really quite a way ahead of the Andrew Fawcett car, who's coming through. So he's just put himself, he's just done a 57. So look, all this time, that leading Aston is just chipping away 2 or 3 seconds a lap, which is what it's been doing the whole time. Now here's a bit of a drag race. We're going to have a 5.2 litre V10 versus 7 litre V8. And look at that. It's just edging slowly past him. Look at that. Nothing.
These two guys are having a great, they're really enjoying that, aren't they? They can see each other side by side. And, okay, let's really put the foot down here and see who's got that straight line speed.
And you see Andrew would have been keen. He knows the dramas. If you go down the inside under braking there, he knows exactly what can happen.
Stay away from that those bumps at the end of the main straight. Yeah, that little wee. Bring back the kink, they'll be saying. Yeah. Let's go back to the long course.
So he would have been holding his breath and thinking, oh, God, I want to get past this guy so I can get back in that left-hand lane. So he didn't bounce around like he did last time. He's learned his lesson there. But despite that little off, though, Clint, he does stay in second place. So the Glenn Smith, John DeVeth car has obviously stopped for extra fuel. So this may play out near the end. But at the moment, that Audi we're looking at there is in second.
Don't forget, with the long way around the track, with the kink back in the straight coming down the back straight here, the supercars circulating around Pukekohe at 101.6 last year in qualifying for the ITM Super Sprint. So these guys without that kink, look at that short, sharp little bit tarmac, reignited, reopened, and there's the bump. Look at that. With McLaren coming under the brakes, but maintaining it, being able to hold on to it, Johnny DeVeth. So that's the reason why these guys are circulating in the 54s and 55s.
And there's, so we can almost see physically, you'll be able to see them, the Audi in a minute. Not that much of a gap there. So there it is. There's the Audi and there's the McLaren now. So we're getting set to have another little battle here. So go and put the jug on at home and sit back. And this is going to be another little fight coming up. This is going to be exciting, Clint.
They're just flapping off that top of the old McLaren. A little bit of tape or something.
I hope that's just a bit of tape. I think it might have been just a bit of a band across the top or something. Let's hope so. Anyway.
Look how quick he came, the exit speed onto that back straight and got right up behind the Holden. Had to make a evasive action. See how it's going to be a lot smoother under braking right there, right now, than what it is on the inside of the track.
Oh, that's the windscreen banner. That's all that is, and that'll eventually just
blow away.
Finish itself off. Yeah, but dead right. I mean, that's a nasty spot. And, of course, most of the time it's not used in this configuration, this track now.
And that's where most of the time, if you make that move off the normal, or what they term as the optimal racing line, you open yourself up for the marbles, and or where there's less grip, and or where, in this case, you've got more bounce, more bumps, so more potential trouble.
That's a good point, because you've got marbles and bouncing going on at the same time there. So, yeah, well said.
So that's where you've got to be a smart driver and a calculated driver, which is what they look for.
Well, sometimes, of course, you just get yourself in that position where you just can't quite get past that car and get over back into that left-hand lane.
And it's also the favourite undertaking move or passing move. If you want to whip down the inside and send it down through there, but you got to now say, well, if I do that, I run the risk of bouncing through the old bumps.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously if it was used in this configuration more, they'd fix that, they'd smooth it out, but it's usually the corner there, of course.
Oh, but let an Aussie sort out with the supercar first.
Yes, yeah, it's true.
Come with the Kiwi boys and be standing out with the back of the straight, say, yeah, good on you. Set them up, say, oh, okay, we'll fix it now.
Put those shocks on stiff and off you go.
And we're just talking about that with Aaron Slight. I mean, we've talked about tyres, you've talked about brakes, but around here at Pukekohe, the old shocks. The shock absorbers would be working the hardest, surely.
Oh, absolutely. It's and this is where, funny enough, the V8 Super Tourers, which are pretty basic compared to some of these factory cars.
Pretty tough and robust on the shocks.
Yeah, they're handling it really well. They're all saying, no, it's not a problem. It's easy. So, whereas the factory cars are a lot stiffer, the body is stiffer and all that sort of thing. So they're the ones that we're having to adjust things a little bit more.
GT racing around the world, we had them come to like the Hampton Downs 500, the Highland Park 500 as well. So Tony Quinn brought all the exotics, the Lamborghinis, we had the Audis and the Mercedes, and for a while there was very, very exciting. Then you had the fantastic GT 12-hour race at Bathurst. That turned out to be really, really exciting. So with COVID, what do you think's going to happen with that GT formula, the 3 and the 4, globally now that we've been sort of, everyone's on that sort of slowdown, downturn from racing in regards to, moving forward?
Yeah, like it's a big stumble, unfortunately, isn't it? Which is scaring me, because I do love the GT3 format. I think it's fantastic. Oh, same thing. Straight off at the hairpin again.
He's just gone straight in off the hairpin. Andrew Fawcett, number 10.
Same mistake as last time, unfortunately. So,
and I wonder if he was just, once again, that McLaren was just coming into the mirrors again. Was he just filling the mirrors and just may have forced a moment, a lapse of concentration? We'll just take a look at the Golden Homes replay. He was miles in front, so it's just happened all by himself.
He was in his head, though, isn't it? That's what happens, doesn't it? You know he's coming. You think, right, I better push on. I've got to brake later. And all of a sudden, too late. So that's a shame, because I was looking forward to a little bit of a better, closer battle than that.
So now Glenn Smith and Johnny DeVeth. That combination with John DeVeth behind the wheel.
Second place.
They're up to second place. Hold the phone, Blocker. She's not all over yet.
Andrew Fawcett and Sam Fillmore back in third now. They're still there, and of course fourth place is that Lance Hughes, Simon Evans Commodore, and then another Commodore, the Nick Chester, Nick Archibald Commodore. And then, believe it or not, we've got a GT4 car, which is that 111 Aston Martin, the GT4 bright yellow car, Andrew Slight, Daniel Gault. That's in sixth place. So, and then behind them, doing very well, is a Cup car, Porsche Cup car, Rob Williams and Phil Blythe from the Hawke's Bay. And then James Kirkpatrick and Simon Skeets, with all their dramas they had with the bumper, they had to go in there and get all that torn off. They're next in eighth place.
Simon Skeets, of course, has plenty of history in production racing.
Hell yes, he used to race, I think it was a Mitsubishi Evo, wasn't it? One of the front runners in that series a few years ago.
Have some great battles.
Yeah, he's another very experienced punter. Look at this. Here's the Aston coming up now to lap the Audi. So
Simon Skeets also behind Amiga rental car, so he'll be hoping that the bubble will be expanded very, very soon. Talking about bubbling away in pit lane. Coming up, we'll be going down to Adam to catch up with one of the drivers to see what's been happening.
We're just here with Andre Mortimer, who was in the number 85 BMW M6. Obviously a tyre problem. Can you talk us through what happened?
Yeah, look, Warwick said he was cruising down there, probably doing 240, 250, and it let go, looped him round, didn't make contact with the wall, which is pretty good, but it shredded all the carbon and everything, and game over. Well, it's racing, and look, it's a beautiful day. Thank you to Nerdec and all the team. Thank you to Fast Files, awesome team of people here. Thank you to the Heart of Racing, and yeah, brilliant day. Have a good one.
All right, we better go back out there because I'm just hearing in my comms the car's gone off. So back to you, Cliff.
Well, I tell you what, that turn 3 is getting a real workout so far today. It's been the cause of a lot of moments of frustration and a lot of moments of drama, because that 36 Holden Super Tour has also had a moment coming out onto that main straight, the back straight here at Pukekohe.
And that's a Nick Chester car that was, well, it still is, hasn't changed the position for it, it had a moment, but it's still in 6th place. But yeah, the problem with that, Clint, is it's a high pressure corner, because you've got to get that just right, because it leads onto basically half the track, which is a long straight. If you're a few Ks slower going through there, you've lost a second lap easily.
So here's the Audi making up on the Aston Martin now.
That's a strange move, isn't it?
And that's suddenly for a car that had a big lead. Wonder if he's gearing up to come into the pits. But the Aston Martin has certainly slowed down a little bit.
Debris there, flicking off. Yeah, so that's I'd love to know what's happening.
BMW of Todd Borden getting out of the way. You've got to be careful coming up and over the hill here. Well, one of the Aston Martin just had a moment, may have missed a gear and allowed the Audi to get past. Or did he just get balked by slow traffic?
He's just tucking in there, though, so this is a bit of a developing story, a bit of breaking news here, isn't it?
That's what can happen in a 3-hour enduro race. You never know what's going to be around the corner. And how long will the cars go for? You can have a big lead, but all of a sudden things can drop down.
Yeah, he's still a lap ahead, isn't he, though, of course, but he's flashing his lights at him, so this is a bit strange. We can't quite figure out what's going on here, Clint. We're supposed to be telling everybody what's happening, but we don't really know.
Well, the drivers are sorting it out on the track. That's what their job is. A little bit of debris on the track there. They don't want to go too wide. But the speed in that Audi is actually really good, because for the last hour, the Aston Martin has been all over everyone. And now the Aston Martin comes back down the main straight.
Yeah, so the last lap around, Alex has dropped about 4 seconds, or 3 seconds off his fastest time. So he's definitely gone off the pace for some reason.
So something's happened there, because he was circulating in a 54.6, and then his last lap he did a 57. So that's 3 seconds slower, which has allowed Andrew Fawcett, after he went off, to actually make the pass.
Yeah, Fawcett's doing a very good job of blocking him, but even so, he's I guess he's just trying to keep himself on that same lap, which I think is what's happening there, Clint. Just trying to not let him get past, which I think is what's going on. So that's why the lights are flashing, and I guess Alex is just thinking, I'm not going to take a big risk here and push past unless I know I can get it done cleanly. And probably the team will be on the radio and saying, don't take a risk here. So I think that's what's happening. Here we go. He's got a big run down the front straight, and now he's got down the inside of him. Almost. No, he hasn't. So he's making it difficult for him, isn't he, to put another lap on him.
Well, their lead was out to 44 seconds over Glenn Smith in second place.
So here we go. Can he get a good run on him this time? There's the Kirkpatrick Porsche, and without the bumper. So this is going to be interesting, isn't it, to see. He's going to need flashing the lights again.
And if they can be one lap up against the car in second and third, that makes it a lot easier for Darren Kelly to jump in and just bring it on home. And there's not the first one to go wide at the hairpin today.
Got distracted by the Aston down the inside there. Easy to sort of get it disoriented.
Sometimes that's a mindset too, because they've taken the kink out. Drivers have got so used to racing with the supercars, they're used to the kink. Suddenly the kink's gone, you've got all that extra speed, that little short sharp thing, and it's just about, where is that braking point? Where do I slow the car up? How do I keep it under control without overshooting the hairpin like 2 or 3 drivers have done today?
Yeah. Also, of course, the other car beside him was coming up beside him and going past him, and it feels like you're going slower. And you think you can brake at the same spot, but you haven't got the same downforce. So anyway, here's this battle still going on. Now, this is intriguing. Is it just him being blocked, or is it the Aston falling off the pace? That's what we're not sure of.
1 hour 32 into the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series 3-hour enduro here at Pukekohe Park Raceway. 1 hour 26 to go. And even though there's still 90 minutes of racing we've got a great little wee scrap on our hand between the Audi in third and the Aston Martin in first, but the Aston's still roaring down side by side into turn one, even though he's a lap ahead. And now he's back onto that race pace that he had before, and look, see how far he can scoot away now.
Wow, because he was forced back to doing 56s there to keep behind the Audi. And now it'll be interesting to see next time around if he can drop that back down to the 54s and the 55s he was doing before. But yeah, straight away, look at that. Yeah, so that's what was going on. I think probably the team orders from the Audi department were just keep him behind you as long as you can. But still there.
But Andrew Fawcett won't go away.
Yeah, he's hanging in there, isn't he? Keeping up a good pace, but now the Aston's in front. He doesn't have to stress too much because he's effectively a lap ahead.
But now we can sit behind him and try and just shadow him to say, well, where are you fast? Where can I potentially make up 0.2 of a second here or 100th of a second there? And that's what a lot of young drivers can do and good drivers can do, especially with if you're an experienced enduro driver, but you're up against one of the top pro elite drivers, you can try and sit behind them and just try and work out where that 0.2 or a 0.6 of a second may be.
Exactly. Yep. And that's what really in the old days before data, that was what it was all about. Just watching where the other car was quicker and where you could build up speed. But these are both of these cars, of course, are run by International Motorsport, but both have different engineers. So the engineers have got different strategies, and even though it's the same umbrella team, they have different strategies for the cars. So it's obviously what was going on there.
The other battle to keep an eye on, remember that Glenn Smith and Chris Vanderdrift, they were first in Hampton Downs. Now it's Glenn Smith and John DeVeth. They're currently second here at Pukekohe, while Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly were third in the first round. So if they get a win, that's a 1 and a 3. But the McLaren's got a 1 and a 2. So will that give the title to Glenn Smith, even though we had a different co-driver in the first round?
Yeah, good question. I don't know. But they'll both, of course, be eligible for the final round, which is down in Highland Park. It's the top 15 cars.
But you want to go down there as the
champion.
The big cheese from the North Island, don't you?
Yes, absolutely.
Especially down the mainland.
Well, of course, yes, that's right. Yeah, no, it's going to be setting up for a fantastic race down there at Highlands.
But of course, Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly. Riberas has just done a 54.5. They are the South Island champions.
And that is the fastest time of the race. So.
But there's a big traffic jam coming up and over the hill. We've already had one moment that ended in disaster at the start of this race after 15 minutes. If you're just joining us, there was a moment there when Bernard Barrett and the Steve Taylor Ford Mustang just clipped the rear wheel of the little wee Subaru BRZ and just ended up smashing into the concrete wall. So that car unfortunately has been parked and is big panel damage and out for the day. But he navigated his way up and over the hill nicely there that time, Alex Riberas.
Look at the pace of that Commodore going down there. This is where he's... Look at the bounce.
There's the bouncy bumps here at the end of that back straight.
Wow, that's tricky. But of course, great ABS in that car. You can dial it up. You can have front and rear bias change, all sorts of things in that braking system. So you know it's coming up. You can dial it back a bit. And you can cope with it very well by the looks of it. A great pace, isn't it? I mean, that straight line speed is not what it's all about, obviously. You need to have that aero and that mid-corner speed as well.
So just going through the class leaders at the moment. In Class 1, it's Todd Borden and Flynn in the 44 BMW. In Class 2, Gene Rollinson and Craig Innes have got the Hyundai back out on track. In Class 3, it's Marty and Matt McCulloch. GTA class, it's Riberas and Kelly. GTB, it's Lance Hughes and Simon Evans. GTC, Rob Williams and Phil Blythe. Are they still out there? Yes, they are in car 24 and P6. Suddenly we're down to 12 runners though. As we talked about in Hampton Downs, after about an hour and a half, suddenly that war of attrition just starts to wear them down. It's a bit like the ACC trying to get an operation out of them. They just say, sorry sir, it's all wear and tear.
But so we're over the halfway mark now. And there's Alex Riberas. I would say there's a pit stop coming up because he just put another really hot lap and he's just lowered the fastest time again down to a 54.5. So that makes me wonder, Clint, whether they're about to come in.
Yeah, and also don't forget Class D, Aaron Slide and Daniel Gaunt with the only GT4 car out there today, so they'll be on target to bring that home. So,
and they're in 5th place overall, which is pretty stunning for a GT4 car. The red Commodore we're looking at just before with Lance Hughes and Simon Evans, I'd say that must be just about due for a stop shortly as well. So I'd say in the next sort of 10 minutes or so, we'll have a flurry of stops again. And I guess what they'd be hoping for is some sort of a safety car or some yellow flags to give them a bit of time to do it.
good to see the Kia Trailers headmobile with Tony and Seaton head, that beautiful Altezza still circulating back out there, looks good. Little wee BRZ Subaru with Jeffrey and the other Drum doing a good job. Robert and Jeffrey Drum.
Here's the McLaren.
The speed differential, isn't it? Like a bullet.
It is. It's amazing, isn't it? As I say, you think 720 horsepower from the factory, and that's that can, as imagine being turbo, you can turn that up pretty well. So who knows what actual horsepower that car's got? They would never let on. But
What about the angle of the rear wing there? Can they alter that?
Oh,
change that?
yes. Yeah, very much. And, of course, that depends on how much straight line speed you want. If you want a high top speed, you flatten it out. If you want grip coming up and over the mountain and around turn 1, you angle it more. Yeah, so that's a big compromise that you've got to work on during the practice times, because this corner here is vitally important. You know, that's 150 kilometre an hour corner, so, you know, important to get some grip through there. And this corner here, absolutely vital to get that launch onto that straight. If you get that wrong, if you suddenly have to lift, there's 10 kilometres an hour gone off your top speed, and quarter of a second at least, half a second at least gone on top of your lap time.
So you're doing around about 150k coming into turn 2 there, but turn 1 you're still full nose and just easing it off, aren't you? Just letting the car right round the inside of the ripples.
Yeah, well, it's about 240, 250 going down past the start-finish line. For these cars, they've got a brake. Whereas in some of the other cars, they just lift. You know, like some of the cars like the Sangyongs and things, they just lift. But these guys have got a serious brake into the corner, drops down to about 160, 170, something like that through there, and then brake again for 2, 3, 4. So
Crisscross, hard and fast racing here.
Not going to be easy.
Good drivers. No, there's no reason to make it easy.
Yeah.
You still got a long day to go.
Lots of straight line speed in that Commodore.
Yeah, and you can pick your spot, pick your place. Track looking real good here at Pukekohe today.
Yeah, no sign of rain. Look at the blue sky and white fluffy clouds out there. What a perfect day. Pukekohe's put on the
springtime in October.
Oh.
It's looking good here at Pukekohe, the power circuit. Labour weekend, so a lot of people will be just relaxing and switching off. There's the head car coming in. Hopefully it's going to be a driver change and they can still keep going, not a mechanical problem.
Well, it's about that time, isn't it? We're past halfway, so it's about the time where we're going to see a bit of activity in the pits. So this might be the first of them. There's that Kirkpatrick Porsche without its bumper still going. It's got the Aston right behind it and being lapped by the Aston again.
And good driving by the other cars, being aware of the big leader storming through, so still building up that massive lead, extending, and coming up to the McLaren. So can he lap the McLaren? And they'll be getting the McLarens in second spot, and that'll put him, a couple of laps down here. He's already a couple of laps in front of third place, the Audi of Andrew Fawcett and Phil Moore, back to 1 lap now.
I'd imagine that'd be a great strategy. You wouldn't say, let's get them 2 laps down and then we'll come in for our driver change. And that gives you a fair old buffer, doesn't it? You get plenty of time to do your driver change, plenty of time for fuel, and out you go again. So I'm sure that's what they're probably trying to do. That was that time with the Aston, it was not quite so good, but there was traffic, and that doesn't take much to add 2 seconds on. Down past the Subaru again, trying to catch that McLaren. So this is where the Aston's very good. It uses a lot more curb than the McLaren. Not afraid to bounce it through that curb, and that gives them a run. Oh, that's the Kirkpatrick Porsche. Made a mistake down there by the looks of it. He's just skidded wide.
Another one that's come around turn 1, and another Porsche. We already saw, unfortunately, Jeff Short and the Speedworks Porsche in the 1 hour race come off at turn 2 there, or going into turn 2. and just going basically straight ahead on the grass. So will this be a safety car? Will this spring the chance for pit stops?
This will be the key. This certainly will trigger a whole rash of pit stops if it is a safety car, but I'd say by the looks of it, he might be able to restart that car and get it going. So I'm not sure if that's Kirkpatrick or Skeets in that car, but either way, it doesn't look like it's going anywhere, does it?
No, looks like it's parked up by the wet and forget, and unless they can get it going, they may have to forget it, and it could be another safety car coming out here in the Golden Homes 3-hour race. So as we said, it's triggered this pit stops.
They know that's going to be a safety car, so they're getting in there first. That's a smart call. You see that Porsche's still sitting there, hasn't moved yet. So it's only a matter of time before they pull that. Just usual story, they give him a chance to try and restart it. Give him a few moments, so you never want to pull that safety car too early.
1 minute, 1 hour 43. So we've got 1 hour and 15 to go. Pit stop. Pit lane's going to get busy. Audi's in there already. Driver change coming up. Andrew Fawcett jumping out. Looks like he's worked really hard behind the wheel.
He did a good job though, didn't he,
Did
Clint?
a great job. Superb job. Very consistent lap times. Maintained that advantage. And they're in the top 3, so giving them a chance to. Second, of course, in Hampton Down, so they've done a great job in that sister car.
And of course, the interesting thing is most of these. Oh wow!
There's the Beamer. That's had a bit of a moment. That's Toddy Borden, the 44 Beamer. No, he's just coming into the pits.
Yes.
Has he had a bit of a moment though?
I'd say that's a puncture or something. The smoke looks like it's.
Looks like we've got more punctures, perhaps. Damage coming into that pit. Yes, is that flapping in the rear?
I think so.
No,
I think it's the front left I saw, but anyway, we'll see what happens. So here's the safety car. So safety car's out. So here, watch the flurry now, the big action in the pits. Now the good thing here, Clint, for these guys is that we're down to how long the time left? An hour.
1 hour 15.
Yeah.
So basically, it's going to be about a chance to come in and make your pit stop.
Yep.
And then get the other driver in to bring it home to the finish, but fuel it up as much as you can.
Well, if you're going to have a puncher, that's the time to do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right on that pit stop time. So they'll be doing fuel, they'll put a new tyre and they're away they go.
So here comes Daniel Gaunt, done a great job on the 111 GT4 AMR Aston Martin. So Aaron Slight will get behind the wheel. He's all pumped up, our motorbike legend.
So
Superbike star.
With an hour and a quarter, virtually all of these cars can now go to the finish without a top-up.
Darren Kelly will be feeling nervously excited about the chance to bring home the Aston Martin. In the heart of racing in top shape. Alex Riberas, the flying Spaniard, has done a superb job building up a massive lead to give them as much advantage as possible.
Hasn't he just? I mean, that's the Aston's still out there. It still hasn't come in, but it looks... Oh, no, he's behind the safety car, but I would say he is going to dive. Yes, he's heading for the pits, so we're going to see him coming in, and he's going to maintain that 1 or 2 lap lead. Here he is.
So in comes number 52, the race leader, into the pits. The heart of racing, Aston Martin. Beautiful GT3. The GT4's already in there, going through their tyre change, topping up. This will be the driver change now. This is going to be another, a game change in the actual result of the race.
Yeah, and as I say, they're about to go right to the end now, so Darren's going to be in there. There won't be any need to come in for any quick splash of fuel. So there's Alex diving out.
Take out the seat. Whatever adjustments they need.
Take the baby seat out.
There we go. Chuck that away. Look at the speed and the intensity of that pit stop. They're ripping into this one. Darren Kelly.
They practiced this. You saw them yesterday running in and out. Here's the little...
The Hyundai's coming back in, so that's great.
Hasn't had a great run, has it, again?
At least they're out there and you've still got 3 hours to keep circulating, keep racing. Now the driver's in, now they're doing the wheels. 44, the Todd Borden, so this should be Flynn getting behind the wheel of the car. Flynn Osborne.
Ooh, we've got the tyres spinning in the pits there, which is not good. I hope that's not a penalty. I'm not sure if that's the same rules as the V8 supercars here about that, but if it is the same rules, they'll be getting a drive-through. but maybe not. And the tyres got onto the pit lane. That's another. And V8 supercars, that would be another penalty. Let's hope not. And it's off.
And unlike John DeVeth, he managed to get that away without stalling it. So 44, Flynn Osborne should be behind the wheel. Toddy Borden's got out. They've got some issues there with the car. Looked like they had some issues going into the pits. They've made the driver change and they're trying to get that car back out on the track. This is all intense, very intense. So Darren Kelly is behind the wheel. Can he bring it home? John DeVeth. Is he going to make a driver change and they'll put Glenn Smith back in perhaps?
Look at that, 100 laps. That's a
100 laps, yeah, good.
Wow. It's a big stint.
Safety car still circulating out there on track at the moment. 1 hour and 10 minutes to go.
Now these guys will be feeling it that are jumping out, Clint. That's 100 laps.
It's a hot day of racing here. They'll be feeling it today.
They had big stint in there, so they'll be pleased to be out. And now, of course, handing over with a decent advantage, a huge advantage, in fact.
So it looks like Phil Blythe is about to get behind the wheel of the 24.
The old GT3 Cup car there.
Porsche.
Done
as
great service,
Rob
isn't it?
Williams gets out.
Yeah, he'll be ready for a cup of tea and a lie down and a wee bicky. After that, there's the McLaren.
Doesn't look like any driver change there for the McLaren. So it looks like John DeVeth is going to bring it home. Trying to get the old everything sorted.
Looks like a tyre change for the Porsche Cup car there. A tyre change for the McLaren. So there's the head Toyota. That was one of the first ones into the pits. Is back. That's given them a bit of track position out there, which will help.
So the lights are out on the safety car. Here's the Altezza right behind the safety car. What a cool moment.
He's got about 800 horsepower behind him there. So.
And he's got everyone ganging up. Looks like the Kirkpatrick Mobile already ripped the rear bumper off that one. Bit of backing there from Amiga Rental Cars, which is great. Simon Skeets and the team. And here they come up and over the hill. So it's the Altezza is going to get the green light.
There's the
waiting for the green flag and back racing. And then the Chester Mobile goes flying past.
Rocketing past.
Here comes the Audi. Here comes the Super Tourer. Aaron Slight making no mistakes in the yellow Aston Martin, the GT4. Meanwhile, still in the pits. That wheel's gone walkabout.
Yeah, that could be a penalty for them as well. Now that could mix things up a wee bit for us, couldn't it?
We get penalty.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah. Add to the drama.
So the safety car just gets out of the way as they rejoin the race. So now the Audi with Sam Fillmore, is he behind the wheel now?
Yes, he's switched into there. Andrew Fawcett got out and staggered back into the pits thinking, phew, that was a tough day in the office, that one. He'll be delighted to be able to sit back and get his helmet off and just get a bit of a cool breeze. There's the Chester car though. That's a thunderous car, that one. It's got some great pace. Audi right behind him, 5.2 litre V10 versus about 7 litre V8. And another 7 litre V8, nearly 800 horsepower behind him again. And the Hamilton Ashfield's car there, the red Commodore. So we're interested to see how these three go down the back straight, see what sort of difference in straight line speed there is. The Audi's got a little bit of an advantage coming out of the corner. He's already got a little bit of an overlap expecting to pass, but it's not going to be easy. He's going to have to possibly do it down the inside under brakes. Now that'll be a bit of a challenge for him. First time out, see if it bounces over that spot.
So at the moment it's 52, Alex Riberas, who still has a 2-lap lead as Sam Fillmore. He's doing just running it wide. One of the other drivers getting used to that braking zone at the hairpin, or lack of braking zone, I suppose, at the hairpin. Just looking at that though, Glenn Smith, Johnny DeVeth, they're now 1 lap down. So Alex Riberas had been circulating in 54, did a 54.3, the best lap in lap 94 just prior to coming in. And now it's Darren Kelly. He's going to be doing around about the 102s. So suddenly there's the big gap in time.
Just for a start, though,
Just
with
for a
cold
start.
tyres,
Yeah.
he'll certainly come down. I mean, it's he's just dialing himself in. So
This is where normally he would be going sideways around about 180k. Now it's got to be straight and smooth and fast around here, rather than ripping it up with a D1 NZ car and smoking it up with that amazing bit of car control.
I was saying earlier that we were talking to Alex before about, what was it like to go out with him drifting around, and he said he was terrified. He hated it.
Well, one guy's not terrified and one guy doesn't hate it, loves it. It's Glenn Smith, and let's get the battle of tactics
Just
with
here with
Adam
Glenn
Jones.
Smith, who's just got out of the McLaren. You're looking quite cool and calm and collected.
Yeah, I feel real good actually. We pitted about 55 minutes in, so I'm going to have to get back in the car. So I'm just drinking water and look after myself. And now we put some tyres and fuel in it, so Johnny can push pretty close to the end. And I've got 5 minutes to do. So if we get a safety car, we'll swap drivers. If we don't, we'll have to do a green stop. But the car's pretty good. It's pretty fast, and you'll be able to push on now.
And so basically, was that the strategy, just to leave that 5 minutes in the bag, or?
I think it was a cock up.
Oh well,
Someone's buying the Heineken.
Oh, that's good. Someone's admitted to that. So yeah, but you probably need another splash, or do you think you can run to the end without it?
No, if we just cruise, we get enough to the end. But we've got to swap drivers, so he might as well go as hard as he can. Don't worry about saving fuel, and because I'm going to have to hop in the car, so they might as well top it up when I hop in the car. So we'll just push on, and we get another safety car in the next, well, we never get the next safety car. I'll be in the car from the end to the end. So.
And so you've got enough gap to the car in third, though, yeah, to be able to cover that?
Yeah, I think so. I think they lost a lap then, the way they did that pit stop, so that probably helped us. And if Johnny can just stretch that gap out now, because it's a short pit lane and a pit lap, this one, so we'll just push on. We're not going to catch the guys in front. They're both driving really, really well, those boys, so we're better off to just stick to what we're doing and try and beat Andrew and Sam.
And so have you acclimatised to the two different pit strategies, the way the rules are around pit stops in the south and the north? Obviously here it works slightly differently. So can you explain to people that haven't seen it before how the pit stop has to work?
Yeah, so in the North Island what they've done is you're not allowed to do fuel and tyres at the same time, so it makes it a long stop. And so you try and only do one set of tyres. And they're just trying to make it cheaper for for all the competitors. And the guys with the single nut are only allowed one gun. So that way, and guys with multi-nuts are only allowed two, and it just makes it a bit more cost-effective. You don't have as many crew, I think that's what they've tried to do in the North Island.
But it also gives the crew quite a challenge to be able to, it doesn't matter what sort of stop you have to do, you have to do it as fast as possible.
Exactly. It's quite good. It gives us drivers time to swap over.
Which is great. All right, well, we'll watch out for that final stop from the DeVeth and Smith McLaren, and we'll see you hopefully at the end.
Okay, mate. So hopefully we don't have no dramas.
No dramas from here, and back to you, Clint.
all right, and there's the Audi R8 coming down, avoiding that right-hand side of the track this time, keeping out, making sure he makes the apex and gets through. So, and followed closely by Simon Evans this time now in the red Hamilton Ashfelt's car. And Simon certainly a man that knows his way around this place. And he's won the V8 Super Tourer Championship, very, very good around Pukekohe. His dad will be in the crowd there. He's coming this afternoon to see that. See him go around. Another very experienced man around Pukekohe, his father as well. So we're looking now at watching the Alex Riberas Darren Kelly car, and Darren Kelly getting to grips with it very quickly, dropping those laps. But look at the Commodore now, shadowing this R8, this V10 R8 versus V8 Chev power. Once again, down there, making sure they get out of that inside lane. The Porsche is going to do that, bouncing through. Look at that bounce of that GT3 Cup car back there.
Well, the other intriguing part of this run home to the finish is going to be the battle of the B drivers. So you've had the big setup by Alex Riberas. Now you've got Darren Kelly behind the wheel. You've got Sam Fillamore. And who's got the most experience out of some of these B drivers? Because some of these B drivers are probably A-grade drivers, the likes of Simon Evans for a start, the likes of Johnny DeVeth, who's turning out to be a real champion driver in that McLaren. And as you heard Glenn Smith saying, we're just going to do our own thing. We're going to push on and play our game and not too worried about what the other guy's trying to do. Yes, they've got a big speed, they've got big gap, they've got an advantage, but we can only control what we do in the McLaren.
And we've still got a whole hour to go, exactly 1:01, in fact, an hour to go.
And you never know if another safety car is going to come out.
Yeah, well, a mistake, a mechanical issue,
Puncture?
all that sort of thing. Yeah, well, that's been a real feature, hasn't it, this race? So, yeah, you don't want to discount here, that sort of stuff. And if you it's, just like Le Mans and all those ones, if you try and keep up with the leaders sometime, then you just stress things out. So
Doing a good job here, Darren Kelly, D1 NZ star, so he's a drifting racer. Getting the opportunity with International Motorsport to team up with a very experienced GT racer in the likes of the Spaniard Alex Riberas. So he's showing them what to do, and he's been handed over the car in superb shape, and he's doing a really good job here.
He is.
Circulating. You heard him talking to Adam Jones earlier today about what he wants to do and his own goal, and he's circulating compared to, say, like a 54.3 that Alex was able to do. He's done a 58, a 57, now he's done a 56, so still maintaining good speed and maintaining that advantage that the team had built up.
yeah, and you can guarantee the engineers telling him, 56 is good. That's as fast as you need to go. Let's face it, they're a lap ahead. But behind them, Glenn Smith and John DeVeth. John DeVeth's just done a 55, which is the quickest that McLaren has gone all day. So much for, maintaining their pace. He's pushing on, isn't he? There it is there. So he's really cracking into it. 55s, that's very quick. So now he's actually circulating about a second and a half a lap faster than the leading Aston. So that'll be interesting, won't it?
So your top five at the moment, Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly. Kelly behind the wheel, out in front of the 52. Got a couple of laps lead over Glenn Smith and Johnny DeVeth, with John DeVeth in second place and the number 90 McLaren. Then it's the 10 Audi of Andrew Forster with Sam Fullermore behind the wheel, and they're 3 laps down. In fourth place, Lance Hughes and Simon Evans. They've just done a 57 flat. Must be Simon perhaps behind the wheel. And they're about 7 seconds behind third place Andrew Fawcett and Sam Fullermore, so that's another battle to watch out for. They're both on that same lap time and both gunning each other for a battle for third and fourth here at the moment. So look at this. Audi had a good speed advantage, but here comes the old V8 Holden.
Yeah, and he's, as you said already earlier, that Simon Evans now has lowered the fastest time for that car today. He's going quicker and quicker. Look at him through there. He's making a bit of time through there on the Audi.
Then in P5, it's Aaron Slide and Daniel Gaunt, with Aaron Slide behind the wheel, and he's doing 101.2. Phil Blythe in the 24 Porsche, he's doing 101.2 as well, so good circulating, a good time. The 36 Holden Super Tour of Nick Archibald and Nick Chester, they're doing 60 seconds flat back in 7th. James Kirkpatrick, Simon Skeets, they were there in 8th.
Yeah, and of course they are the second. So if we go through classes, Class A is Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly, of course, are winning that. Class B is the car we're watching there. Look at the pressure he's putting on that Audi. Sorry to interrupt all that.
Here we go. Talk about class. This is classy stuff with Simon Evans really squeezing Sam Fullermore. This is the battle for third. They're both 3 laps behind the leader, but they don't care. This is all about where they can finish with their team and all the hard work and preparation that they've done. International Motorsport, Hamilton Motorsport, Hamilton Asphalt team, speed of the Audi.
I think Simon's thinking podium finish here. He wants that position for third place. Wouldn't that be exciting for him in a sort of good old Commodore versus the German engineered Audi?
And what's been impressive about the Audi, though, is every time Andrew Fawcett and or now Sam Fullermore have come under pressure, they've been able to respond.
Yep, yeah, exactly. And they've had their moments, of course, bouncing through the braking area and off at the hairpin, but they've recovered. So they've done well to recover. And it's not an easy thing to do because you get flustered and it's easy to make more mistakes after that.
So this is the war of attrition now. Time to go. 57 minutes. We're into the last hour. We've had the driver changes. We've had the pit stops. We've had the safety car. Now it's that sprint home to the finish. But for the B-grade drivers to step up and make no mistakes and embrace the pressure.
Now look at this. Both of those cars forced into that inside line under braking, but no one made a mistake this time. So they've learned a bit from that. Keep off, brake a little bit early if you're going to go down the inside there. So you're going to bounce up and down. Your brakes are just simply not going to work as well. But no bit of traffic between the Audi and the Commodore now.
You've got plenty of power, so have a bit of patience before you work your way through the rest of the field. Holden just getting tagged and just being slowed up a little bit by the traffic, but that's going to happen in the next hour.
Exactly, and the thing is about that little Hyundai, as you can see, it's not slow through there. It's light, it's fast and agile, but now the Commodore can just wind up and grunt past the Hyundai and try and get back in the mirrors of that Audi, although that Audi has used that to its advantage, hasn't he? He just used that traffic very well. Now they've got the Aaron Slight Aston. See it bouncing through there. I still can't get used to that. It's amazing watching that, isn't it?
And this time Slidey almost runs a bit wide. You've got to be in that right gear coming out of that hip, and that can be a real challenge for inexperienced drivers. Just being able to pull the right stick, get that right sort of amount of drive out of that, because that can really affect your speed down here, can't it? If you get slow out of that here, because here comes the Aston.
Well, there's two vital corners here. The one that leads onto the main back straight and the one that leads onto the main front straight, and that's really where it all works. If you get those two corners right, your lap times are going to be pretty damn good. So here he is. He's a little closer now in the Simon Evans car.
It's bizarre, isn't it? You got a great battle looming here for second and third, and you got the leader steaming up behind, filling your mirrors.
Yeah,
2 laps ahead. Well, a lap ahead now of the McLaren.
Lights on full. So it's going to be interesting. He's circulating around in 57s. In fact, so he's done well to catch these guys because they're in the same sort of pace. So he just managed to use the traffic a little better, really, to catch up to them.
And he's obviously really improved and loved getting behind the wheel of this car and the opportunity, and showing that he's a really good tarmac racer.
And it takes a while, doesn't it? It's there's always with drifters, they take a while to get used to the totally different idea of just carrying maximum speed everywhere as opposed to just flamboyantly sideways.
Yeah, it's all about momentum, carrying it into the corner rather than sort of sending it sideways.
Yeah.
But you can never fault them with their car control or their presentation or their passion.
Yes, absolutely.
And their ability. As we're seeing right here, right now, on the screen, Fast Files. Great to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying it as we race down to the finish. It may seem like a slow log race. Well, it is. It's the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. It's round 2 at Pukekohe. Clint Brown, Stu Hours, along with Adam Jones in the pits. DT calling the shots on the screen. So hope you're enjoying the action today. Our camera crew doing a superb job. If you're sitting back watching the live stream around the country at the moment, no doubt everyone down at Highlands will be looking forward to the big nationals coming up November 6 and 7. Be a great showdown.
And this is where Darren's going to have to be careful where he picks a spot to get past his Commodore. He doesn't want to throw away 2-lap lead or make a mistake there. But it is for position that car's still in third place, so he wants to keep his position in front of him.
So there's your leader putting another lap on. Third place. Oh, can he hold it up? Bring it up. This is going to be his drifting experience. And he locked it up and kept it out of trouble. Ooh, nerves.
Amazing. That car's got ABS, so I'm just wondering what happened there. Normally with ABS, you don't see that sort of smoke.
Well, it's down the inside there where you ride the bumps, you hit the bounce, and there's no feeling. There's no grip. And suddenly it's like scooting over the old the ruts on a gravel road.
Yep, and that's right. The ABS can get very confused in that situation. It's like going over the crest into the Porsche Dipper at Hampton Downs.
Yes.
Same thing. The old ABS can get a hell of a confused there. And look at that now.
So Simon Evans and the Lance Hughes mobile says, thanks very much. We'll regain that spot.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the Golden Homes replay. So
Watch
people
the
look
bounce.
at there's the change in the tarmac. There's the dark stuff. They come down now, bounce. Look at that, bang, bang, bang. Hits those ripples, hits the bounces, locks it up, and just avoids going head to head with the head head Altezza and brings it up under control.
Ooh, that was close, wasn't it?
That was nervous.
But that was a front right lockup. Now that's pretty unusual. So, normally you don't get one tyre locking when you've got ABS even. So I don't know if there's a slight problem there, but it's not going to stop him going ahead.
You may hear in the headphones, calm down, son, calm down.
Yeah. I mean, really, that's the thing. There's no need to take any risks. You've got to do it now without, he's way ahead of that Commodore, so he can just pick his time to get past. Even if he stayed there for the next hour, he's still going to win.
But you're still doing a good job. Good job. Keep going.
Yeah, eyes front.
Did you like someone talking to you like in America they got the spotters and there's one of the beamers pulling right out of the way? Did you like someone talking to you if you had a
No,
crew chief?
I hate it. I want the least amount of... All I want to be told is when to come in, because unless it's a safety car or something like that, it's just, you just haven't got the spare brain capacity to be thinking about what's going on, what they're trying to tell you. So.
And most blokes have like a 5-second conversation anyway, do we?
That's right.
We just want the bullet points.
Yep, got it. Yep, that's right.
We don't want to talk our way all the way around the track.
But you think back, I've often thought about back to the old Bathurst days when they put the microphones and the cameras in with Peter Brock and these guys, and they'd be chatting to them all the way around the track. I just don't know how they did that. Mind you, that was the old days of endurance racing when you're driving at 70, 80% because you just couldn't ring the thing out. Now it's all 100% everywhere.
And I think some guys just say, okay, I don't need any more, I know what I'm doing. Like, I suppose the Giz and Bathurst just had it under control.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously need some information, but the less the better, I think. And there are some drivers, they get on, you hear Lewis Hamilton, what position I'm in, what's the gap to the next car and all this sort of thing. I mean, and you see what they have to do in those Formula One cars, it's unbelievable the stuff they've got to do and adjust and change all the time. So, yeah, if you do it often enough, you can do it.
And I suppose when we come to the Indy cars on Monday, they'll be just making sure that Scott Dixon knows exactly where he is in the field. If he's in P8 or above, that means he's got the championship under control. So, he won't be racing to win the race, he'll be racing to win the championship. First and foremost, if you've got the speed, take the race for sure, but you don't have to win it.
Yeah, it'll be just, don't take a risk getting past someone, which is really probably what the Aston's deciding to do behind that Commodore now. Probably think, well, I won't take a big risk. I don't need to do it. I can still win this race if I follow him around for the next 45 minutes.
So that combination was third in the opening round at Hampton Downs in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. Alex Riberas and Darren Kelly, but they bounced back to have a great time down on the South Island. But remember, it's Glenn Smith with Chris Vanderdrift, who won the opening round at Hampton Downs in the North Island Showdown a couple of weeks ago, last month. And here he is, Glenn Smith, teaming up with his good mate John DeVeth, who's behind the wheel. And they're currently in second spot. So it's a 1 and 2 versus a 1 and 3 at the moment. Well, a 3 and 1.
And there's the Aston has got past the Commodore. We're just talking about that. He's managed to slip past somewhere. And now he's got the same battle on his hands to get past to put the Audi back another lap. So he's just sneaking up on him there. But there's only about it. They're doing a very similar pace. The Audi's doing 56s, and so is the Aston. And actually the McLaren's a little bit quicker. That's doing 55. So you see how this unravels, but really no pressure, is there, on the Aston to get past.
And so much for the B drivers.
Yeah.
All doing a superb job when you think about it. In 56, 55 and 56 you talk. And then even Simon Evans, 56. And then Aaron Slide in P5 is doing 60 seconds. Yeah. So your B drivers are all right in the zone of the 56 and the 55s. Yeah. So great performance.
Yeah, exactly. They're doing really, really well, aren't they? I mean, it's now that's interesting. We've just seen on the timing screens that the Nick Chester car just did a 2:02. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Whether they had a moment. We saw it on screen there. Brilliant. They seem to be back up to speed now. Here it is, just getting passed by the Audi. So they must have had a little moment somewhere. It's lost quite a chunk of time. I wonder if they had a spin or something at some point. There's the Aston going to go swooping past them again shortly. BMW's going into the pits there. around the inside over the top of the hill. That's always scary if you get forced on the outside going over there. And here's the other Commodore coming up to sweep past. So look, yeah, they've got an issue, I think, the Chester car. That's definitely a lot slower than they were going last time. Let's see what sort of time he did as he comes past the pits. Yeah, 102s. So something's not quite right with that Chestermobile.
Not the only ones out of the race. 78 Shane Holland and Thomas Sutton and the Mazda, Bernard Ferret and Steve Taylor and the mighty Mustang, they're out. Big crash. Matt Dovey, John O'Lester looking so good, then all of a sudden it's all over. Warwick Mortimer and Andre Mortimer, they're gone. So
that's a shame about the Matt Dovey car, the John O'Lester car getting out. There's the Kirkpatrick Porsche, a whole lot lighter than it was when it started the race. They've got a rear bumper to worry about.
They're still out there and they've had some moments out there too, so they're lucky that they're not out.
Yeah.
Out of the race, but still in the running. Here
Still
they are.
going.
Yep.
And here's Aaron Slight coming up behind him. He's going well, as you say, doing around the 1 minute mark, the 60-second lap mark.
Flashing his lights, let me through, here I come, I've got the cooler car.
He won't want to try and take him down the inside.
Yes,
or
he
he's
will.
gonna give
Yes,
it a
he
go.
will. He's going to ride the bumps, pull it up, let it go late and hard, and drift down the inside. Nicely done, good work. A slight advantage there for Aaron, and he took it nicely.
Luckily he was seen there. That was a long way back.
That would have been the smoothest undertaking passing manoeuvre down there on the back straight that we've seen all day,
Yeah.
without any car having a real big bad problem with the bouncy bumps under brakes.
Yeah, the least dramatic, that's for sure. Yeah. So there's that Hawke's Bay car again. That's going really well. I think they're in, what are they, 7th overall? No. Where are
And
they?
P6 at the moment with Phil Blythe.
P6, yes, exactly. So going really well. I mean, it's just a standard Cup car. Well, when I say standard Cup car, factory race car, but it's not. It's in Cup car spec. Got a 3.8 engine in it, so it's not the quickest car in a straight line out there, but obviously doing really well, being well managed. And these guys have done particularly well down the South Island as well. Doing very well at Timaru.
Shame we've lost the number 7 BMW of Wayne Leach and Barks, the winger Beamer. It's no longer out there.
And of course the Mortimer BMW going out in spectacular style at the kink there earlier on. The tyre letting go and destroying all the carbon fibre bodywork.
The spectacular prize of the day certainly goes to the 445 Ford Mustang, which is up for a big panel meeting.
Yeah, shifted the wall. That was spectacular, right? They'd be feeling a bit sore, no doubt. Would take when you get a hit like that, or you come out and bruising the next day all over your shoulders and around your waist and that sort of thing. It's a nasty, nasty hit.
Meanwhile, the little wee BRZ Subaru just keeps circulating, staying out of trouble. It didn't cause the accident. It was one of those racing incidents where the Mustang came up alongside, the rear wheels touched, and just touched in a way where it sent him into the wall.
As I say, a racing incident. It was declared to be a racing incident by the stewards. They had a look at that. Obviously, a serious accident like that, they wanted a very close look. There's Simon Evans rounding up that BRZ we're talking about. He's got the Kirkpatrick mobile in his sights there, this Kirkpatrick Skeets mobile.
Robert and Jeffrey Drum love their motor racing, do a great job, truck this little car out for the Enduro series. Cool looking little wee sports car.
It's a brave thing to do, actually. You're in a car that's, that's 10 seconds a lap, at least slower than most of them. You spend most of the time looking in the mirror, trying to work out how to, keep your head down and keep out of the way sometimes. So not always that pleasurable, but good on them for being out there and doing that.
So whatever problems they had with the harder racing Aston Martin in the opening round at Hampton Downs, that is long gone history, because this thing is a rocket ship. It's on rails today. Just gone past the railroad here at Pukekohe, but this thing, just smoked it up a little bit. Yeah. But it's on rails, isn't it?
I think they've got a little issue there with the ABS, to be honest, Clint. I think that shouldn't be doing that. And of course, probably flat-spotted tyres now, which is not going to make it easy, even if they did have ABS, because it tends to want to centre on the same point all the time. So that could be, we've got how long to go?
42 minutes to go.
So you never know. That could cause a tyre issue. But they have got a couple of laps up their sleeve, haven't they?
Certainly got a big lead, a couple of laps.
So they really, let's face it, they could come in, change tyres and be out, and they'd still be comfortably in the lead.
And Darren Kelly, DK, is doing a great job at the moment because he's circulating in 56s, the same as Johnny DeVeth and Sam Fullamore in 57s. So, you know, the cars 1, 2 and 3, a little bit of a twitch there from the Audi as the Aston Martin moves over to the bumpy side of the inside of the track going into the hairpin, but nice and smooth under the brakes. No locking up this time. So those top 3 guys, even Simon Evans is doing what, a 58, so they're all circulating very much the same sort of speed.
Yeah, and I think the engineer at International Motorsport, whoever's engineering this Aston Martin, would be saying to him, look, if you can go out and do 56s and keep out of trouble, you've done the job we want you to do. That's all we want. You don't need to do 54s, you don't need to take risk overtaking, just get out there, keep it safe and bring it home because we've got a big advantage.
It's obviously doing a great job with the South Island down there. Plenty of time in the car, getting it all tweaked up, getting it worked up. And they'll be going down to, no doubt, down to the Nationals at Highlands Motorsport Park to sort out the best of the South and the best from the North. Probables versus the possibles.
Looking forward to that. That's at Highlands Park. It's going to get, I think that's getting live TV coverage, that one as well. So.
Great track. It'll be a great series to watch out for. A real challenge too around there. It'll be great. Because you've got your set to car, like here, everything's loaded up on the left. Around Highlands, it's totally different. You've got to have a really well-balanced car because you've got speed, you've got long straights, you've got tight corners, but it's also equal balance left and right, isn't it?
It is, and look at they've got some unusual approaches to a couple of those corners too. You know, it's a tricky track, that one. It really is. Takes a fair bit of thinking about. This one's pretty straightforward by comparison. This one's got its challenges without a doubt. Lots of bumps, but straightforward. Although, you know, they got the blind corners. I thought there was an issue with that car, just the way it slowed down. So clearly, there's a big problem there.
That's a shame, but to be expected. We had half the field not finished the opening round at Hampton Downs, and now we're sort of whittling our way through the field, as so does the Aston Martin and the little wee Subaru. No doubt getting the blue flag, moves over in the blue mobile, and that's that sort of stark sea blue of the Aston Martin go charging past with the headlights on. So Darren Kelly doing a great job and learning that mantra, the motor racing mantra. As you can see, the racing lines made famous, I suppose, by Peter Brock with his legendary drives around Mount Panorama, smooth as fast.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's where, if it was raining, certainly the smooth drivers are the ones that really come to the fore. So
you've got a bit of a problem there. You talked a bit about the Chester car, so let's find out exactly what's not working and what's gone wrong.
Just got Nick Chester here, and the car's relatively quiet, not running. What's happened?
Oh, we've had I think we've got a belt slipping, which is causing us low voltage and low and high water temperature. So I don't know if we'll be able to fix it. I'm not confident.
Right, so you're still going to have a look at it. Obviously, close to the end of the race, you'd want to get out and try and get at least 75%, yeah?
Oh yeah, why not? Going to have some fun. It's a great track, good car.
So before that, the car was going good?
Oh, it's had this issue the whole time I've been out there, so I've been trying to drive around it, but haven't been able to.
Right, so the guys are going to keep looking at it and you'll try and get back. Yeah. All right, well, good luck with that, and hopefully you can make it to the end. So there we go, alternator. Back to you, Clint, up in the box.
So back to the live coverage, the headlight blazing on the Audi as it goes through the difficult hairpin, which has caught them out a few times today, breaking through down the inside. This time no dramas at all, settling into that rhythm and trying to maintain it. Sort of basically, I suppose, fingers crossed, Clint, that the other cars in front of them have a problem now, because with 36 minutes to go, they're certainly not going to do it on pace alone. They've got to hope that there's a problem.
So here is the number 7 BMW. Looks like they got back out on track. Now they're coming back into the pit lane. The wing of BMW. And let's go back down to pit lane as well and work the garages to see what's happening with some of the teams out there, like the 84 car with Lance Hughes and Simon Evans behind the wheel.
Thanks, Clint. I'm just here with Lance Hughes and the Hamilton Asphalt Commodore. So how are things going? I mean, you're running pretty well out there.
Yeah, just car's performing well, it does everything we want it to do, and just nice and comfortable to drive at the moment.
And how are you finding the partnership with Simon Evans?
Yeah, good. Yeah, really good. It's about same height, you know, same sort of, I'm a bit bigger.
And so have you guys been comparing data and he's been helping you sort of, you know, having the pro in the car?
Well, I haven't really had a lot of time. Obviously, when we were racing at Hampton Downs, we had a bit of drama with a braking and a brake duct, so we're sort of behind the 8 ball a wee bit there. And this weekend is pretty low key, pretty relaxed. So yeah, we're just having a bit of fun.
He's circulating really well out there, and his times are quite up with the front running cars, so it's looking pretty good for you guys.
Yeah, it's dropping into the 6s, which is quite good. I think he did 6.8, 6.6s around there. Yeah, it's pretty good for an old Holden, eh?
Not too bad at all. And for your class, obviously that's going to put you in top spot, right?
Yeah, well, I think Nick obviously is just in the garage there, so I'm not too sure who else is in our class. I think there was a couple of Porsches there, but we seem to be going past them relatively regularly on the outing out there, so I assume we'd be up front there somewhere.
So will you guys be partnering up to go down to the Highlands final?
Yeah, most definitely. Obviously with touring cars not going down to South Island this season gone, it's a bit of a trip we look forward to, so yeah, we're definitely going down.
I'm sure that car there will be a right beast to drive around that fast and flowing track.
Yeah, I've only been round there once in the car, but obviously it was in touring car spec and it was a bit of a challenge, right, especially with the bridge and a couple of those sharp corners, that big sweeper and that. So
for viewers that don't know the car or maybe watching for the first time, give them a quick idea of what the car is and the sort of power it's making.
Well, basically it's been touring car spec, so when we're running at that, we're running at 60% throttle opening at 540 horse at the wheels. When we open it up to touring endurance racing, obviously we've got traction control and the ABS, we open it right up to full throttle, which gives us around about 710 at the wheels.
That's some good fun there. So we'll go back to Clint there and have a look at what's happening on track.
So just confirming what they were talking about there about whether they were the class leaders or not. Yes, they are. They're the leaders in class GTB. So the 3 cars in front of them are all GTA classes. And then the second car in GTB is sitting in the pits. That's the Archibald Chester car. So they're class winners, even though they're in 4th place. So here we go, the McLaren just sneaking up down there. Another risky move coming down the inside there. Oh, little bit of a lurch out of the hairpin there, side by side.
You don't want to be 2x2 going around there or 2x2 coming up and over the hill. So the McLaren with Johnny DeVeth makes the move and gets a lap back on Darren Kelly. 33 minutes to go. There's no need for the Aston Martin to go chasing. You can let the McLaren go racing ahead and still got plenty of work to do. So
yeah, you can rest assured that in the Aston Martin there'll be the soothing words coming out, like, let him go, it's all right.
Now the Aston has just slowed here. We've got a problem. Hold the phone blocker.
Dramatic news here.
Hopefully for the team it's just a slight, might have just missed a gear or something, but
well, these are
he's still going, but it's not going fast. So first of all, that was the drama there with Johnny DeVeth getting past the Aston Martin, the current race leader. Remember, he's about a lap in front, so he's got a huge advantage. They've had huge speed all day, and suddenly with the last 30 minutes, it's come to a halt on the back straight. Can you believe it?
Well, this will be a safety car as well if you can't get it going.
And this is what we've talked about all the time. In a 3-hour race, you never know until the fat lady sings. And she didn't even get a chance to warm up.
Yeah,
because all of a sudden the Aston Martin has stopped on the back straight.
So there's the Glenn Smith John DeVeth McLaren going to be unlapping itself very shortly. There it is.
So that's just unlapped itself. The other cars are now going past. And suddenly these guys can't believe their luck. where everything's starting to fall back into their lap again.
Well, look, they were just saying, weren't they, that, they're just going to do their own thing. So now they're on the same lap, one more lap around, one more time past the stripe, and he's in the lead. So at the moment, he's still about a lap behind. So this will be the next lap around that'll unwind. Here we go.
So go figure.
He's now in the lead, and now effectively the Aston is still in second place because of the advantage it had, but the Andrew Fawcett's and Fillmore car is to keep going.
So
There's the yellow
31
flag.
minutes to the end of the race, and we've got a dramatic lead change in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance 1 hour race, and the 3 hour looked like it was cruising to a finish, but inside that last hour, 1 hour to go, 30 minutes, bang, it stopped all over suddenly.
And there's our new leader, the Glenn Smith, John DeVeth McLaren, into the pits, safety car. So it's going to get a fuel top up. There's the International Motorsport team. Wondering what's going on.
All of a sudden, now we've got a fuel top up, we've got a sprint race finish, but just incredibly bad luck for the team from... Oh, and now Phil Blythe's gone around at turn 1. He's probably about the third Porsche to do that.
Yeah, looks like there's no tyre damage though, so hopefully he just had a wee spin. But they were sitting in, they would now be effectively in 5th place overall.
Just when you thought it was, going to be cruising to the end. No, the wheel, is that the wheel?
That's a left tyre that's gone
left
down.
tyre.
It's another one that's had a drama there.
Another one, yeah.
So
hard, abrasive day here at the track at Pukekohe. So Glenn Smith, John DeVeth with the McLaren. They were a lap down. They were miles away in second spot.
Driver
Johnny
change.
DeVeth is getting out. Glenn Smith's going to jump back in. They're going to take no chances. They're putting back in the top dog.
Wow.
And they're going to fuel it up to bring it home to the finish.
What's going to happen with the Audi? Is that going to do... Oh, the Aston's
The Aston
going.
Martin hopefully look like they've got it going again. What was the problem? Will they bring that back into the pits? It still looks sick.
It's an unusual sort of weave it's doing too. I don't know what's going on there.
Wonder if it's obviously an ECU or a management system that may have just shut down.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the pits, the new leader, Glenn Smith, and the Aston Martin's got going again. So suddenly...
Now he's still in second place.
Well, yeah, but don't forget, they've got car speed.
Oh,
debris being spread out on the back straight by Phil Blythe. It's all happening. They're going to bring this into the pits and try and sort this out. And if they can get him back out on the track with that speed of the Aston Martin, we may be on for a very exciting sprint finish here.
So, Clint, are they going to do a driver change here? They're going to put Alex back in the car, do you think, for a sprint? Oh, look, there's obviously big problems in that. Oh, that's that earlier on. Right, so here he comes. It did look slower than 40 k's an hour, Clint, doesn't it?
It's going to be a major effort by the team to get that car back out on the track, but back up to speed, because at the moment, Phil Blythe's coming into the pits. Is that Lance Hughes coming into the pits? Simon Evans coming into the pits? Yes, he is.
Yes, yep.
So now Stephen Giles and the team are going to go to work at the International Motorsport to try and work out what is wrong, what suddenly slowed and then stopped the heart of racing. Aston Martin had everything under control.
No.
Unbelievable switch.
No driver change. This is interesting. Something needs to be done. I wonder if they're going to replace a fuse or just something minor. You never know.
So after being a lap, almost 2 laps ahead, suddenly they're 2 laps down in third spot, 3 laps down in third spot. More debris on the track. 28 minutes to go and counting. Back out he goes.
Wow, okay, so he's coming out. He is now 2 laps down behind Glenn Smith, John DeVeth.
So now we've got the safety car coming out. It's all happening, I tell you. Hold on, folks. Big challenge for the drivers, big challenge for the race teams.
Oh, pushing the Simon Evans.
No.
Oh, look at that.
Now the 84 car, they've had to push it to get it restarted.
And Simon Evans still behind the wheel there. So safety car's got its lights out. It's coming in. So there's the The Audi taking advantage, launching away at the start there. As soon as you pass that control line, you can go. She didn't take much to gap the little BRZ there.
So here we go, race fans. There's cars all down the main straight. Here comes the lead of the McLaren with Glenn Smith now behind the wheel. 27 to go, 143 laps. What a finish to the Golden Homes North Island Enduro, the 3-hour Enduro. And it's been tipped upside down on its head. And now no one knows, but it's advantage to Glenn Smith and John DeVeth, with Smithy taking out the opening round in Hampton Downs. What can the Audi do now with Sam Fullamore?
And I better believe their luck. There's the International Motorsport guys there all looking on, still trying to work out what's happening. Round the inside of the Kirkpatrick Skeets Porsche there.
And who's going to be able to open up a big lead and maintain it? Question is, can the Aston Martin get back up to speed again in the next couple of laps and try and close that gap? First of all, of the Andrew Fawcett, Sam Fullamore Audi, and then Glenn Smith and John DeVeth in the mighty McLaren.
And also Simon Evans is going to be in now with a chance. Oh, there we go.
Number 7 Winger Beamer is once again parked up on the grass. Got going again, so they've been in the wars. More gremlins.
Okay.
So let's go down to Adam Jones, catch up with Alex Riberas and find out what happened with that dramatic lead change.
Just here with Alex Riberas, as Clint was saying, and the car stopped on track. What happened?
Yeah, so we just happened to know that the issue was coming from a steering wheel connection. The guys played a little bit with it and tried to fix it. So currently we are just waiting feedback from Darren and see if that fixed the issue or not. So we just have to wait and see. It was a shame because Darren was doing really well. We had a braking issue from the beginning of the race, so the front wheel sensor was not working properly, and therefore the ABS was malfunctioning. But Darren was doing a great job and was adapting to it very well. Just a shame that we seem to be out of contention after this issue.
And so basically that little stop there, you were leading quite easily, and it looked like things were just going to go through to the end, and all of a sudden there's just excitement left, right and centre, which is unfortunate, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. It is unfortunate because today we had the chance to win, but I tried to see it in a positive way, in a way that I think the big picture, we are here looking towards the national championship at Highlands in 2 weeks. So if we have some issues that were supposed to appear or were about to appear in the future, I'd much rather take it today and work on it and analyze how we can improve them for the future. And so I'll take that over an issue in Highlands any day.
All right, well, good luck, and hopefully you can make it home from here, and we'll see you at the national final.
Fingers crossed. Anything can happen.
Thanks, Alex. It's a long race, 3 hours, and you've got to get to the end. So back to you, Clint.
Well, there you go. We talked about that, Clint, didn't we? Clearly a wheel sensor issue there, which is why we saw that lock up at one stage. A steering wheel issue as well. So, but very positive response here from Alex, saying, well, look, better to have these issues now than in the national final. So good on him. A very positive sort of guy. Look at this battle.
And as we said, a lot of these cars learned a lot from the opening round at Hampton Downs, but some of them had a lot of problems. But you know, the more racing they've done, the more they've actually learned about the car, the setup, and a guy like Darren Kelly doing a great job behind the wheel. So such a shame for them. But it's really thrown the race open for the last 23 minutes. And that's as you say, in an endurance racing, you've just got to keep going. And as the Hamilton boys talked about and the Naki boys talked about, you just got to keep doing your own thing. Keep push on.
Yep. And look, I tell you what, Simon Evans has got a sniff of this. He's in 4th place. He's got a sniff of the podium because he's just put the quickest lap in of that car has done all day. So after 2 hours 37 minutes, he's really put his head down, and he's going to try and stay in front of that McLaren and really push on, because he's looking to try and possibly catch that McLaren in front of him. But the Aston in front of him, the Alex and Kelly, Riberas Kelly car. Big job to do, but if they have another problem, he's on the podium.
Well, they won the Ranfurly Shield, the boys from the Naki, and here's the boys from the Naki about to do a great job with the North Island Endurance Series. They were 2 laps down, and suddenly, go figure, here they are, 3 laps up on the harder racing Aston Martin.
Yeah.
How quick can fortunes change and turn around, even in a 3-hour enduro motor race.
And 2 laps ahead of the Fawcett Fillmore Audi. So
now suddenly it's the Aston Martin, and we've just got to find out where the Holden is of Simon Evans, because they're both on 3 laps at the moment.
Well, I tell you
2
what,
laps.
talking about Simon putting his head down, he did a 56 last time, which was the fastest lap of his race. He's just done a 55. So they must think they're in with a bit of a sniff of a chance.
And Darren Kelly circulating in 57. Fillmore is doing 56.
Look at that. Here we go. Through turn 1 with the McLaren behind him.
So there is Simon Evans. Look at, he's going to be riding the bumps.
Wheels in the air.
Getting the 3 wheels up. He knows how to do that through turns 2 and 3 at Pukekohe. So he's got the McLaren behind him. Look at the speed of the Super Tourer down that back straight. And the McLaren, no doubt, with Glenn Smith, will have plenty of speed. He'll be trying to put another lap on the car that's in 3rd place. And everything's just fallen into their lap. 20 minutes to go, and here's the Aston Martin. So the Aston Martin still has quite a good advantage over the Holden Super Tour of Simon Evans.
There we go, but we're talking a couple of seconds a lap difference though, so it's not going to take long. At 2 seconds a lap, if Simon can keep that difference up, that's significant. So,
and the Aston Martin has to maintain the wheel and also the steering connection to make sure that it can bring it home to the finish. Oh, the McKillop mobile just gets caught up behind the slow traffic over the hill.
Yeah.
Little wee Honda Integra.
So there's another second or 2 that Simon's effectively made up, because obviously the Aston had to get right out of the gas there with Darren. So all that sort of thing helps when you're trying to catch.
150 laps up in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. It's round 2, the big final showdown here at Pukekohe over Labour weekend. And it's a labour of hard love, mechanical love here today. It's a labour of hard luck stories too.
So a 2 second gap advantage, sorry, a 2 second lap advantage. Well, there's the Aston coming in, trying to get out of that right-hand lane, which we know is so tricky. And
seems to be back smooth and fast, seems to be operating, got rid of that gremlin with the wheel issue and the steering wheel issue, the connection. So what a frustrating day. There is the 2nd place, or the 3rd place car.
Still in front of the McLaren though, so his pace is really, really good on that Commodore. That's Simon Evans' experience, isn't it? Really pushing
He'll
on.
be loving this, and so will Glenn Smith. These guys are racers. They'll be loving this as the dramas unfold and keeps chopping and changing the fortunes of the race teams. But these drivers behind the wheel, bring it on, baby.
Well, Glenn Smith's got the luxury of 2 lap advantage, so he can just sit back there and just cruise. He doesn't have to get past the Commodore, does he? But if he stays there and pressures Simon, you never know. But it's Simon that's got all the weight on his shoulders. He's trying to get on the podium. So he's really trying to do 2 seconds a lap consistently quicker and put himself in a position to be able to challenge that slightly wounded Aston.
55.8. The last lap for Darren Kelly. Glenn Smith at 56.4. Simon Evans a 56.3.
All right, well, there's obviously...
So there's that 1/10 of a second between the two of them right there on your screen on the back straight right now. So what can Smithy do? What can Evans do? Evans is going to make him go down the inside.
Ooh.
The bumpy way to make the pass.
Bounce.
And he pulls it up nicely in the McLaren. The old Tessa stays out of the way. So now another lap in favour of Glenn Smith. Johnny DeBeth in the number 90. McLaren up and over the hill.
And Darren Kelly's dropping his lap times too. So he's obviously decided now that the sensor issue's gone and he can really start getting some much faster lap times. So that does explain why the Aston was doing those 56s and 57s now, knowing that he did have a problem and having to brake earlier and just take a little bit easier. Now he's dropped back to the 55. So there you go.
So now the battle will be to see where Sam Fullamore and Andrew Fawcett. Andrew Fawcett doing a great job in the Audi at the start of the race, maintaining that race as well and the pace. And Sam's going to be in second spot at the moment, 2 laps behind Glenn Smith.
So so between the Audi that we've got on screen there at the moment and the Aston, there's a 25-second gap now. So it's a matter whether Alex, if he can keep doing those 55s, whether he can get back to second place.
But hold the phone, because Sam's doing 56.
Yeah. So
all these B-grade drivers really stepping up to the A-grade game and bringing it as they bring the cars home to the finish of the race, which is exactly what all the race teams want. Meanwhile, the likes of Kirkpatrick and Skeet staying out of the way. You got Borden and Flynn Osborne staying out of the way, and the Beamer. Aaron Slight is still circulating nicely in the 111 Aston Martin GT4. 16 minutes and 29 seconds to go.
And still in 5th place in that GT4 Aston Martin, and the leading Class D. And Lance Hughes, Simon Evans, even if they come in 4th, they've still won Class B. So it's really a battle for the Aston versus Audi at the moment as to whether that Aston can catch the Fawcett Fillmore Audi. So 23 seconds behind the Audi.
Well, a 55.9 for Darren Kelly, doing a great job here.
Yeah.
Recovering lost ground. Glenn Smith out in the leads of 56.3. Lance Hughes, the Simon Evans car, with Evans behind the wheel of 57. And Sam Fullamore of 57.6. So there's a couple of seconds speed difference at the moment between the Audi, which is currently in second spot, and the Aston Martin is closing in on third spot. Even though they're a lap down, there's still a couple of seconds speed advantage going back to the Aston Martin.
And in theory, if he can do consistently 2 seconds a lap quicker, there's 15 minutes to go, so he could actually catch him if it might be on the last lap or so. So we could be in for a very tight finish here between second and third.
Well, it all changed around about 15 minutes ago when this thing stopped down the back straight. It's great to see it going again. So the team from International Motorsport have done a superb job to work out the problem. You heard that Alex Riberas was very calculated about, we've got an issue, but hey, we've still got the Nationals to come. We're still learning about this car. So still looking on the bright side. But
very positive,
Darren Kelly just really trying to wring its neck and get it back into contention to see how good he can be, how fast he can be, and live in the now. Grab this moment at Pukekohe, forget about the Nationals. I just want to see how much we can make up for lost ground.
So last time we were talking about this gap, and it was 23 seconds between the Audi and the Aston, and now it's down to 19. So he's clawing it back, Darren Kelly.
156 laps, 14 minutes to go. There's the Audi coming up and over the top of the hill. And the Aston Martin's down the back straight, so half a lap between them. 19 seconds now. Still a lap down, though. No, they're still on the same lap there.
These two are on the same lap,
So now, here's the Aston Martin coming up and over top of the hill. Meanwhile, it's almost the length of the straight because the Audi's down by the straight. Coming onto the exit, onto the back straight. That's where the Audi is. So Sam Fullamore, all of a sudden he's going to be getting plenty of radio talk in his head. Keep it going.
So it looks like they've just picked up the pace a wee bit in the Audi. That gap's back to 20 seconds now. So, of course, there might be just a bit of traffic for the Aston, especially there. So he hasn't been able to launch quite so hard on the back straight like he normally could.
Yeah, last lap was a 57, so we got tagged a bit by the old traffic as the Audi comes screaming up and over the top of the hill.
The Audi will encounter some traffic as well at some point, but at the moment, look at that, just clear track in front of them. So no dramas at all, and that was the fastest time from the Audi for the weekend. 55.
Sam has just responded at 55.9.
So obviously the team have got into him and said, look, at this rate, you're going to be caught. You need to pick up the pace, and he did. 55.9, fastest of the race so far for the Audi.
It's a stopwatch showdown.
Yeah.
They're going race by race, lap by lap, corner by corner at the moment, just for second spot because Glenn Smith, Johnny DeVeth have got it under control in the McLaren.
Yeah, no issue there unless they have an issue.
And of course,
So-
we've seen issues right throughout the race.
Yeah, yeah.
12 minutes to go, 158 laps.
Flashing the lights there at the other Aston from coming through.
Who's going to get the gold medal here in the Golden Homes? North Island Endurance Series. What a stunning finish to the 3-hour enduro. And that whole meaning of, you've got to bring it home to take the checkered flag. It's still a classic cliche in motorsport, and so evident here today.
I'll tell you what, if it hadn't been for that fantastic effort from Alex earlier on, of course, they wouldn't be have that luxury of being able to have that stop and still be in third place. But that gap now is steady between the the 4-6 Fillmore Aston and the Riberas Kelly car, back to 21 seconds. So at this stage, it looks like he's not quite got the pace to catch that at the Audi we can see on screen there.
Well, it's like a heavyweight speed showdown. It's punch and counter punch, isn't it?
It is a bit of
Soon as one guy makes up a couple of seconds, the other guy responds and then pulls back a couple of seconds.
Yeah, so at one stage there they were taking chunks out of it, but they've responded in the Audi. So once again, Andrew Fawcett just going past, Sam Fillmore going past, lowered his fastest lap time again down to a 55.7. So Fillmore is responding really well. This is going to slow him down though.
Just got caught in a bit of slow traffic, getting behind Borden and Head and the Altezza in a group of about 4 cars. Meanwhile, lurking in the background, Glenn Smith with unbelievable car speed all of a sudden in that McLaren, making most of having a huge advantage by 2 laps. He's about to try and put a lap on the second place car.
Yeah, about to get 3 laps on them.
How was that possible?
And they're both doing about the same sort of pace, really. In fact, the Audi was just slightly quicker, 2/10 quicker that lap. It's just a matter of how well Alex can respond in that Aston, whether he can claw that any closer. It's still about 20 seconds of the gap from second to third. But look at that, after all this time, these guys shadowing each other in these 2 cars. Some very similar pace.
So they're still going for it. 10 minutes to go. 161 laps. That's like a Bathurst, isn't it?
Yeah, gosh, there we are. There's the Aston came past the start-finish line, and he's clawed it back to 18 seconds now. So swings and roundabouts here. I think with 9 minutes to go, that's a big ask to actually clear that back now. The way he was going earlier, he could have done it, but now the time has just ticked away.
Yeah, but one little mistake.
Well, yeah.
You lock up one little break.
Yep.
And any car can have a gremlin at any particular time. We saw at Hampton Downs that it's that war of attrition right now. Yes, the teams are much better prepared. The drivers are more dialed in. The cars are more hooked up. But it's still motor racing, and you still got to keep going, keep pushing.
Yeah.
As Glenn Smith and John DeVeth said, just keep pushing on and run your own race.
I'll tell you what, the reason that Audi's in front there of the McLaren is because it's just done its now the best, fastest lap time for that car, 55.3. So Fillmore just lowering these times. Really well done. Look at that. He's actually stretched that gap. I mean, obviously the McLaren's got nothing to prove here. He can just cruise around now behind him.
Well, Glenn Smith's not going slow. He's just done a 55.8.
Yeah, you'd hardly call that cruising, would you?
But Sam's done a 55.3 and Darren Kelly a 57.8. So advantage has swung back to the Audi once again to maintain second spot.
Looks like it, and especially as we're counting down 8.5 minutes now to go. So looking less likely.
But for what was cruising to be a great finish for the team, suddenly became quite a nervous showdown around about 20 minutes ago. Suddenly, all those race teams along pit lane and the garages, everything got a little bit more intense.
And how's that? That Audi has just lowered it again, 55.1. At this rate, he'll be in the high 54s. So he's really pushing hard.
So there is the Aston Martin going across the start-finish line now, while the Audi is down the back straight.
Still a 21-second gap now from the Aston to second place.
So can he give it one last lunge over the last 7 minutes just to try and really push it up? Or has the Audi responded and said, no, I've got this under control? So as we talked about, It's been an A-grade performance by the B-grade drivers who've really turned on a great display of car control and car speed, and to do what you need to do to try and bring it home after 3 hours of motor racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the cars are hot. These guys are tired. It's a tough job at this time. And here's Sam Fillmore punching out the best laps of the car right now. It's amazing, isn't it? Traffic interfering with these guys now, so that.
And you know what the funny thing is? They're all having fun.
Oh, yeah.
They're all loving this.
Although sometimes when you're out there, you think, oh, why am I doing this? I'm not enjoying it. It's fantastic when you're out of the car. But when you're under this much pressure, look at that, the McLaren's closed a little bit there. There was traffic that got in the way and just spoilt the rhythm and the pace of the Audi there. But we'll see next time he goes past the start-finish line, that'll be a slower lap, which will give the Aston a little bit of a chance to cash up if he hasn't been involved in the same sort of traffic.
Darren Kelly doing a great job bringing the heart of racing Aston Martin back into contention. So there's the Audi, there's the Glenn Smith mobile, the McLaren around the turn one.
Still keeping their gap. Oh, more traffic for the Aston. That's a difficult spot there over the mountain, as they call it. Always tricky. It looks pretty tame on TV, but it's a big crest that you can get very light on at the top if you don't get the line just right at the speed these guys are going.
Sam's just done a 59.2 while Darren's done a 56.7, and the gap between second and third is down to 17.5. And we've got 5 minutes and 48 seconds to go.
Yeah, that traffic made a difference. That allowed the Aston to claw back, didn't it? It's all you need is a few traffic situations like that. There he goes. He's just clearing that.
Now Darren Kelly making his way past that traffic in the hairpin.
So he's just got that Honda a slightly awkward time. You can see that gap just opening and closing between the Audi and the McLaren there, but also slightly compromised on the exit. This is going to give the McLaren a better run down the back straight. You'll see him closing this time. He didn't need to take the inside line around that slower car. So you can see visibly he's closed. Got the Aston in front of them. That's Aaron Slight. He'll get well out of their way as he sees them coming through. He doesn't want to get involved in their race.
56.7 for Darren Kelly, a 55.6 for Glenn Smith, and a 55.9 for Sam Fillmore. Great lap speed. 4 minutes to go towards the end of a 3-hour race.
And this is almost qualifying pace for these guys. Look at Aaron Slight there. Away you go, boys. I'm getting right out of the way here. But look at that gap. It's closed, putting pressure on that Audi. No need to, really, because he can just sit there and still win comfortably.
It's that that never give up attitude, isn't it? What a great sort of never stop, keep racing, keep pushing, keep taking it, find the limit, sit on it, and keep extending the limit. There's the Aston Martin coming around 2-3, coming onto the back straight. The other guys are up the end of the back straight going into the hairpin.
Yeah, so you can visibly see there. He's really got the full length, hasn't he, of the back straight if he wants to get up there, which is going to be tricky. We've got 3 minutes 55 seconds to go.
A 55.1 for Darren Kelly.
Wow.
How's that?
Wow.
And not a drift in sight.
And
that's good car speed.
So to give you some perspective on that, Alex's fastest and best lap in the car was a 54.3, and he's just done a 55.1. So that's good going, isn't it, for Darren? Fantastic pace.
Sam just did a 57.2, got held up by some of the slower cars, some of that traffic.
So there you go. You'll be able to see shortly these guys will be still stretching up now. What's the difference now? 15 seconds.
15.3 seconds.
Wow. Here he comes.
But we're down to 3 minutes and 13 seconds. 168 laps. A golden finish to the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series, a 3-hour race coming down to a 3-minute sprint. And there's about 15 seconds between second and third. First car out in front, trying to put a lap on the second car. Unbelievable racing.
these guys are doing a great job. This is precious stuff, isn't it?
This is qualifying stuff.
And yeah, and they know what's going on. The Audi would know about the Aston creeping up slowly. He's made up 6 or 7 seconds, hasn't he?
And I think Pukekohe Park has certainly played its part, because the track is certainly heated up, it's gripped up,
Yeah,
and
rub
it's
it up.
given these guys a great surface to go pushing the limits on.
Yeah, exactly. Even though everything's hot and tired and that sort of thing, they're still putting in these very, very fast laps.
And they may not be able to get back to second spot in this, but they will certainly learn a lot going back down to Highlands for the Nationals. Bouncing around on the bumps, the Audi, down the inside part, going into the hairpin off that short track. That's where it's caused problems all day.
Yeah, awkward timing for that. Look at the way the McLaren's managed to close up there because of that awkward positioning of the Honda there. Not the Honda's fault, obviously, but just catching him at not quite the right time, so I couldn't take the perfect line through the hairpin.
4:28, 2 hours and 58 minutes. 140 minute to go. 140, 138, down to 90 seconds. Aston Martin over the top of the hill, under the bridge, across the start-finish line. Gap is 15 seconds still. They're on the back straight. Fillmore and his rear view mirror is filled with pictures of Glenn Smith and the McLaren. They know they've got it done. They're going to do the double in the Golden Homes North Island Enduro, the 3 hour at Hampton Downs, and it all fell into their lap 30 minutes ago here at Pukekohe in round 2.
See Fillmore going a little bit defensive there, just wanting for ego's sake there, just wanting to keep that McLaren behind him. Just a little bit defensive in the braking area. Now he's stretched out going over the hill. So where are we? We're looking probably for the last lap board coming up shortly. Nice little gap there coming through the S's from the Audi. Stretching out the McLaren, like we said before, the McLaren's not under any pressure to get past him. Alex is down to 13 seconds now, the gap, but with 26 seconds to go.
I think that last lap board is out.
Can't quite see from
Just
here.
trying to see
Must
from
be very
our
close.
position here. Yeah, the last lap is out, 171 laps. We're down to 10 seconds, and it's going to be a double banger for the 90 McLaren, Glenn Smith and Chris Vanderdrift at Hampton Downs in round 1. And now here they are in the sunshine, a golden wind in the Golden Homes North Island Enduro, round 2 at Pukekohe. Glenn Smith and John DeVeth take the checkered flag, and out of nowhere, when it was all gone 30 minutes ago, they've got everything. They've done the double and taken out the win today. Second spot's going to go to Sam Fillmore and Andrew Fawcett after a brilliant drive. Congratulations to the boys from the Naki. Done a great team effort, made the most of the other team's misfortune. And then across the start-finish line now, here comes the second car. Andrew Fawcett did a great job, and Sam Fillmore carried them on. But it's going to be a second spot for the LMS Audi RS for International Motorsport, and a good second place. Well done to Andrew Fawcett, Sam Fillmore. And here comes the drum mobile, and around in a few seconds time should be the hard luck story of the race, and that is the heart of racing. Aston Martin had the lead, had the race in control by 2 or 3 laps, but it's going to come home in pit lane in third spot by 15 seconds.
Nice work, isn't it, to have that sort of play into your hands there. That the Aston guys must be gutted, really, because they did a beautiful job all day, didn't they? Just out the front, showing the pace, 3 laps ahead at one stage. Suddenly a little drama. First of all, a wheel sensor, which caused them to have lockups. But look at the team there, just delighted with what that McLaren did. First place, and then so far ahead of these other guys. It's an incredible effort when it really looked like they had to settle for second place, didn't it?
Yes, they did everything but win the race. So there they are pulling up in P3. We'll get reaction in just a moment from Adam Jones. But a great drive, great team effort by the number 10 Audi of Andrew Fawcett. Superb job to start with. Sam Fillmore brought it home when he had to, and he'll go into P2. But it's congratulations to the boys from the Naki. Done a great job here, a bit like a Ranfurly Shield moment in motor racing. They've snatched it, come from behind, and they've taken the win. Glenn Smith and John DeVeth, and they'll be standing by with Adam Jones as the number 2 car slots in with the Audi. But it's all happened here today in the sunshine at Pukekohe, and a great way for these guys to celebrate and enjoy the win. Good on you, Andrew. Adam.
So here we are with the, it's been a great day for you guys. I mean, you at the beginning of the weekend said you're just going to have fun. Well, what's more fun than winning both races?
Exactly. This is the best fun you can possibly have. Yes, it's awesome because there's always highs and lows in motorsport, but this is definitely a high today.
And so, I mean, how are you feeling just sitting in the shed there watching that last 10 minutes?
Very nervous actually because I've seen cars run out of petrol, had a flat tyre, just generally break down, an incident. So nervous right till the dying end, but did a good job, just brought it home nice and smoothly.
So Glenn, you said you had 5 minutes to run in the car. You got a little bit more than that in the end, so just a nice clean run to the end.
Yeah, I think Johnny's picking on me, trying to wear me out. I think that's what's happening. But no, the car was faultless. You know, like driving 8/10, it feels so good. I think he's done an amazing job for the bumps around here, and yeah, really wrapped.
So, I mean, that's 2 from 2 for the North Island Endurance Series, and that makes you not only the winners today, but the winners of the 2020 Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. You've got to be pretty happy with that.
That is stoked. Very happy. Yep.
That's as happy as you get from Mr. John DeVeth.
He's happy. He just takes a dozen Heineken.
Yeah, they like their Heinekens, these boys. They've had dinner with them before, and they tell me I still owe them some. So, well done, guys. We'll go and see the second place getters, and we'll have some champagne soon. Guys, come and have a yarn. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. How are you feeling? You look pretty hot.
Oh mate, it was great fun. It was so good. Mate, you love Pukekohe in these cars, eh? The more you drive, the better you get. So, just fantastic.
So second place today and third place last time. That's going to, I'm not sure of the exact points because it's going to be pretty close.
No, we were second last time.
Oh, second and second.
Yeah, so we'll take that.
So second overall.
Yeah, so yeah, just a massive thank you to the International Motorsport boys. Massive thank you to Andrew. Just a great weekend, great fun. It was awesome.
So Andrew, you weren't too nervous at the end. I saw you sort of pacing around a little bit.
Yeah, no, I was. Look, the car ran.
Nothing to be nervous
It wasn't my driver, mate. It was just the car. But no, the car ran faultlessly, and credit to IMS. They've prepared the car faultlessly. Here we go. We finished three endurance races in a row with this car. It's been so reliable. Yeah, it's just fantastic.
Great. So one more race for the year, yeah?
Yeah, we'll move on to Highlands, South Island. So looking forward to it.
Well done, guys. Second overall in the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series 2020. That's not bad for the first hit out in New Zealand for a while for you.
Yeah, we'll take it, mate. We're pretty happy. I think there'll be a few beers on the table tonight.
Excellent. All right, might see you there. We'll just come across to the third place getters here. So Darren Kelly's down here, so we'll just we won't muck around too much. Darren, we're just live, so we'll just need to get on to basically a little issue at the end sort of robbed you of the win, right?
Yeah, pretty disappointing, but yeah, we had an issue with the steering wheel, the wiring. For some reason, the connection wasn't working, and so I couldn't select gears, and unfortunately down the back straight got stuck in between gears and had to come to a stop. Managed to get it going again, back to the pit, and but yeah, by that point we were already down a lap, so unfortunate, but tried to push hard towards the end there to make some ground, but I don't think we were going to get it.
You were really catching though.
Yeah, I was probably pushing it as hard as I've pushed it all weekend, but yeah, just unfortunate that we didn't have that.
Hey!
There's a word you normally say.
You broke the car again.
You broke it again. Gave me another bad car. No.
So two-thirds.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's you come and talk to us. So 2/3, that'll put you third provisionally.
Yeah, that's a good calculation. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, in Hamptons, the McLaren finished first, the Audi second, and we finished third. And here, the McLaren finished first, the Audi second, and we finished third. I think the championship calculations will be quite easy for the stewards.
But yeah, I think overall it's a great weekend. Like, we have not experienced this sort of pace so far with the Aston Martin ever since we arrived to New Zealand and we created this project with IMS. We have not had a pole position. It's our first pole position this weekend. We have not had a pace that was so dominant as we had today, even with our brake sensor, tire sensor issue, sorry. So overall, that's what we take, and looking forward to the finals.
Can I say it? Vamos! Is there...
Vamos!
Oh, vamos! There you go. Cool. Oh, so onwards and upwards to the national final.
Yes, absolutely. I think the team is doing a great job, and that's super uplifting, and it makes us feel optimistic, right? The car felt really, really good in terms of balance, right? I think the car felt amazing. So that's just, it gives us a good feeling. Anything can happen in Highlands, obviously. But we're going to go there, and we're going to continue to support Starship, which have been an amazing company for today, probably the highlight and the most positive thing of today. And we're going to continue to do what the Heart of Racing does, which is fight for races, fight for victories, but on top of it, raise money and raise awareness for Starship Foundation.
Well, that's awesome, and it's a great charity to be behind, and we wish you the best for the next and final race of the year. And what a great campaign! I mean, to run all of these races in such a short period of time.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very tight schedule. Obviously, with the whole rescheduling of the championship, it's been tough, and that's one thing that we have to say about international motorsport. I mean, if you think about it, we have to admit how tough it is for the truck drivers that were last weekend in Timaru. Now they're here. Everything is perfect. You don't quite see what happens behind the scenes, right? Darren and I just show up and everything looks perfect. But there is so much work that goes on behind, and I just want to say thanks to everybody in international motorsport. And let's go for it. Let's go for the finals and hopefully have a good one there.
And it's a beautiful track to go to. So thanks, guys, and it's been awesome having you on camera and talking for the last 5 rounds. Now, I'm told I've just got Dave Dovey over here, David Dovey, the president of the series. David, now I'm told there's a special award.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I've got Lance here on false pretenses, and he probably thinks that because he came fourth, he's up here for a little chat, but not quite the case. So there's a gentleman that used to race with us called Darren Greenslade. I used to name him Big D, and he was a real powerhouse and had a real passion for motorsport, for teams. He'd do anything for anybody. So we've created a award that encompasses those values, and it's going to be called the Big D Award. And this year we're going to give it to Lance Hughes.
Here we go, Lance.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Well done.
So how are you feeling with that one? A bit of a surprise.
Yeah, very big surprise. Hey, I'm passionate about the sport, and obviously with the Asphalt Company we do a lot of work on the tracks as well, so yeah, our name pops up quite a bit. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Awesome, and a good place today too.
Yeah, obviously Simon did a really good stint in the end. I thought he was actually going to grab third place for a wee while there, so yeah, unfortunately he didn't quite pull it off, but hey, it's really good to see the old red Walker, up against these GT cars. It's pretty mind-blowing, really.
So how are you feeling, Simon? You got a bit of a sweat up?
Yeah, I didn't run a cool suit or a drink or anything, but it's awesome here. I love this this old school track at Puke's probably the best track in New Zealand by far. So I love racing on it, especially in the Red Walker. It's pretty good, and we got Frank in the Crown Plaza helping with a bit of strategy. So I think that worked in our favour a bit, and it's really happy. We had a stall the car in the pits and it just didn't start, so we needed to bump start it, and I think that probably cost us third place. But overall, mate, we're really happy. It's just an awesome car to drive, so big thanks to Lance and Hamilton Asphalts for asking me to come along.
Awesome. Well, basically that brings us to the end of our 5 rounds that we've done all around the country. It's been an amazing experience. This is the biggest stuff that we've ever done at the Fast Files, so we have to thank a lot of people basically to being able to. In the last 2 months, we've been from Invercargill all the way to Pukekohe today. We've wrapped up 5 rounds, both the South Island Endurance Series and the Golden Homes North Island Endurance Series. We've had so many people help us to make this happen, from the crews that are out there with their cameras, David Turner up in the box, Chucky, who's been sitting there doing all the graphics and cutting everything from Stream Shop. Just amazing support to be able to do this. Thanks to all of the team, both of the series. It's been an amazing time. Unfortunately, we're not going to be at the national final. I'm not sure that's announced yet, but there's some stuff happening with that. And but watch the space, because we've got a lot of cool things coming up. And remember to like and subscribe to the Fast Files, and you'll see more of this kind of racing coming at you in the near future. Thanks, guys, and thanks for watching.